Chapter 1. The tomb tasted like iron and rot. That was the first clear thought, and it surprised him because dead men were not supposed to have thoughts, and by every reasonable measure he was dead. His ribs were broken. He felt each one as a separate bright line of fire, and the pain stopped him because how could a dead man hurt? He tried to pull in a breath to be sure. That was a mistake. There was no air down here, only the cold, packed weight of earth pressing the last warmth out of him. Soil filled his mouth. Soil filled the space behind his eyes. And somewhere above him, muffled by 3 shovelfuls of grave, 2 men were arguing about money. Quit dragging it out. Cover him, and let's go report to Elder Han. He lay in the dark and listened to the men who had buried him split silver over his corpse. And a strange thing happened. Images began to cross his mind, vivid, fast, one folding into the next. Memories. And in them, he had died. Not once. Twice. The first death belonged to a boy he had never met and had somehow always been. 20 years old. Outer disciple of the Verdant Cloud sect. 3 years stuck at the threshold of chi condensation, half a bowl of rice at every meal, bruises he had stopped bothering to count. A cousin smile, a pillow cut open in the night. The other was stranger, and yet just as familiar. A city that did not exist in this world. A cramped dormitory. A lawyer at a door. A sealed stone box on a kitchen table, and a black jade ring sliding onto a finger. Light, and then the 2 lives settled into one, and the boy in the grave understood, all at once, why he was lying buried in the dirt. Who had put him there? And why? His cousin, Lin Wei, had bought a sleeping powder from a black iron hull envoy at the Western Trade Post. His cousin had cut the family bloodline manual out of his pillow while he slept, the same manual his father had died protecting 2 years ago, the manual his father had hidden in that pillow lining on the very night they took his head. And his cousin had sent a sealed letter to a man named Master Hay. The words of it surfaced in the foreign memory, plain and cold. The boy is the last of the blood. Bury him quietly. 3 years of hunger. 3 years of beatings, with no senior who would hear it. And at the end of it, a shallow hole behind an old shrine, and 2 hired men counting coins over his face. Something rose up out of the dark behind his ribs. It was not fear. He had no breath left to spare on fear. It was older and colder than that. And it had a shape, and the shape was a name. The black jade ring on his right hand grew warm. He had forgotten the ring. 11 years he'd worn it, ever since his dying mother pressed it onto his finger. The one thing she left him. Never take this off, she had told him. She had said nothing else about it, ever. And 7 days later the cough took her, and his father had not let him into the room. Now it woke. A voice spoke inside his skull, calm but firm. Ding. Host detected in a lethal state. Ancestral Vessel. Emergency revival protocol initiating. Minimum threshold deployment, 10%. He had no idea what an ancestral vessel was. At that moment, he had more pressing concerns. Primary mission. Survive 60 seconds. Reward. Chi condensation, first layer, peak grade. Novice gift package. Temporary combat surge to the 7th layer. Duration, 2 hours. One time only. 60 seconds. Generous, underscore he thought. The dry joke came on its own. It always had the worst things got. Underscore I'm not sure I have 6. Then the warmth reached his broken ribs, and the joke stopped being funny because his bones began to move. They knit. He felt each one find its neighbor and lock. A soft, wet series of clicks that should have been agony and was instead the most welcome thing he had ever felt. Heat poured down his spine and out to his fingertips. The dirt in his mouth turned to warm water and slid away down his throat. His heart, which had been down to its last few beats, came back strong and beat hard. Above him, the heavier digger laughed at something. They had not even checked his breath before they dropped him in. Why would they? Dead boys did not need checking. He gathered the strength he had never owned, in this life or the other, and he did not waste a drop of it on panic. Panic was a luxury. He had been poor too long to afford luxuries. He simply waited and breathed the dark and counted. 0. Ding. Primary mission complete. Chi condensation, first layer, peak grade bound. Cultivation talent reassessed, supreme. Mission updated. Eliminate immediate threats. Reward, spirit blade proficiency, tier 1. Lin Wei opened his eyes in the grave and smiled and tasted dirt and did not mind at all. Then he pushed his hand up through 3 shovelfuls of earth and into the cold night air. The thin digger saw the hand come out of the grave and made a sound like a kettle. The heavy one turned, lantern swinging, and his mouth fell open and stayed open. You, the heavy one managed. You were dead, Lin Wei agreed, and stood, brushing the soil from his sleeves. Yes, I noticed. He looked at the 2 of them with mild, almost scholarly interest. By his realm, he was still only first layer of chi condensation, and they stood a single layer above him at the second, which on any ordinary night would have measured his life in heartbeats. But the vessel's surge was burning in him now, and while it lasted, his body would strike like a cultivator 6 layers higher. It would not last long. The diggers would last less. And besides, he had spent 400 mornings in the practice yard being beaten by a cousin 3 layers above him at the 4th. He knew to the breath how slow a man that far up could move. "Tell me," he said, conversational, "which of you bought the powder?" The heavy one decided, somewhere behind his terror, that a dead boy standing up could be killed a second time as easily as the first. He drew and lunged, snarling to cover his fear. "Die, you first layer trash." Lin Wei watched the blade come. He stepped sideways. To the diggers, it must have looked as though he had not moved at all, as though he had simply decided, between one blink and the next, to be standing somewhere else. The blade hissed past his ear into the empty dark, and his hand closed on the heavy man's wrist. Crack! The wrist snapped like dry kindling. The scream got as far as the man's teeth before Lin Wei took the falling spirit blade out of the air and put it through his chest, and then the scream did not come out at all, only a wet cough and a spreading red. The thin digger was already running. He made 8 steps. Lin Wei caught him by the back of the robe, and the cold, dry part of him noted, distantly delighted, that he had never run so fast in his life. He slammed the man into the cold stone face of the shrine. Bone met granite. The digger dropped, weeping, and began at once to bargain. "Brother Lin Wei, please. I have an old mother in the southern village. She has no one else. Please." An old mother in the southern village, underscore Lin Wei thought, crouching in front of him. Underscore funny. He didn't mention her 20 minutes ago, when he was shoveling dirt onto my face. She arrives right on schedule, the instant the dirt comes back off. He had carried tea for this man once, at the spring feast. The man had laughed at him without bothering to look up. "The mother can wait," he said gently. "First, the man who sold you the powder." The name came out fast, tangled in snot and dirt. "Hey, Een, Black Iron Hall, the Western Post, every 7th day." "Good. Now, the man who hired you." A pause. The digger's eyes flicked, despite himself, toward the half-filled grave. Lin Wei waited. He had all the patience in the world. He had waited 3 years for a single full bowl of rice. He could wait 3 breaths for this. And the name fell out of the man like a stone out of a torn pocket. "Cousin Lin Mu." Boom. The flat of the borrowed blade took the digger across the temple, and then the edge took the rest, and the night kept its silence. Ding. Threats eliminated. Spirit blade proficiency, tier 1 bound. Vessel, 15% side mission. Bring the conspiracy before the sect master by dawn. Reward, intersect promotion, and the family blade return to your line. Lin Wei rose and rolled the stiffness out of his newly mended shoulders. Far up the slope, beyond the shrine, a single lantern came bobbing down the path toward the grave. One man, walking alone, because he did not trust anyone else with his own work. He picked up the heavy digger's blade, weighed it once, and stepped back into the black shadow of the shrine stone to wait. He was warm. He was breathing. His cousin did not know either of those things yet. Chapter 2. The cousin Lin Mu came down the path alone, lantern in hand. 17 years old. Qi condensation, 4th layer. The family blade rode his hip in a green silk sheath, and a silver pin sat in his hair, copied last spring from some hidden sword envoy he had wanted to impress. He had never been a trusting boy. He had come to look at the body himself. He stopped at the lip of the trench and frowned down into it, because there was no body, only 2 outer disciples sprawled in the dirt, one with his chest opened and one with his neck raw. "Cousin," said Lin Wei from the dark. Lin Mu's hand went to the green silk sheath. He set the lantern down, slowly, and turned. Lin Wei stepped out from behind the shrine. The spirit blade hung loose in his right hand, and the black jade ring caught the lantern light. His cousin's face changed by stages. First a blank look, the look of a man seeing a thing his mind refused to take in, a dead boy, on his feet in the dark. Then the color went out of his cheeks all at once, because the mind took it in anyway, and it was not a stranger. It was Lin Wei, the cousin he had paid to bury. For one breath, there was nothing in his face but raw, scrabbling fear. Then he closed it away. The fear folded down under a smile, the exact smile he had worn at the spring feast, the day Yin returned the betrothal jade, and his eyes went wide and warm and worried. "Cousin," he spread his hands and let shock move over his face. A man who had walked in on a horror, not a man who had ordered it. "What happened here? You're hurt. Who did this?" His gaze went to the 2 bodies, then back. "Come away from them. Let me get you back to the sect." Lin Wei looked at the 2 bodies. He looked at his cousin. He waited until the smile began to thin at the corners. "Did you bring the blade?" he said. "The one passed down 9 generations. The one that should have come to me on my 19th birthday." Lin Mu drew. The family blade flashed out. Long and finely forged, its hilt wrapped in dark blue silk and bound with 3 silver rings, a coiled jade dragon at the pommel, and the same dragon running in tracery down the spine. his father's blade, his grandfather's, and his before that. Given to Lin Mu instead by Patriarch Lin Bo on the morning Lin Wei's father knelt at the execution block. My 19th birthday, Lin Wei thought, my blade. You're at chi condensation first layer, cousin, Lin Mu said, and the smile came back, ugly now certain. Have you forgotten the 400 drills I beat you at? He struck. Lin Wei had drilled against this exact cut 3,000 times, most of them with a bruised rib. He stepped sideways at a speed imperceptible to his cousin's eyes, and the blade carved the empty air where his collarbone had been, and his right hand came up under Lin Mu's wrist. Crack! The sound rang off the back hill. Lin Mu's arm bent at an unnatural angle and hung dead at his side. The family blade dropped from his slack fingers, and Lin Wei caught it on the way down without looking, because it had always, in some part of him, been his to catch. His cousin stumbled. His leg gave. He caught himself against the shrine stone, and now there was nothing left in his face but fear and the beginning of tears. Cousin, he whispered. Hush. The cold clerk's voice spoke again in Lin Wei's skull, and this time it set him a task. Ding. Submission. Extract the full confession, every name. Reward. The testimony pre-validated for the sect master's court. He set the borrowed blade tip down in the soil and stepped close and laid the family blade against his cousin's collarbone and drew it sideways, very slowly, opening a thin red line 3 inches long. Lin Mu hissed. 3 nights ago, Lin Wei said, conversational again, you cut open my pillow with the sleeping powder you bought from Hein of the Black Iron Hall. You took my father's manual. You paid Elder Han 300 spirit stones to walk the front of the compound so no one would hear. You sent a letter to a man called Master He. And the manual is under the floorboard by the south wall of your quarters, beside the letter, beside a red silk pouch, beside the betrothal jade you stole off my father's grave. The blood drained out of Lin Mu's face until it matched the color of soil. You're at the 4th layer, Lin Wei observed, almost kindly, lecturing me about 400 drills with a blade you can no longer even lift. Lin Mu broke. He went down on both knees, kowtowing frantically into the dirt, hair standing on end, and the words came out of him in a flood. It was all his uncle's design, the Patriarch Lin Bo, who had run the branch since he ordered both their fathers killed 2 years ago. He had been promised the Black Iron Seal would protect the new branch. He had been told Yan's family had already broken the engagement on paper. He was only 17. He had done what he was told. 17, Lin Wei thought, watching him weep. The age hadn't slowed his hand on the pillow. It arrives now, right on time, to excuse it. He did not wait for the rest. In a low, even voice, he told his cousin precisely what would happen on the walk up the hill. The blood would stay on his robes. The wound would still be open when the sect master saw it. And Lin Mu would confirm every name, without being asked twice, or Lin Wei would put the Western trade post and the sealed letter into the sect master's hand himself, and no Black Iron Seal would protect a branch from a nascent soul judgment. Lin Mu wept and did not argue. A woman's voice came down from the upper trail, even and cold as the edge of a blade. Don't move. Bai Yueying stepped out of the trees. White robes, a thin silver sword at her side, Foundation Establishment 8th layer. She walked the back mountain trail twice a month, alone, to clear it of beasts and other things, and she had clearly cleared worse than this. She stopped 6 paces from the grave and took it all in. The 2 bodies, the shovels, the half-filled trench, the empty green sheath at Lin Mu's hip, the family blade in Lin Wei's hand, the red line on his cousin's collarbone, and a black jade ring on his finger. Her gaze passed over the ring without catching and moved on, and Lin Wei understood that she had decided, in that half second, not to have seen it. Lin Mu, she said, whose grave is this? He said nothing. She turned to Lin Wei, and he answered her 3 questions in 3 short sentences. His name and year, his bunkhouse and bed, the broken shutter, and the roommate who snored on the 5th bed. She listened without moving. Then she took the spirit blade from Lin Mu without looking at it, handed it back to Lin Wei, and turned for the path. Walk on your own feet, Lin Mu, she said, or I'll carry you. He chose his feet. The procession climbed in silence, and at the back gate of the sect, a thin old man in dark blue branch robes waited beneath the lantern. Patriarch Lin Bo, who had killed 2 brothers in a single hour to take the seat he sat in. His face went white at the sight of the bleeding cousin and the blade in the wrong hand, and then hot with fury, and he stepped forward to take his nephew back into the family's keeping. Bai Yueying did not slow. The sect resolves what happens on sect ground, Patriarch Lin. Step aside. He stepped aside, but his hand did not leave his own hilt, and his eyes stayed on the family blade, and the hatred in them did not cool. Ding. Witness, senior sister Bai Yueying. New antagonist, Patriarch Lin Bo, Chi Condensation 9th layer. Side mission. Survive the sect master's audience without revealing the vessel. Reward, vessel 18%, inventory pocket. The lantern the trench burned on behind them until the procession reached the inner gate. Then all at once it went out. Chapter 3. The sect master's pavilion, the verdant cloud sect at the second hour of the night, smelled of pine and wet stone, and held small lights in every window except the outer disciple barracks, where the poor slept and no one wasted oil. 2 night watch seniors fell in behind the procession at the inner gate. They saw the empty sheath, the bleeding collarbone, the patriarch's white face, and they joined without a word, and the watch rota carried the rumor up the hill faster than the procession could climb it. The sect master's pavilion stood at the top of 3 flights of cut stone, open on all 4 sides. Lamps lit, the sect master awake. Elder Han was already there, dark blue robes and a long thin mustache and a long thin staff, standing at the reading table. He looked up when Bai Yueying entered, and he saw Lin Wei, who by every account should have been 3 feet under the back hill, and for one breath the color left his face before long habit pulled it back. Sect Master Zhu sat at the table. Broad and short, white hair, white beard, nascent soul 3rd layer, the highest realm in the province in living memory, 31 years in the seat. Bai Yueying knelt. Lin Mu was made to kneel. The patriarch knelt of his own choice. Lin Wei stood, and no one corrected him. Yueying, speak. She spoke for 90 seconds, naming the trench, the bodies, the blade, the lantern, the empty sheath, the cut on the collarbone, the family blade in Lin Wei's hand. She did not name the ring. Lin Mu, speak. His cousin told the lie he had rehearsed between sobs on the walk up, that the 2 outer disciples had attacked his cousin and he had come to help, and his voice shook on every 3rd word. Sect Master, said Elder Han, smooth and unhurried, the voice of a man who had said many such words for this family and been believed every time. The 2 are from the eastern bunkhouse. They have a record of trouble. This account is consistent with what I have heard. Lin Mu lifted his face a little. The patriarch did the same, faintly. Lin Wei saw both and felt the cold, killing intent settle a notch deeper. Elder Han was a practiced liar. Lin Wei thought, smooth, unhurried, certain. He had said these words for the patriarch 100 times and been believed 100 times. He had simply never said them in a room where the corpse was standing up. Lin Wei, speak. He named all of it. Lin Mu, the powder, and Hei Yin, and the Western Trade Post. The manual, Elder Han's 300 spirit stones. The sealed letter to Master Hei, and the floorboard, and the red pouch, and Yan's jade. He named Patriarch Lin Bo as the hand behind every part of it, and he named the killing of both their fathers 2 years ago as the day Lin Bo took the branch. Then he stopped. The court did not breathe. The sect master nodded to a senior at his right. Pull up the floorboard. Bring me what you find. A quarter hour passed in a silence, so complete that every disciple in the pavilion could hear the patriarch's hands shaking against the stone. Lin Wei understood the weight of that quarter hour, and so did everyone around him. If the floorboard came back empty, he had slandered a patriarch and an elder to the sect master's face, and would not see another dawn. If it came back full, 3 of the most powerful men in the branch were finished. No one in the pavilion had ever watched 15 minutes decide so much. The senior returned with a folded cloth and 2 witnesses. The manual, a red silk pouch, 3 rolled letters, and a single jade pendant. The first letter was read aloud. A payment, 100 spirit stones. Patriarch Lin Bo to Elder Han, for days before the burial, sealed in the patriarch's own hand. A junior on the western side sucked in his breath through his teeth. The second letter, Elder Han's receipt, the matter named as the disposal of an eastern bunkhouse disciple. Elder Han's staff began, very faintly, to tremble. The third letter. The senior read the addressee, and his voice lost its color. Master Hei. The letter confirmed that Patriarch Lin Bo had taken instructions from Master Hei to bury his own great-nephew, in exchange for the family bloodline and the protection of the Black Iron Seal. The Four Corner seniors, who had not agreed on a single judgment in 8 years, recorded their agreement twice in 3 minutes. The senior unwrapped the jade pen at last. Yan's betrothal jade returned to a father's grave 5 days ago and moved to a cousin's floorboard. A breath escaped Lin Wei's chest that he had not known he was holding. 5 days ago, the boy whose body he wore had still been alive, eating his half-bowl, taking his beatings. He had died in a trench tonight. Lin Wei did not grieve him. He carried him. And this court was only the first installment of a debt that ran further back than tonight. Lin Mu, said the sect master quietly. Last chance. Speak. Lin Mu wept and said nothing. Patriarch Lin. Last chance. Nothing. The rage in the old man's face had cooled into a flat, patient hatred. Elder Han, you spoke for this man 5 minutes ago. Speak again now. Elder Han's staff fell to the floor with a clatter that ran all the way around the open pavilion, and a wet streak ran down his cheek before he could close his eyes. The sect master nodded, and the court recorded the silence, and the letters and the pendant, and the killing of 2 brothers 2 years past, and the 4-corner seal locked over all of it. Mother. The blade and the line, underscore Lin Wei thought. Underscore father. The branch. The sect master turned to Bai Yueing. Take this outer disciple to the inner sect grounds. As of this hour, he is a junior of the inner sect, under your care. The manual is his. The family blade is his. The elder seat of the western branch falls vacant the moment Patriarch Lin can no longer hold it, and he will not hold it past noon. He looked at the kneeling 3, confined under guard. The sect does not act tonight. It acts at first light in the central court before the full disciple roll. The patriarch did not lift his head, but his hand against his thigh folded into a shape, an old branch sign, and the northern senior caught it and marked it without saying its name aloud. Come, said Bai Yueing. Lin Wei came. Ding. Side mission complete. Reward, vessel 20%, inventory pocket open. New mission. Reach chi condensation 9th layer before first light, or die when the politics arrive. Hidden mission. The patriarch has raised an elder branch challenge, a duel. Hold your conviction before the full roll. At the threshold, a second warmth slid up his arm and pooled behind his sternum, where the system told him a pocket of pale light had opened in a space it called his own. Walk, said Bai Yueing. He walked. Chapter 4. The intersect grounds. The intersect cultivation court lay behind the senior dormitories. 9 rings of gray flagstone stepping down toward a basin of still water, with spirit light hanging pale and slow above it. Bai Yueing sat him on the 3rd ring and told him 3 things. First, that the sect master had made him a junior of the inner sect, and he was to wear the plaque she handed him, rough wood under his thumb. Second, that his body had the meridians of an outer disciple who had never crossed the threshold, and that the threshold had now been crossed, and that the spirit roots were dull but intact, and that he would, by ordinary reckoning, reach foundation establishment in about a year. The sect does not have a year, she said. The sect has tonight. You reach chi condensation 9th layer before dawn, or you die at first light when the politics arrive. Third, she looked at his right hand. The thing on your finger. I am pretending I do not see it. I will keep pretending. Do not ask me why. Yes, he said. Sit. Breathe with the basin. Don't push. Let come. Suddenly Lin Wei felt a wave of weakness. The strength he had felt earlier slowly ebbed away from his body. What sat on the 3rd ring now was a first-layer body, peak grade and empty, with a night to climb and politics coming at dawn. Whatever he built, he would build 1 layer at a time. He breathed. The first turn took 12 minutes, and the spirit light bent off the basin and threaded into him through the crown, and his meridians, scarred by 3 years of starvation, opened one after another like a fist relaxing. Ding. Chi condensation, 2nd layer. Spirit roots responding. His ribs warmed. For the first time in 3 years, spiritual energy moved through him without pain, and he let himself have it for exactly 1 breath before he put it away. The turns came faster. 3rd layer. 4th, and the roots upgraded from dull to common. And with the common roots came something he had never felt in this body, a clean, easy pull of energy out of the air itself, no longer scraping for it. 3 years he had sat in the outer yard and watched other boys do this, and not understood why it would not happen for him. It happened now. He kept his face still. Show me your blade hand, Bai Yueing said, without opening her eyes. He held it up. The ring is feeding you. That's fine. Don't let it pull faster than the meridians can take. The triple drain comes later. Not now. He breathed, and somewhere in the 4th turn his mother's hand surfaced out of memory, thin and warm. The morning she pressed the ring onto his finger with frightened eyes and would not say why. 5th layer. 6th. 7th, and the roots upgraded again, common to medium, and his father surfaced too, carrying him on his shoulders to the family hall the day he turned 6, walking him to the outer gate at 16, and telling him to remember the name carved over it. His father had died 2 years ago at his own brother's order, for refusing to give up the manual, and his last instruction had been hidden in a pillow lining, written small and fast. When a manual is taken, do not chase it. The blade will find its line. When a branch falls vacant, do not let our uncle keep it. A tear ran down Lin Wei's cheek. He let it run. 8th layer. Stop, said Bai Yueing, opening her eyes. Show me your readout. He held up the plaque, and pale text laid itself over the wood, and the system spoke it for the room of one who was allowed to hear. Underscore host, Lin Wei 20. Cultivation, chi condensation 8th layer. Bloodline ancestral vessel, 23% spirit roots, medium, underscore good. No flags the morning court can read. They will see a bloodline. They will not see a vessel. She drew her thin silver sword. Show me a 4th cut counter against the family form. She struck the family form, and he parried the 1st cut at the shoulder, the 2nd at the knee, stepped back from the third, and stepped into the empty space where the hidden fourth cut would have come, and set the flat of his blade against her forearm. She held the position of breath, then lowered her sword. Good. The patriarch uses the family form. The fourth cut is hidden. You found the empty space without looking. Sit. Wait for dawn. Ding. Family form fourth cut countermastered. Reward. The reflex carried forward to the morning tournament. She sat against a pillar, watched the dark sky a while, and slept. He did not. He breathed with the basin until the fourth watch, until a fox crossed the upper flagstones, and the wind moved the spirit light, and dawn came at last. Now, she said. He pushed. Ding. Chi condensation 9th layer. Realm ceiling reached. Foundation establishment available. Spirit roots, medium to high. Side mission complete. Body refinement applied. Vessel, 25%. His skin glowed faintly for the count of 3 breaths, and the last of the starvation went out of his bones. Then it stopped. Stand. Walk. The court is 200 paces east, and we are late. He walked, the family blade in his left hand, the plaque at his belt, and the black jade ring catching the first of the sun. Chapter 5. The courtesy visit the eastern flagstones were lit pale rose when they reached the central court, and it was already full. Outer disciples lined the lower balconies, inner disciples the middle, seniors the upper, and a circle of 16 intersect juniors stood at the center. A folded silk screen waited at the northern rail, and behind it, a young woman in green robes stood very still. The roll caller's voice broke when Lin Wei stepped in. The lower balcony fell silent, then the middle, then the upper. On the landing, the sect master waited, and at his feet knelt Elder Han and Lin Mu and the patriarch. Speak the charge, said the sect master. Twice Elder Han would not lift his head. The third time he lifted it and confessed before the full roll, naming the patriarch, the 2 dead diggers, the 300 stones, the letter to Master He, the killing of the 2 brothers. His voice broke twice. By the second break, the lower balcony had begun to murmur, low and hard, the sound of 200 outer disciples understanding all at once that the boy who had carried their tea was the boy who had been buried alive. Lin Mu, the sect's blade, hand it over. His cousin untied the green sheath one-handed, and the sect master drew the family blade and turned it once in the morning light, so the whole court could see the coiled dragon and the tracery down the spine, the mark of 9 generations of the Western Branch. This belongs to Lin Wei. Today, as does the manual, as does the elder's seat, the moment the patriarch can no longer hold it. The court could read the layer numbers in the air now. Lin Mu at the 4th, Lin Wei at the 9th. 6 hours ago, that same air would have read first layer, peak grade, the reading of a boy who had been stuck at the gate for 3 years. The court did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic would not balance, and that was the moment the murmur became a wave. 9th layer, said a junior in the second row. He was first layer last week. He was nothing last week, said another. A third laughed once, sharp, before he could stop it. Underscore 6 layers in a single night, underscore Lin Wei thought, and let none of it reach his face. It was no ordinary breakthrough, but a thing out of the old stories, the kind granted to chosen disciples of great sects, not to the boy who had carried their tea. Some of them had laughed at him in that yard a week ago. None were laughing now. The eldest of the 4 corner seniors stepped forward, declared the night's record locked in Lin Wei's favor and now made public, and then noted that the patriarch had raised the elder branch privilege, which the rulebook required the sect to hear before sentence. The patriarch lifted his gray face and spoke in hoarse. Elder branch privilege. I demand a public duel before the sentence is final. To the third blood, by my own hand, against Lin Wei, in a monthly tournament that begins at the 2nd hour past dawn. The sect master closed his eyes a breath, opened them, and confirmed it. Then he held the family blade out, and Lin Wei took it in both hands and bowed. Ding. Hidden mission complete. Reward, the elder's seat conditional. The family blade returned in public. New mission. When the privilege duel against Patriarch Lin Bo reward, the elder's seat made unconditional. The sect master had begun to pronounce on Elder Han and Lin Mu when a senior coughed and reported that the hidden sword pavilion was already at the east gate. 3 disciples. A token of courtesy. Send them in. The full court remains. Lin Wei, stay where you are. The 3 came through the east arch in black with silver thread at the cuffs, one carrying a writ, one a sword, one a small lacquered box. The lead, Yu Chung, at Foundation Establishment's 2nd layer, read out a writ demanding the surrender of 3 verdant cloud outer disciples for some year-old boundary slight on a herb route. Refused, said the sect master. Then the pavilion demands satisfaction in the 2nd form. A duel. The sect master looked at Bai Yueying and did not nominate her. Lin Wei, step down, accept the 2nd form. A boundary matter, Lin Wei thought, walking to the center of the circle. 3 pavilion juniors had been turned back at a forest edge last spring, and the insult had waited a full year to arrive the morning after he took the elder seat. The great sex did not believe in coincidence. Neither did he. Yu Chung drew, and came in the 3-heaven cut, 9 cuts in 3 patterns, a foundation establishment form that should have killed a 9th layer body before the 3rd stroke. Lin Wei survived the first pattern by moving, the second by parrying with a blade forged for exactly this form 120 years ago, the third by stepping inside its arc where the lower heaven had no cut left to give. Then he struck Yu Chung in the chest with his open left palm. It was wind through reeds, the cheapest drill the sect taught, the first thing a starving outer disciple learned. It broke 3 of Yu Cheng's ribs, and the pavilion disciple sat down hard on the stone and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A foundation establishment disciple of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, Lin Wei said, "Losing to a drill they teach boys who carry tea. Tell your pavilion, the verdant cloud forest is closed." The second disciple, He Lu, came forward red-faced, a full tier higher in the iron curtain form, and Lin Wei stepped in the one gap the morning drills had taught him to find 1,000 cold mornings ago and put the pommel under his sternum. "A whole tier above me," he said, as He Lu folded around the blow, "and you brought a form with a hole in it. The drills teach a boy to find that hole before he's allowed to eat. You never went hungry. It shows." The third did not draw. He helped the other 2 off the stone, neither of whom could stand alone, and the pavilion party left through the east arch. 2 of them carried. Ding! Both duels won. Pavilion writ revoked. Hidden reward. Hidden sword silence on the western trade post for 90 days. Useful tonight. The silk screen at the northern rail drew aside, and the young woman in green stepped to the rail and looked at Lin Wei without expression, a look that lasted 3 breaths longer than any she had spent on the morning's judgment, and then withdrew. "House Moo," said Bai Yuang, quiet. "I know. Ding. New side mission. When a verdant cloud, monthly tournament before the close of the morning watch. Reward, an audience with the sect master tonight, alone, ahead of the Black Iron Hall's courtesy. He had 2 hours. He wouldn't make them count." Chapter 6. The tournament opens. He spent the 2 hours at the basin, and the vessel kept pace. The first turn carried him to the threshold of foundation establishment, and the threshold would not open. It opened only for a body that had emptied and refilled its meridians 3 times running. The triple drain. 1 disciple in 10 who tried it without supervision died on the second emptying, the heart unable to restart on a dry channel. He did anyway. He emptied his meridians into the basin, and the water went cold, and his ribs went cold. He refilled, and the light brightened. He emptied again, and his teeth chattered. He refilled, and his vision blurred, and he could not feel his feet. He emptied a 3rd time, and his jaw clenched until it cracked, and the ring on his finger went so cold it burned, and his heart stuttered once, found nothing to pull, and stuttered again. Underscore this is where the 1 in 10 dies. Underscore he thought, somewhere very far away. The dry channel, the stopped heart, no one near enough to do anything but bury him a second time. 3 years of hunger, underscore he told the cold. Underscore 3 years of beatings. I will not stop on the last channel. He refilled. The spirit light poured back in him all at once, a torrent of warmth through meridians scraped raw, and his heart caught and slammed and ran. Ding! Triple drain executed. Mortality threshold survived, 1 in 10 cleared. Foundation establishment, 1st layer. Spirit roots, high to supreme. Vessel, 30% hidden reward. Body resistance to black iron chi, seated for tonight. You used the triple drain, said Bai Yuang, on her feet at the pillar. You're a fool. The sect master will be very pleased. Then lower, hide it. Show them 9th layer. They will plan for 9th layer. You will deliver first. They will be wrong. Use the family blade, not the vessel, where anyone can see. Walk. The central court was full again. An old arbitrator in red robes read the rules and drew lots from a bowl. The same bowl that had been rigged in Lin Mu's favor for 3 monthly tournaments running, which was how Lin Wei had drawn the wrong number 12 times in a row and known it. Today, no one had thought to rig it for him. Today, no one needed to. 2 matches passed while the circle of 16 waited, and every junior in it watched because they all knew who was coming, and none of them wanted to be standing in the ring when he arrived. Then a senior announced that Patriarch Lin Bo entered under Elder Branch privilege, and the old man came through the western arch under guard, his bound arms cut free at the boundary line. He flexed his wrists and looked at Lin Wei with a face the color of cold iron. Cousin, he said. He had used the wrong word on purpose, the warm family word, the same word that had carried the family blade away 2 years ago. Cousin. The old man had killed 2 brothers to sit where he sat, and still reach for the warm word when he wanted something. Let him have it, Lin Wei thought. It would only make the cut, at the end, read the colder. The duel was set to first blood. The patriarch drew the second family blade, older and heavier, and struck the family form, for cuts, the 4th hidden in the rhythm of the first 3. Lin Wei had drilled this form 3,000 times and counter-drilled it against Bai Yueying's sword an hour ago. He parried the first three, stepped into the empty space where the fourth would have been, and struck the patriarch's wrist with the flat of his blade. The blade rang on the stone. "You did not draw blood," the patriarch said, a vein standing at his temple. "Pick it up." He picked it up. He struck the form again. The blade dropped again. The court began to laugh, quietly, then less quietly. His face went red, then dark red. 11 years the old man had stood at the 9th layer, a man others stepped aside for in the corridors. And now a boy who had been first layer 6 days ago was handing him back his own family form 3 times running, watching him stoop for the blade a 3rd time, teaching the whole province that the form had a hole the patriarch had never been good enough to see. The 3rd time the old man tried to slide the 4th cut early. Lin Wei stepped earlier still and struck the wrist again, and the blade dropped a 3rd time, and the court was laughing openly now, sleeves over mouths on the upper balcony, and on the lower balcony an old groundskeeper who had swept the outer yard for 30 years and watched this same patriarch take the family blade set down his broom and did not pick it up again. "Sectmaster," the patriarch's voice cracked. "This is a junior who refuses to draw blood. The form is forfeit by stalling." "The form is forfeit only on the 3rd refusal," the arbitrator said. "Junior Lin Wei, draw or stall." "I will not stall." He stepped to the patriarch, set the family blade to his collarbone, and drew a thin red line 3 inches long, the slightest first blood the court had ever seen, at the exact place he had marked Lin Mu 6 hours before. The patriarch's mouth went white. By the time the guard led him back to the western arch, the air over Lin Wei's head, red foundation, establishment 1st layer, and the lower balcony broke into a single hard cheer before the rule against it remembered itself. Ding! Tournament round 1 complete. Reward, the family form perfected, the 4th cut counter now reflex. Hidden reward, a black iron tide preview unlocked through the patriarch's aura. Useful in the final. The tournament went on. Chapter 7. The Marquis 16 became 8, and 8 became 4. Lin Wei, the Northern Junior, the Senior Track Junior of the Southern Pavilion, and Shun Lu. He drew Shun Lu in the semifinal. Raised in the intersect from the age of 8, the only junior under 20 at Foundation Establishment, the favorite to win the whole tournament until this morning happened. He came in the Pale Moon step, his branch's inheritance, 3 beats, feint cut, reset. Lin Wei did not parry it. He moved, and the new realm gave him the speed, and the vessel gave him the timing, and Shin Lu's form ran out of cuts before it ran out of beats. On the 7th round, Lin Wei laid a cut the width of a thumbnail across his wrist. First blood. Shin Lu bowed and stepped out, not angry, only thoughtful. The Southern Junior won the 2nd semifinal, and held his place in the final for exactly as long as it took the arbitrator to announce that the patriarch, under elder branch privilege, displaced him. The patriarch came back through the western arch, his collarbone bandaged from the 1st round. "Great nephew," he said. "Cousin to wound, great nephew to claim the line, all in one tournament." The old man would have been impressive, Lin Wei thought, if he had ever once chosen a word that was not for sale. "I have been disgraced once today. I will not be disgraced twice. This match is to the 3rd blood. Sectmaster, do you confirm?" "Confirmed." The patriarch drew, and he did not come in the family form. He came the black iron tide. The court went silent. It was not a verdant cloud form, and every senior on the 4 balconies knew it on sight. 7 beats. 3 a rising wave, 3 an undertow, and the 7th a riptide that dragged a man into its rhythm, and, once he was inside, could not be survived. Lin Wei did not defend against it. He stepped under it. He stepped under the 1st wave and took the cut on his shoulder. First blood, to the patriarch, a thread of red running off his fingers onto the stone. He stepped under the undertow and took the cut on his side. 2nd blood, to the patriarch, and the crowd made a single low sound, 200 people deciding at once that the boy was about to lose after all. Bai Yueying, on the eastern ring, put her hand on her sword. Her knuckles went white. The patriarch struck the 7th beat, the riptide, 11 years of 9th layer behind it. And he smiled as he did, because no one had ever stepped out of the riptide and lived. 2 years you have worn my father's blood under family colors, Lin Wei thought. Watch what the star boy learned. He moved. The vessel warmed once, and the ring caught the open light, and the court did not see it, because the court was watching the patriarch. He used a half-beat that lived in no form he had ever drilled. The half-beat the black iron tide preview had handed him an hour ago, and he stepped inside the riptide, where the form had committed everything and kept nothing back. He laid the blade against the patriarch's left wrist and drew. First blood on the patriarch. The hand fell open and the blade rang once on the stone, and that ring was the only sound in the whole court. The riptide was still finishing its arc through empty air. The old man was still committed to a strike that had already missed and there was nowhere for him to go and nothing to do but watch. Lin Wei did not stop. He stepped past him at a speed the balconies could not follow, set the blade to his right forearm, drew. Second blood. He stepped through, turned, and set the blade very lightly against the side of the patriarch's neck, at the spot where a cut would not kill, but would mark a man for the rest of his life, the spot every disciple in the province would see each time he turned his head. He drew. Third blood. 4-3 heartbeats, the central court held 200 people and not a single sound. Then the arbitrator found his voice and named the champion, and the family elder line of the Western Branch fell to Lin Wei of the Western Branch, unconditionally, and the court worked it out, and then the court erupted. The lower balcony broke first, shouting his name in voices they had never used in a sect court. A junior near the arch wept openly. A senior who had taken Lin Wei's tea ration in the spring without paying for it stood and bowed toward the circle, low, and held it. Lin Wei stood at the center of the stone and did not move. The cheering ran around all 3 tiers and broke over him, and he stood inside it and felt no joy at all. Only the cold level thing he had felt in the trench, banked now and waiting, because the man who had ordered the burial had not been in this court tonight, and the seal that man served had not yet shown itself in the sky. The Four Corner seniors recorded that the patriarch had carried a black iron hall form inside the sect walls, and had been teaching it on the back mountain meadow for 4 months, and the seal locked over that too. Ding! Tournament 1. Reward, the audience with the sect master tonight, the plaque permanent. Hidden reward, body resistance to black iron chi now active. The patriarch did not fall. He stood a moment, looked at the cut on his neck and at his own dropped blade, and walked to the western arch, and the guard led him away, and he did not return. The sect master rose to dismiss the court, and a new voice spoke from the southern arch, Sect Master Zhu of the Verdant Cloud. Apologies for the interruption. The arch was full of a man in a black robe with iron at his cuffs, at a layer the court could not read because the air above him had been deliberately clouded. He bowed at the depth of a sect master to a sect master. Master Hay of the Black Iron Hall. Congratulations to your new champion. Master Hay would like to speak with him tonight. Chapter 8. The cliffhanger master, Hay, walked into the central court at the pace a sect master uses inside his own walls, and sect master Zhu, on the landing, did not sit back down. He stopped at the foot of the stair and bowed a second time, holding it a full breath longer than the first, the clouding above his head perfectly still. Tonight, he said, after the audience, the hall has matters of mutual interest to discuss with the champion. We have no quarrel with the Verdant Cloud. We would simply prefer to speak with him alone. The sect master did not refuse. He could not. The Black Iron Hall held 3 of the province's 4 trade routes, and the salt route besides, and no sect in 200 years had refused a black iron courtesy on the first asking and kept its freight moving. Junior Lin Wei, you will attend both audiences. Senior Sister Bai will witness the black iron reception. For one breath, the whole court felt the temperature of the air change. It was not cold. It was the particular stillness that enters a room when something far stronger than everyone in it decides, for now, to be polite. And the seed of black iron chi resistance the triple drain had planted in Lin Wei's meridians woke and pressed outward against his skin, recognizing its enemy at 20 paces. He held it down. He kept his reading at first layer. He kept his face still. Master Hay turned his head, and his gray eyes settled on Lin Wei's right hand for one breath. The black jade ring caught the morning light. His mouth did not move, but the clouding above him thickened by a finger's breadth, and for just that breath something very old and very patient looked out from behind it at the ring, and was pleased to find it. Junior Lin Wei, he said, until tonight. He bowed a third time, deeper than the first 2, and turned and walked out through the southern arch, and the clouding moved with him, and the arch was empty in the time it took to draw 3 breaths. The court dismissed. The disciples filed out in silence. The patriarch was led away under guard, and did not look back. Lin Wei stood alone in the center of the central court. His shoulder bled. His side bled. The vessel was warm, and far above his head, in the second sky he now understood was not a sky. The clouds had begun to draw themselves into a shape he did not recognize. Ding! Hidden mission. Survive the Black Iron Hall's courtesy. Reward, undisclosed. Vessel, 35%. The resistance seeded by the triple drain will wake during the courtesy, if and only if direct contact is made. He looked up. The cloud was not a cloud. It was a fragment of black iron, hanging at a height no spirit-severing cultivator could have placed it, and it had a sigil on its underside, and it turned very slowly in the dawn air. Above the silk screen at the northern rail, a hand reached out and drew the screen back, and a young woman in green robes looked up, not at Lin Wei, but at the fragment, and spoke aloud for the first time. Sect Master Zhu, you have a problem. That bind is a house moose seal. I know. Then you know who placed it. I have a guess. Your guess is correct. Something dark crossed her face for half a breath. The fragment turned once more, and its sigil caught the sun and glowed, and it dropped slowly until it hung the height of a tall man above the southern arch, and the morning light bent around it and declined to pass underneath. On the upper balcony, a senior who had stood a black iron freight blockade in his youth went the color of clay and stepped back from the rail. He knew what a seal that size cost to make, and what it was usually pressed onto. It was not usually pressed onto a sect. The sigil was an iron seal shaped like a hand, palm out, a single character cut into the center of the palm. The character was the character for bind. The sect master closed his eyes one breath, opened them. Tonight, the black iron seal hung in the sky over the verdant cloud sect and began, very slowly, to turn. Lin Wei stood beneath it with the family blade in his hand and the dust of the morning still on his robes, and he waited for the next sound. The next sound did not come. The sect bell did not ring. The watch bells did not ring. The morning birds did not call. The sound he had heard every dawn of his life was simply missing. He had heard that bell the first morning his father walked him to the outer gate. He had heard it through the wall the morning his mother died, in the room they would not let him enter. He had heard it through every dawn of 3 years of hunger. And it did not ring now, because the trial world had reached up and taken the one sound that had always told him where the edges of his life were. A torrent of cold understanding moved through him. The dormitory, the lawyer at the door, the grandfather's storage room, the sealed stone box. None of it had been an accident. Someone had put the ring on his hand 11 years ago and left it there, and whatever was sealed inside, it had waited a very long time for the rest, for someone of his blood to wear it down into a grave and stop breathing. Tonight he had done both. In the silence where the bell should have been, the ring on his right hand grew warm a final time, and the voice in his skull spoke one last quiet line, with no ding before it. Trial parameters updated. Difficulty raised. Welcome Air. Chapter 9. Assault rout the Black Iron Hall did not bring food to a sect it intended to own. That was the first thing Lin Wei noticed when they brought him into the Western Reception Hall an hour before dawn. A lacquered iron table the length of a man, a single scroll unrolled across it, and no tea, no wine, no courtesy. Just the iron and the man behind it, and the clouding above the man's head that hung in the air like smoke that would not rise. Bai Yueying stood at his shoulder, one pace back, her hand resting on her sword. The shoulder cut and the side cut from the tournament had been bound an hour ago and already ached less than they should have. The triple drain had carried that forward too. Master He looked up. His face was unremarkable. His eyes were gray and patient, and they had all the time in the world. Junior Lin Wei. The hall holds 3 of this province's 4 trade routes. The Hidden Sword Pavilion holds the 4th. We have decided to take it through you. You become our collector. You walk the salt route. You keep 80 parts in 100 and deliver our shared me. We train you, we protect you, and by years end you stand at Foundation Establishment Layer 5. He tapped the scroll once, and the iron rang a lone note that sat in the room a long time. You will be the youngest collector in the hall's history. Boys your age have gone to war for 1/10 of what is on this table. The room was very cold for a room with a brazier in it. That was the clouding, Lin Wei thought. It drank the warmth straight out of the air, and the room went cold around it. Sitting there, Lin Wei finally saw the shape of the whole week. The toll that killed his father. The powder in his pillow. This scroll on this iron table. Not separate misfortunes. The Black Iron Hall, one patient enemy, reaching for the ring on his hand across 2 generations, and he the first of his blood to see all of it at once. Lin Wei did not look at the scroll. He had looked at it once on the way in and had not needed to look again. Underscore 80 parts in 100, a seal, a tear within the year, underscore he thought. The hall had buried his father's whole generation for the manual in his pillow, and now it wanted to hire the last of them as a tax collector. He almost admired the economy of it. I refuse. The air in the room stilled. The lamp on the iron table guttered, leaned, recovered. Master He's hand went flat against the iron, and the clouding above his head pulsed black for a single heartbeat before it settled. Junior Lin Wei, the Black Iron Hall does not extend the courtesy twice. I know. You hold the elder seat of your branch for exactly as long as you can defend it. It will not be defendable against the hall. We buried your father's generation of the Western branch without leaving a mark on the family register. You are aware. The memories tell you. His jaw set. That slag iron taste at the back of his throat was black iron poison. The same hand that had killed his father, reaching for him now. I know who buried my father, he said. I refuse. He said it without heat, which was the only way to say a thing like that to a man like this. Anger was something a man like that could take hold of. A man who shouted his refusals could be talked down off them, walked back, reason around. A man who refused mildly, without heat, gave you nothing to push against. And Master He, who had spent a lifetime pushing against men, understood the difference, and Lin Wei watched him understand it, and watched the patience behind the gray eyes recalculate. Underscore, he's offered me the same table my father was offered, the night before they took his head, underscore he thought. His father had said no on his own terms, with the manual already hidden where they would not find it for 2 years. Lin Wei meant to say it a great deal longer than his father had been allowed to. Master Hay studied him 3 breaths, and behind the clouding something old and slow turned over, the same thing that had looked out at the ring in the central court at dawn and been pleased. Senior sister by. Record the refusal, the offer, and the consequence. Record it, she said. Her voice did not move. Master Hay rolled the scroll, slid it into his sleeve, and bowed at the depth of a sect master to a sect master, holding it a breath longer than courtesy required, so that everyone present would understand the courtesy was a thing he chose and could withdraw. Then he walked out through the southern arch, and the room brightened to fingers with the moment the clouding cleared the door. Ding! Black Iron Hall offer refused before witness. Reward, vessel inventory pocket active, capacity 1 cubic foot, recallable on touch. New side mission. Survive the hall's retaliation before first light. A warmth slid up his arm and pooled behind his sternum, where a mouth of pale light waited to open at his palm. Bai Yueying watched the empty arch. You should not have done that. I know. He offered you a route most seniors would kill 3 men to walk, and offered it to a kitchen rotation junior with 2 fresh cuts under his robe. He's afraid of what you'll be in 3 years, and he'd rather own it now than fight it later. You told him no in front of a witness. He can't unhear it. She turned for the stairs. You know what comes next. Walk. He walked, and at the head of the 3 stone stairs the sect master was waiting, and he had not slept in 31 years, and the seat sat on his face all at once. Kitchen rotation, he said, when Bai Yueying had given her report. 3 days on the public record, so the hall reads it as a punishment. It is both. The kitchen is the safest room in this sect for a boy whose name went into the black iron ledger tonight, and it is the first place the hall will come. House Mu sends a princess to our feast tomorrow night. The feast is the test. Survive it. Survive her. Ding. Cover mission. Survive the sect feast for the House Mu princess tomorrow night. On kitchen rotation. Hidden warning. The hall's first answer will come through the kitchen. His meridians were full. The family blade was at his hip. The inventory pocket was empty. He walked back down through the sleeping sect with a black iron seal, turning in the southern sky behind him. And he understood that he had, in the space of 1 refusal, made himself the single most valuable and most endangered object in the province. The hall wanted the ring. The hall had wanted it for 2 generations, badly enough to bury a whole branch of his family to reach it. And he had stood at an iron table and told the hall, to its face, before a witness it could not silence, that it would not have the thing it had killed his father to obtain. There was a freedom in that of a kind. He had spent 3 years being nothing, beneath notice, a half bowl of breakfast that no one would miss. He was past being beneath notice now. Every powerful thing in 3 provinces was going to spend the coming months try to take the ring off his hand, and the only way through that was up, and up was the one direction the vessel had ever pointed him. The inventory pocket was empty. It would not be empty by the feast. Chapter 10. The kitchen, the verdant cloud kitchen, was the one building on the hill that never went fully dark, and Cook Lu opened the southern door before the second knock. 63 years old, a stained white apron over a gray underrobe, a wooden skewer pinned through hair tied with a black cord. She bowed to Lin Wei, which was the wrong direction entirely for a kitchen head greeting a junior, and she did it on purpose, watching his face to see whether he noticed. He noticed. He did not correct her. Senior sister with the white robes sent word an hour ago, she said, drawing him inside. You'll be on plating tonight. The princess of House Mu prefers snake soup, and the kitchen will deliver snake soup. Sit. Eat. The rest of the cooks will be told you're a transferred outer disciple on penance, and they will not ask what penance, because cooks who ask questions in my kitchen do not cook in it long. She set down a stone bowl of cold rice and pickled radish. The rice was 3 days old and hard at the edges. The pickle was sharp and clean and perfect, the work of someone who had decided somewhere that one perfect thing was worth holding when the large things had stopped being worth anything. He looked at Cook Lu across the table, at the wooden skewer in her hair and the steadiness of her old hands, and thought he understood her a little already. A kitchen head who bowed to a junior on purpose to see if he noticed. A woman who had found a black iron plant under her own roof and had not screamed or run or reported it, but had simply watched the floor and waited and kept her one perfect thing perfect against the day the right person came up the path. She had been waiting for him without knowing his face. Underscore, I've eaten at tables like this for 3 years. Underscore, he thought. He had been to 3-day rice at those tables. The pickle was the only thanks she would take tonight. He ate it slowly. There's one of mine I don't trust, she said, folding her hands. Cook bien came in last month with the right token, on a man who looks like the man it was issued to. Whether it was issued to him is a separate question, and I've learned in 63 years not to ask the separate question out loud until I have a knife in my hand. How does he smell? Lin Wei said. Her eyes sharpened. She had expected a different question, or none. Iron, she said. Not the iron of a blade or a stock pot. The iron of a powder. Well, I don't stock and never have. It came in on him, and it lives under the third stone by the south wall, where he shifts the stone with his heel when he thinks no one watches the floor. I'm always watching the floor. I haven't moved it. I wanted the man who could use the finding to find it first. I'll know it by smell. Then we are aligned. She took the skewer from her hair and set it back at a new angle, pointing north at the prep table where Cook Bien would stand at the fifth watch. Sleep on the second bench. The first has the cat, and the cat was here before either of us and will be here after. He slept on the second bench. The cat watched him from the first, a gray weight that opened one eye and closed it. Ding. Cook Bien identified as a black iron plant. Submission. Find the toxin by smell during the evening shift and intercept the dish before the princess eats. Hidden reward, the walk. Chapter 11. The smell. He smelled the iron before he set foot in the prep room. Thin, dry, slag-bottomed, the smell of something distilled rather than grown. The memory put a name to it inside a single breath. Black iron sheet binder, cooked down from the slag of the hall's eastern mine. The poison left in the bottom of the pan. Lethal at 3 pinches in any broth dark enough to hide the color. Tasteless on the tongue. Odorless to anyone whose meridians had not been opened past foundation establishment. The triple drain had cleared his nose. It had cleared a great deal of him, and tonight he was grateful for the part that hurt the least. Cook Bien stood at the north end of the prep table, gray-skinned, sleeves rolled, hands moving over the snake soup pot at the steady pace of a man who wanted very much to look like a cook. His scent lay over the warm, pine and sesame air of the kitchen like a stain spreading through a clean cloth. Underscore this is what the triple drain bought that no one in that court saw. Underscore Lin Wei thought, picking up a plating knife. Not the speed, not the tea or the nose. A tasteless poison had turned into a smell as loud as a struck gong, and the cook had no idea he was working beside the one boy who could read his hands with his eyes shut. The not knowing was the whole of the trap. He plated for the eastern table, the southern, the northern, eyes down, while every other part of him stood at the north end of the room counting. Cook Bien's hand passed over the snake soup pot once, folded into a stir. 3 breaths later, a second pass. 2 breaths after that, a third. 3 pinches. Lethal at 3. Lin Wei kept his eyes on the garnish and his face on nothing, and inside, the cold thing behind his ribs counted the pinches and filed the man who had measured them. 3 pinches, dosed by feel, no hesitation, the practiced hand of someone who had done this before to other head tables in other halls. Cook Bien was not a frightened man pressed into one terrible errand. He was a craftsman, and his craft was poisoning the guests of his hosts. Cook Bien glanced once at the south wall, at the third loose stone, and looked away fast. He ladled the dark broth into the good bowl, the one with the house moo lotus at the rim, set the silver lid over it, and pushed the tray south into the carrier's lane with the back of his wrist, so his hand never touched the bowl that would kill a princess. The carrier on rotation was 3 minutes late. Cook Lu had arranged the 3 minutes quietly, in advance. Lin Wei stepped into the lane and lifted the tray. Cook Bien turned at the wrong moment, and his gaze went from the tray to Lin Wei's right hand to the ring and stopped there, and his hair stood on end at the back of his neck. Plating doesn't carry, he said, almost level. That tray's mine. Plating carries tonight. Plating carries tonight. Cook Lu's voice came from the south end, without her looking up from a fish. Learn the rotation again, Cook Bien. His hand twitched toward the south wall and the third stone, then turned the motion into a slow untying of his apron string. Yes, he said, Cook Lu, and he smiled at Lin Wei, a bad smile, his eyes already counting which of 3 exits to take if the bowl reached the head table and the head table did not die. A man doesn't count exits over a bowl of soup, underscore Lin Wei thought, underscore unless he knows exactly what's in it. He walked the tray into the lit hallway. 46 paces, the slag note coming up through the silver lid in a thread he could taste at the back of his throat. 3 paces in, with a second lamp left a stretch of shadow, he opened the inventory pocket at his palm. The mouth of pale light bloomed, soundless. He lifted the lid, tipped the whole dark bowl into the pocket, and from his sash poured a clay jar of clean broth Cook Lu had pressed on him, dark with proper river fish and squid ink, into the empty bowl. He set the lid back and walked on, his pulse thudding once hard, then settling. He came out of the hallway into the warmth and noise of the feast hall, and for a moment it struck him how strange it was to carry a princess's death under a silver lid past tables of laughing inner disciples who had no idea the night had teeth. Lanterns, the smell of roast and rice wine, seniors trading the day's gossip, and threaded through all of it, only he could smell it, the thin slag note coming up through the lid, the one wrong thing in a room full of right ones. The princess was already at the head table. 22 years old, green jade at her ears, and a single jade comb in her hair, eyes the color of deep water in autumn, the kind with a current under a still surface. The room had gone quiet around her, without her asking it to. Hers was a drawn sword kind of beauty, and every senior at that table sat a little straighter for being near her, and not one of them had noticed that the bowl about to be set before her had been cooked to kill. He set the tray in front of her, bowed the bow of kitchen staff, and stepped back to the carrier's wall with his eyes on the floor. Ding! Tray swapped. The princess is protected. The original broth is held in the pocket for the reveal. Chapter 12. The plate she lifted the silver lid with 2 fingers and set it aside slowly, a thing she had already decided was wrong. Sect Master Zhu, she said, not raising her voice, because she had never in her life needed to. The verdant cloud snake soup has been dark as river mud for 60 years. My grandmother ate it dark. This is pale. The smell is thin. Either your kitchen reduced the recipe for a guest of House Moo, which is an insult, or this is not the bowl that was made for me, which is something else. My kitchen does not reduce the recipe for the head table without my standing order, the sect master said. I gave none. Then the bowl is not the bowl. Lin Wei stepped out from the carrier's wall. Kitchen staff did not step out from the carrier's wall, and the 2 senior elders turned their heads at the sound of a kitchen sandal leaving the line. Princess, sect master. The bowl that was made for her carried black iron chi binder, 3 pinches. The original is here. He opened the pocket in front of the head table. The mouth of pale light bloomed, cold and soundless, and he tipped the dark broth out into a second clay bowl, and the smell of slag iron rose off it at once, hot and wrong and unmistakable. A senior elder sucked in his breath through his teeth, and a low sound ran along the balconies. The sound a crowd makes when it understands it has been one bowl of soup from watching a princess die at a sect feast. The princess looked at the dark broth, her hands flat on the table. Your kitchen put black iron chi binder in a feast for a guest of House Moo, she said. In your hall, under your seal. It would appear so. Yueying, bring me the cook who put the powder in. Cook bien, north end of the prep table. South wall, 3rd stone. The princess turned her head and looked at Lin Wei for the first time, her gaze dropping to his right hand where the pale light had closed over the ring. You opened a bloodline pocket, she said. In front of head table, a House Moo observer, 2 elders, and a sect master. You understand what that admits. The princess was about to die. I'm not dead, and the pocket is public now. By the second watch tomorrow, the bloodline pocket of the kitchen junior will be the most discussed thing in the province, and every power in it will want to know what else the pocket holds. Her mouth thinned. You spent a guarded secret to save a stranger. That is either a fool or a very particular kind of person. I have not decided which. The princess is alive. She did not answer. They brought cook bien between 2 outer disciples. The pouch from the 3rd stone opened. The powder counted into 3 gray heaps on white cloth for the record. Identify the powder, the sect master said. He would not. Cook bien, Lin Wei said from the wall. Drink the soup you cooked. His head came up, and his face went gray-white, the color of the slag at the bottom of the pouch. Underscore an hour ago, he ladled 3 pinches into a princess's bowl for coin and a master he won't name. Underscore Lin Wei thought. Now the same bowl was at his own lips, and the man had discovered opinions about poison. How considerate, to find a conscience at the exact moment it could no longer help anyone. No, said Cook Bien. The sect master nodded once, and a senior on the western balcony spoke a single word in the nascent soul cant. And the pressure of a nascent soul 3rd layer came down on Cook Bien's shoulders like a stone slab sliding off a roof. His knees buckled. Lin Wei lifted the bowl of original broth to his mouth, and the man drank, first with his eyes shut, then with his teeth gritted, and on the 3rd swallow he tried to spit, and the pressure bent his neck and held his head in place. The 4th was the swallow he did not take. His body shuddered violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, black where blood should be red, the same black as the slag, and his fingers clawed his throat, and he went sideways onto the stone, and the back of his heel drummed once and stopped. 7 breaths, from the 3rd swallow to the still heel. Lin Wei counted them, because the vessel had told him the number on the first night, and he had wanted to know if it was true, and it was. 7 breaths, at 3 pinches in a grown man. Underscore the people who make this poison have measured it on grown men often enough to know the number by heart. Underscore he thought, and that, more than the dying cook on the floor, was the thing he carried out of the feast hall. Not the kill, the casual expertise behind it. A whole craft, a whole school, a whole patient institution, devoted to the precise dosing of death, and it had brushed against him tonight only because he had refused to scroll on an iron table. The court did not breathe. The princess watched him die, without her hands moving from the table. Ding! The hall's first answer answered. House Moo standing recorded on the 4 pavilion register. Hidden reward. Cook Lu's testimony pre-validated. The princess stood, her chair silent, and bowed at the precise depth of a princess to a sect master. No deeper. I will not eat tonight. Record the kitchen junior, who carried the bowl. He is too capable for a kitchen. Reassign him to the senior bracket tomorrow. A pause. And tell him tonight that he is kitchen staff. Kitchen staff are not addressed by a princess of House Mu in a feast hall, and they are not thanked. See that he is told. She walked out through the northern arch. The silk of her robes the only sound the hall had made in a full minute, and the room exhaled the instant her hem cleared the arch. Lin Wei stood at the carrier's wall with his eyes on the floor, kitchen staff again, and understood three things at once. That the public dismissal he had just been handed was the most careful thing anyone had done for him all night. That she had built it deliberately, in a half-second between watching a man die of his own poison and rising from her chair, so that the Black Iron Hall and every observer would file the kitchen junior away as beneath House Mu's notice. And that he was not allowed to thank her, because thanks would have undone the whole construction. Underscore, she saved her own life by dismissing me, and knew exactly what she was doing, underscore, he thought. She did not waste a public insult, and she did not waste a private debt. Tonight she had made one of each, in the same breath, and let the room read only the first. Chapter 13. The Princess Elder Pan set down a cup that had been empty since before the soup. 81 years old, Foundation Establishment Layer 9, 31 years at the sect, and never once in the inner court, which gave a man a different view of who really moved a room. The princess named the bloodline pocket second, he told the sect master. After the toxin, after the cook. She named it as a thing to record, not a thing to act on. She is buying time. For House Mu, she arrived 2 days early on a royal calendar that does not move 2 days for weather. House Mu wanted her standing here before the Black Iron Hall met your new champion. They are interested in the boy. The pocket is the proof, the boy is the reason, and the princess is the carrier. She'll dismiss him in public to keep the hall from reading her interest and record him in private. And House Mu will move on the third or fourth save, when the pattern is certain and the boy has shown whether he breaks. Recorded, the sect master said. Elder Pan rose, bowed to the sect master, and then, to the two seniors' surprise, bowed a shallower bow to Lin Wei at the carrier's wall, the bow of an old man to a young one, and went back up to the senior balcony. Underscore, House Mu came for me and dressed it as a state visit. Underscore, Lin Wei thought, watching the old elder climb. Everyone in this province moved at things sideways. The hall reached for a ring through a poison bowl. House Mu reached for a boy through a public insult. He found he preferred the men who had simply tried to bury him to his face. At least the grave had been honest. The sect master looked at Lin Wei. You scrub the back kitchen alone tonight. The cooks go home at the 7th watch. The hall's second answer comes in that window, and it comes for you, not the princess. Keep the wok. Do not keep the family blade. Kill a black iron man in a kitchen with a wok, and you killed him with a kitchen tool in a kitchen where any cook would, and it enters no record. Kill him with your father's blade, and a nascent soul argument starts over a blade your father died protecting. Use the wok. Yes. Back in the kitchen, Cook Lu sat on the second bench with a knife in reach. The wok's on the third stone, she said. The one his powder was under. I cleaned it. It was my husband's wok. He cooked the Easter market stall with it 19 years, until a black iron man broke his knee and the stall closed, and the knee never set, and he died slow a few years of it with the one thing his hands had ever known taken from him. 12 pounds, and the edge is keen because he kept it keened. I waited 4 years to see it used on the right person. Use it well. He understood, then, why she had cleaned the stone herself. Ding. Cook Lu's loyalty confirmed. The wok stored in the inventory pocket, 12 pounds, cast iron, edge keened. Hidden reward, the iron wok strike, unlocked through ancestral memory. He stored the wok, set the empty stone back over its hollow, and lay down on the second bench. The cat crossed the floor and settled at his hip, the weight of a thing that had decided he would live. He slept an hour and 17 minutes, and woke to the southern door's latch lifting on its own. Chapter 14. The wok 2 men came in out of the cold. Black iron gray, apron sashes over scaled plate, each with a short straight sword. Both blades rebadged hidden sword steel taken in a herb route raid 2 springs back, so a body found near them would point to the wrong sect. The shorter was Foundation Establishment Layer 3, new to the province. The taller was Layer 4, and his name was Yin Bei. And 4 years ago, at the Easter market, on a morning Lin Wei had been small enough to fit under a vegetable cart with both hands over his ears. Yin Bei had broken Cook Lu's husband's knee at a junior collector's word, and had not thought of it since. He had been waiting, without knowing it, for tonight, and so it turned out had Lin Wei. The memory surfaced whole and cold. A boy small enough to fold under a vegetable cart, both hands over his ears, while a man in black iron gray took a length of iron to the knee of a cook who had refused to pay for protection he had never asked for. The cook had made dumplings for the boy under the cart sometimes for nothing. On the mornings the boy had no coin and no breakfast. And the man with the iron had been bored. Then, too, the boredom of a craftsman who finds his work beneath his skill. Underscore two foundation establishment men and a borrowed boredom. To kill a junior they think is alone in a kitchen, underscore he thought. The Hall had spent more care burying his father. He intended to make them regret the economy. Junior the intersect, Yin Bei said, bored. Mosterai sentus. The Black Iron Hall does not extend the courtesy twice. Lin Wei was already standing, his blood cold, his expression grim, the wok already answering his thought. He opened his palm, and the wok came out of the pale light, 12 pounds of cast iron, its keen edge catching the prep table lantern in a single hot line. The shorter enforcer barked a laugh at the sight of a boy holding a cooking pot, and drew. Crack! The wok's rim caught the short sword 2 fingers above the hilt, and the blade jumped out of the man's grip before the laugh finished. The vessel warmed once. The ring caught the lantern. By the time the enforcer understood his sword was gone, Lin Wei was vanishing like a phantom from the place he had stood, and the wok came back around at a speed his eyes could not catch, and took him across the temple at the angle that does to a foundation establishment layer 3 what a falling roof tile does to a sparrow. His body shuddered, blood erupted across the prep table in a fine arc, and he collapsed straight down lifeless onto the scrub stones. Yin Bei's bored smile did not move. His eyes did. He drew 3 layers faster than the shorter one had, and came the black iron 3 strike, a thrust at the throat, a parry redirect, an underhand cut at the knee, the same cut Lin Wei understood in the half-beat before it came, that had ended Cook Lu's husband 4 years ago. He knew every beat of it. He had counter-drilled the empty space principle against by Yu Weiying's silver sword 2 nights past, and the principle that broke a hidden 4th cut broke a hidden 3rd strike just as clean. He took the first strike on the wok's belly. Boom! The wok rang like a temple bell, the sound carrying through the wall and down the corridor to a white-robed senior lying awake. Yin Bei's eyes widened. Nothing he had ever thrusted had failed to go through. Lin Wei let the parry redirect carry, stepped through it inside the swing, and arrived a half-beat before the underhand cut could begin in the empty space, and brought the wok up under Yin Bei's chin. The keened edge a dead Cook had kept keen for 19 years caught him beneath the jaw. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face went gray. Cook Lu's husband, Lin Wei said calmly, and the calm was the worst thing in the room. 4 years ago, the Easter market, the right knee. He cooked with this wok 19 years. You took the leg out from under him, and he died of it slow. You won't. Yin Bei's lips moved, trying to name the name above him, the begging reflex of every black iron man at the edge of his last lucid second, and the cough took the name before he could spend it. Lin Wei brought the wok down with both hands where the neck met the shoulder, a strike like a falling mountain, and Yin Bei folded and collapsed straight down lifeless on top of the shorter enforcer. The cat on the warming shelf yawned and laid its chin back on its paws, supremely unbothered, as though 2 foundation establishment enforcers cooling on the scrubstones were a thing that happened in kitchens with some regularity and did not merit getting up for. Lin Wei stood over the 2 bodies and let the cold steadiness of a man who has survived settle through him, and underneath the steadiness, he made himself look at the other thing, the thing he had felt rising during the fight and did not like. He had enjoyed it. Not the killing exactly. The speed. The certainty. The clean mathematics of being, for the first time in his life, the most dangerous thing in the room instead of the least. Underscore I'll have to watch that. As carefully as I watched the vessel climb, underscore he thought. The Hall had made his cousin into a thing that buried family for advantage. It would love to make him into a thing that killed because the killing had started to feel like an answer. He would not give it the satisfaction. Ding. 2 enforcers eliminated. The iron wok strike registered as a vessel-issued spiritual art, layer 1. He stored the wok. The ring dimmed to a slow warmth against his knuckle. He had not expected to move that fast. He had not expected to want to move faster still. Something else moved in him as the wok cooled, slower than the killing and deeper. The fight had asked his foundation establishment body for more than it held, and the vessel, which never wasted a thing, took the asking and took the surplus of black iron chi he had drunk down through the triple drain's resistance, and turned all of it into a single hard push. His meridians widened. A threshold he had stood at since the tournament gave way with a sound like ice going off a winter pond. Ding! Combat threshold crossed under live pressure. Foundation establishment layer 2. The black iron chi resistance has folded into the breakthrough. Reward: the next strike lands a half-beat faster than the eye that watches for it. Layer 2. 1 rung. And 1 rung was the whole difference between a man who had survived the kitchen and a man who had survived the road. He breathed out, took it, and put it away with the rest. Cook Lu's voice came from the spice closet, where she should not have been. There were 3 of them, Junior. The 3rd went past the smoke vent and along the north wall while you were busy. He had a letter. He went toward the white-robed senior's door. I'm going. Out in the cold, the black iron seal still glowed in the southern sky, and a moving shadow ran north along the spine of the senior dormitory roof, low and fast, carrying something pale in one hand. Ding! Catch the third enforcer before he delivers the letter. The letter is not addressed to you. Chapter 15. The third enforcer was built for speed, not fighting, long in the legs and light in the shoulder, chosen to carry and to run and to be elsewhere before anyone caught up. A sealed letter in his right hand, the slag in his cuffs, and a hidden sword pavilion senior court seal cut into the wax at its corner, a thin silver curl with 3 cross strokes inside. Lin Wei was Foundation Establishment Layer 2, the breakthrough still warm in his meridians, with triple drained roots, a vessel warming on his hand, a walk already opening to his thought. The carrier was built to run, not to fight. In the body, Lin Wei was faster, and the gap was not close. The carrier dropped from the roof at the seam between buildings, rolled the landing, and made for the senior dormitory's second-floor balcony, the one that faced the inner pavilion. His route did not lead to Lin Wei's door. It led to Bai Yueying's. Lin Wei took the wall a half-second behind, fingers in the flagstone gaps, feet on the courses, and came over the balcony rail with the walk in his right hand. He was 4 paces late. The carrier had already slid the letter flat under Bai Yueying's door, the seal visible on the corner as it passed beneath the wood. He turned, and he was smiling, because a man who has done the thing he was sent to do can afford to smile at the man who came too late. "You're late, Junior." Boom. The walk came around at a speed his eyes could not catch and folded the scale plate inward into his collarbone, and his arm went numb to the elbow, and his face went the color of clay. Lin Wei drove him back into the corridor wall. "Who sent the letter?" "Master He. You're still too late. It's under the door." Red teeth showed. "It isn't a message. It's a frame. The letter accuses his senior sister of something she'll need to deny. Her answer goes to Master He, and he reads into the hidden sword senior court under a seal the court recognizes and a hand it doesn't. And the court concludes she's been corresponding under a stolen senior court seal. A war crime between sections. By the second watch tomorrow, she's at war with the hidden sword pavilion. The verdant clouds at war for harboring her. And the black iron hall stands clear of all of it, holding the salt route, watching 2 sects bleed each other for the 4th route the hall wanted from the start. Underscore a letter under a door, 30 seconds of advantage, and the man wants to spend his last breaths gloating about both, underscore Lin Wei thought. The hall recruited for many things. Dignity was plainly not one of them. The seal binds on first contact with the addressee. The carrier went on, grinning. She's on the other side of that door. The binding's already started. You can't stop it. His left hand came up with a hidden blade, 3 inches of slag iron drawn flat from inside the scaled forearm, shaped for one thrust into the throat of whoever had been fool enough to take him alive. Crack! The wok caught it against the wall, and the blade snapped at the hilt with a high, bright sound. His numb right hand could not reach his belt for the second. His slow left could not find it in time. Lin Wei brought the wok up and across the side of his head, and his neck snapped clean, and he collapsed straight down lifeless against the corridor wall. The door was already opening. Bai Yueying stood at the threshold in white thrown over night clothes, hair down, a senior of Foundation Establishment Layer 8, with her silver sword already in her hand. She looked at the body, at Lin Wei, at the wok, and last at the letter lying flat just inside her own door. She did not pick it up. She crouched and read the seal on its corner for 3 slow breaths, and stood, and did not look at him. The Black Iron Hall does not extend the courtesy twice. I know, they have just extended it a 3rd way. Not to you, to me, through a door, while I slept. Her voice stayed level, and that was the most frightening thing about it. Master He spent 2 enforcers and a poisoner to make you believe the night was about killing you. It was never about killing you. It was about this. I know, he let you kill 3 of his men to make it look like a fight you won. You won nothing tonight. You were the noise. The letter was the work. He's very good. I haven't met anyone this good since the seal that took my cousin, and this is the same hand. I'm certain of it now. She stepped back in her room and left the door open, the letter where it lay. Come in. Do not touch it. Sit. We wake the sect master before first light. She said it level and exact, and the levelness was the most frightening thing in the corridor because Lin Wei had seen her face a grave full of bodies and a kneeling murderer without a flicker. And now, over a folded letter on her own floor, something underneath the level voice had gone very still and very cold. He understood it. The grave had been other people's deaths. The letter was hers. Master He had reached past every blade in the sect and slid a thing under her door while she slept that would, untouched and unanswered, turn her own name into a weapon against everyone she had ever been loyal to. It was a more intimate violence than any blade, and she felt it as one, and did not let it show, and that not showing was a discipline Lin Wei recognized, because he wore the same one. Chapter 16. The letter. She knelt by the letter without touching it, reading the seal a second time. A wound she already knew was deep. "It's one of 3 Master Hay holds," she said. "The other 2 I've seen used. 4 years ago, one bound a senior cousin of mine to a contract she never signed. She's been in the Hidden Sword Pavilion's high tower 4 years. She doesn't know she's bound. She writes to me twice a year about how content she is, in a hand that's hers and a happiness that's not. There's a small, ugly word she used to put on things she despised, before the tower, and it's gone from every letter since. A person doesn't lose a word. A binding loses it for them. The seal binds on first contact, not by touch, by the addressee sharing a room with it. The letter's in my room. I'm in my room. It's been binding for the length of this conversation, and it doesn't stop because I understand it. Leaving the room slows it. It does not break it. One thing breaks it, and it isn't in this sect." She walked him out and down the corridor to a corner where no door could hide a listener. "The 4th seal, the one Master Hay does not hold. The Hidden Sword Sect Master keeps it in his own hand at the Eastern Capital and has never, in 4 years, let it leave, because Master Hay has spent 4 years making very sure it never had reason to. Press the 4th seal to a letter sealed by the lower 3, and the binding inverts. It runs backward, down the 3 cross strokes to whoever placed them. He placed them. If the 4th seal touches this letter, the binding meant for me goes to him instead, and every contract he's bound with the lower 3 over 8 years inverts with it. My cousin comes free. That is why he keeps it at arm's length. It is the one thing in the province that can undo everything he's built. We go to the Eastern Capital. We go to House Mu first. The capital does not open its sect master's hand to a Verdant Cloud Kitchen Jr. who asks at the gate. It opens to House Mu. The princess is at the inner pavilion. She watched you spend a guarded secret to keep her alive tonight. She won't help me, and she won't help the sect, and she'll help the boy who saved her in private, on terms that cost House Mu nothing and put House Mu's hand on the boy. Walk." The princess was awake on the inner pavilion's second balcony, the green jade gone, dressed in the plain night robes of an envoy, expecting to be woken twice. Her eyes went to the wok in his hand, its edge still dark. The kitchen junior carries a wok into the inner pavilion of a House Mu princess at the 5th watch, with blood still on it, she observed. The sect has had an interesting night. Bai Yuang laid it out, the seal, the binding, the 4th seal of the capital, the verdant clouds need to ask House Mu in private, and the princess listened. And when it was done, she looked at Lin Wei for a long moment. House Mu does not take private requests from sects that let stolen senior court seals bind their own seniors. A sect that can't keep a seal off, its people can't keep a secret for House Mu. But House Mu takes requests from people who could defend their seniors. The Verdant Cloud sect could not defend Senior Sister by tonight. You could. You did for paces too late to stop the letter and exactly in time to stop everything after it. So House Mu does not send the seal to the sect. House Mu gives the route to the Eastern Capital, the escort, the access to the Hidden Sword Sect Master, and the 4th seal to you, not the sect. You. She looked at him properly then, for the second time that night, and the look had room in it that had not been there at the feast, a space cleared for a question she had not yet decided how to ask. Underscore capable men are common and cheap, and most spend their capability on themselves, underscore Lin Wei thought. Tonight she had watched one spend a guarded secret to keep a stranger alive, then stand at a wall and let her pretend he was furniture so it would not get him killed. She had not decided what that was. She would spend 6 days on the Salt Road deciding. So would he. She would not help the sect, and she would not help him out of kindness, and she said both to his face. He trusted her more for it than for any warm words spoken in this province since he came up out of the trench. You leave at the 7th watch, she said. I leave with you, because the access is mine and does not travel without me. Senior Sister Bai stays here, held out of her bound room by the sect master's pressure, until the 4th seal returns. The Eastern Capital is 6 days by the Salt Road, and the Salt Road belongs to the Black Iron Hall, which means the hall will know we're on it before we clear the province. You understand what you're walking into? Yes. Ding. New mission. Travel to the Eastern Capital with the princess. Acquire the 4th seal. Invert the binding to Master Hay. Reward by Yuang freed, and 8 years of Master Hay's bound contracts undone with her. He stood on the second balcony of the inner pavilion with the wok in his hand, and the ring warm on his finger, and 6 days of Black Iron Salt Road between him, and the one seal that could free the senior who had pretended not to see the ring on a back mountain trail. He turned the shape of the next 8 days over behind his ribs. 6 days east to a capital that belonged, route and toll and tree, to the hall that wanted him dead. A senior held still by a nascent soul's failing strength, counting down. A princess whose help came wrapped in terms that put House Mu's hand on his shoulder. And underneath all of it, the patient gray thing behind Master Hay's clouding, who had not needed to win any of tonight's fights because he had never been fighting them. Above the southern arch, the black iron seal turned once more, and the sigil at the center of the iron palm glowed brighter than at any point since dawn, as though the thing that had placed it there had heard, across the whole sleeping province, the exact moment its trap was understood. Chapter 17. The Salt Road ran east between two walls of forest that had not been cut in 100 years, and Lin Wei had been on it since the 7th watch, and followed since the first mile. He did not turn his head. He counted them, 2 in the trees on the north side, keeping pace. One ahead, a runner, already gone to carry word. The Salt Road belonged to the Black Iron Hall, every mile of it, and the hall had known he was on it before he cleared the sect gate. Princess Mu Qingyao rode 10 paces ahead on a gray horse, green jade gone, dressed as a herb merchant's daughter in traveling brown. She had not spoken to him since the gate. To her he was kitchen staff with a wok, hired muscle for a cover story, and she wore the dismissal openly, because the dismissal was the cover story. House Mu was not escorting the new champion of the province to the eastern capital to free a bound senior. House Mu was sending a merchant's daughter for a rare herb, with a guard who happened to carry a cooking pot. He had been counting the followers since the first mile, and counting the days since the 7th watch, and the 2 counts ran side by side behind his ribs and would not be quieted. The Salt Road was a black iron road. Every toll post was a black iron eye, every caravan a black iron mouth, and somewhere ahead the field commander named Du was already being told that the herb merchant's daughter traveled with a guard who carried a cooking pot. Master He had promised, in the iron room, that the hall did not extend the courtesy twice. This was the not extending. It would not come as an offer. It would come as an ambush, and the only questions were where and how many, and whether Lin Wei could keep a Layer 3 princess alive through it. 2 days back at the sect, Bai Yueying sat in a room that was not her bound room, held still by the sect master's pressure, and the pressure thinned a little each day. Underscore 11 days, the sect master said, underscore Lin Wei thought. The capital was 6 days out, the return 6 more. The arithmetic did not close, and he wrote anyway, because the other choice was to let the only person who had ever been kind to him for nothing become a stranger wearing her own face. The arithmetic never closes. The important ones never do. The vessel doesn't set missions it knows I can finish. Only ones a man finishes by refusing to accept he can't. I'm starting to think that's the whole of what it's for. The toll post stood where the road narrowed at a stone bridge over a dry creek. For men in black iron gray at a brazier, and a 5th on the timber bar abroad, a salt ledger chained at his hip, a short heavy blade across his knees, wearing the smile of a man who collected for merchants for a living and had never once been made to give anything back. Herb roads closed. Bandit trouble. Tolls a tale for the lady, and the guard stays this side. The princess said nothing. The guard handled the guard's work. Lin Wei walked his horse up to the bar. A tale, and leave the guard behind. The man had run this bridge for years on that one sentence, because the people he said it to had always had more to lose than he did. He looked at the wok on Lin Wei's saddle, and decided here was the easiest tale he would take all day. Lower the bar, Lin Wei said. The captain came off the bar, the heavy blade rising into his hand, and the 4 at the brazier stood without hurry. He was Foundation Establishment Layer 3. Lin Wei had left the sect gate at Layer 2 and cultivated a layer on the cold ground since, because the vessel did not stop refining a body just because the body was tired. The captain read him at first layer because that was what Lin Wei let him read. He swung the heavy blade at the flat, the beating stroke a man uses on someone he means to humiliate and then rob. The wok came off the saddle and met it at the quarter. Crack! The blade broke a hand's width above the guard. Lin Wei was already behind him, and the wok came around at a speed the man's eyes could not catch, and took him across the back of both knees, and he went down onto the bridge stones with a sound that was not a word. The 4 at the brazier had drawn on the upswing and not yet decided to use it, which was the whole difference between toll post men and killers. They were paid to frighten merchants, not to die under a rock face for a field commander they had never met. Lin Wei let them watch their captain go down, and let the arithmetic finish on its own, and their blades lowered a finger's width at a time. Lower the bar, he said again. Tell the next post the toll on us has already been paid. In full. The captain knelt with his ruined knees and began to beg, fast and full of names. The wife at the eastern post produced on cue. Underscore they always have someone, the moment the dirt comes off, underscore Lin Wei thought. The man had not thought of her 2 breaths ago, deciding how to rob a merchant's daughter. He did not kill him. A dead toll captain on a black iron bridge was a war. A living one with ruined knees, telling the story of the guard with the wok to every post on the road, was a thing the hall could not stop and could not answer, and it would reach the eastern capital before he did. Ding! Toll post broken, no kill. The legend of the guard with the wok now runs the road ahead of you. Mission. The Black Iron Field Commander, Du, will set a real ambush before the herb rock. Survive it. The bar lifted. He walked his horse over the bridge, and the princess rode ahead, 10 paces, and did not look back. But where the road bent into the old forest, she slowed her gray horse by half a step, until he was not 10 paces back but 8. Then she straightened it to 10 again. A house moo princess did not give ground, and she had just given him 2 paces of it where no one watched but the trees. 3 years he had spent learning to read exactly that kind of small signal off the people who held his life. The skill did not leave a man when his cultivation arrived. It only found better uses. It was not much. He marked it anyway. Chapter 18. The herb merchant's daughter. The old forest closed over the road like a roof, and the light came down green and thin, and by midday the princess stopped at stream crossing and filled a flask without being offered help, which was its own message. For a while neither spoke. Then she did. You didn't kill the toll captain? No. My father's guards would have. A dead captain says the road is dangerous, and House Moo does not travel it. A living one with broken knees says a merchant's daughter passed with a guard the hall could not stop. That was a House Moo decision, made by a kitchen junior. With a walk, she looked at the water, not at him. I'm revising what I think the guard's work is. That was the whole of it, and it had cost her something, and he did not make her pay for the saying by mentioning it again. She had dismissed him as kitchen staff in front of a feast hall 2 nights ago and meant it, and the meaning was a gift, though she let no one see it. The proud ones revised slowly, in private, 1/2 step of a gray horse at a time. He found he did not mind the pace. The forest deepened, and the road became a track, and the track stopped being maintained because no caravan had taken the herb track in 2 seasons. It led to one place only, a rock face where a spirit herb grew that the verdant cloud apothecary had named in the cover papers as the reason for the journey. The cloud heart lotus, which refined a cultivator's spirit roots 1 full grade in a body that ate it raw and was real and rare and worth the journey on its own, which was why the sect master had chosen it for the cover. What the cover papers did not say, because he had not known it, Lin Wei had learned from the vessel on the first night. Reference unlocked, _ the cold voice had said. _ the cloud heart lotus stabilizes a body during the demonic sovereign's bloodline sniffing right. The cult has bought every cloud heart lotus in 3 provinces for 2 years. The herb track was not empty by accident. 1 rock face was left. _ a god spent 2 years buying flowers to find me. _ he thought, riding the rear. He should have been afraid. Instead he did the arithmetic. The cost of stripping 3 provinces of herb against the value of 1 buried outer disciple, and concluded that by the cult's own accounting, he was expensive. He had been half a bowl of breakfast for 15 months. Strange morning to learn his price had changed. He had not told the princess. A cover story was lighter without the truth tied to it, and there was nothing she could do with the knowledge except carry its weight, and she carried enough already. But he turned it over himself, riding the rear of the silent track, and the size of the thing kept growing the longer he looked at it. A cult that had stripped 3 provinces of a single flower, patiently, over 2 years, to find the blood in 1 buried outer disciple's veins. An enemy that measured its patience in 11,000 years. He had come up out of a grave 4 days ago, believing the whole of the world was a cousin and a stolen blade. The world kept getting larger, and the things in it kept getting older, and he was beginning to understand that the ring was not a weapon he had been given. It was a door, and everything on the far side of it had been waiting a very long time for someone of his blood to open it. The cult of the demonic sovereign. The name had come once before, in a sky that was not a sky. _ your ancestor's old enemy hears your footsteps. He is awake. _ he had not understood the line then. He was beginning to understand its shape now. 2 provinces and 1 bound senior later. The track bent, and the horses stopped to their own accord and would not go on. That was the first sign. Horses know blood before men do. Ding. Du has set the ambush at the clearing ahead. There's a civilian. Do not let the civilian die. Lin Wei swung down and drew the walk. Up ahead, through the green, a child was screaming. Chapter 19. The clearing had been a charcoal burner's camp. A ring of cut stumps, a collapsed hut, a cold fire pit, and a village girl of 10 or 11 being dragged half out of the doorway by 1 ankle while a bandit held the ankle and laughed. The girl had a hunting splint on 1 leg, old, set crooked, the leg of a child who had broken a bone in the forest and had it set by someone with no apothecary and a great deal of practice. The princess reached the clearing 1 breath ahead of Lin Wei, because her gray horse had not balked, and that 1 breath was the mistake. She came in fast and clean at Foundation Establishment Layer 3. A house moose saber out of the traveling roll and cut down the bandit holding the girl's ankle before he finished his laugh. It was a good strike, the strike of a princess who had trained with 8 peak masters and never once fought for her life. The bandit captain had been waiting for exactly that strike. He came out of the dark behind the child, and he was not Layer 3, he was Layer 6, his aura masked, the same trick Lin Wei used on his own. 2 gang, a field knife in each hand, A man who set a screaming child in a doorway because a screaming child made good cultivators move one breath too fast. His first knife took the princess across the sword arm before her saber finished its cut. His second came for her throat. Underscore Du didn't send men to rob a merchant's daughter. Underscore Lin Wei understood, already moving. Du had sent a layer 6 killer who used a child for bait and a girl's good heart for a blade. The Black Iron Hall taught its people well. It had taught his cousin. Now it had taught a bandit to read a princess off her own pity for a child. He was layer 4. Two Gang was layer 6. The gap was real, and on any ordinary morning it would have decided things. But the vessel had given a starved body the speed of something far above its layer, and the iron walk strike did not care what layer throat was. Boom! The walk came across the clearing at a speed Two Gang's eyes could not catch, and met the second knife a finger's width from the princess's throat. The knife shattered, the pieces singing off into the stumps, and the shock threw Two Gang back 2 steps and tore his masked aura open, and the whole clearing read him at once. Layer 6, in bandit leathers, made to give ground by a guard with a cooking pot. The princess went to one knee, her sword arm open and bleeding, and put her back to a stump and held a saber in her offhand. "Guard," she said. Her voice did not shake. "I dismissed you as kitchen staff. I am revising that now, in the field on the record. Hold the captain. I'll hold the 3. Underscore on the record." Bleeding against a stump with a knife wound in her sword arm, and she amends a ledger like a clerk. Underscore Lin Wei thought and decided, somewhere under the cold thing, that he liked her and put the liking away with everything else. He did not have the captain, and he knew it. A layer 6 who had recovered from his surprise was a different fight than a toll captain on a bridge. Two Gang came back in the black iron close form, fast and low and patient, the form built to turn a heavier weapon's reach against it, and the walk was nothing but reach. He cut Lin Wei twice in the first exchange, a line across the forearm, a line across the ribs, and grinned through it because he had felt the layer 4 under the speed now and decided the speed was a trick that would tire. He was not wrong, and that was the danger of him. "I don't outweight the riptide," underscore Lin Wei thought, the blood running off his fingers onto stumps. Underscore I step under it. He has to commit to one beat, and when he does, then the canopy spoke. A bowstring, somewhere above in the green, a single low and final note. And Two Gang, in the middle of his patient, grinning form, stopped and looked down at the black-fletched hunting arrow that had come out the front of his own chest. The kind of forest huntress cuts for herself because no Fletcher makes them right, loose from 40 feet up a tree at a mass layer 6, and not missing by the width of a hair. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the grin still fixed on a face that had run out of time to wear anything else, and collapsed straight down lifeless onto the cold fire pit. Underscore there's always a higher tree, underscore Lin Wei thought, filing it with the rest. And a quieter shot, and a thing you didn't know was watching until it decided to be seen. He had been a certain one in a tournament 4 days ago. He intended never to be the man wearing the last grin. The 3 remaining bandits looked up into the canopy, and their faces went the color of clay. Chapter 20. The huntress, she came down out of the tree all at once, and from nowhere, and landed between the child and the 3 bandits without bending under the fall. Hong Lian, Foundation Establishment Layer 8, in forest greens, a horn bow in one hand and a curved hunting blade already drawn in the other. No set crest anywhere on her. A scar through one eyebrow, small gray feathers tied into her braid for the birds, and an expression that had decided about the 3 bandits before her feet touched the ground. The first ran, and she put an arrow through the back of his knee. Not to kill, to stop, because a bandit who cannot run can be asked questions later, and Hong Lian wasted nothing. Not arrows and not men. The second raised his blade, and she was inside it, the curved knife opening his arm wrist to elbow, and he sat down in the fire pit and stayed there. The third threw down his blade and went to his knees and began, at once, to beg. 3 of them had dragged a child out of a doorway by the ankle and laughed. And the moment she took their captain off the board, one ran, one swam, one knelt. They never changed, these men, only how fast they found their knees. Little Kay, the huntress said, her eyes never leaving the kneeling man. "Are you whole?" The girl in the doorway pulled herself out by her arms, the crooked leg dragging, and nodded, then shook her head, then began to cry, now that the danger was past, and crying was finally allowed. "Whole enough," Hong Lian said. "Good." She looked at the kneeling bandit. "You took her off the G Village Road. You used her for bait. Tell me who paid the captain, and I'll leave you the leg the princess didn't take." He told her, fast and full of names, and the names were the ones Lin Wei already had. A caravan master. A field commander named Du the Black Iron Hall. And one name he lowered his voice to say, even kneeling with a knife at his face. The herb. Du didn't want the silver. He wanted us to hold a rock face till the gray men came. The gray men are buying every Cloudheart Lotus on the track. Du said they answer to the sovereign. He said, don't look at their tokens. He said the last man who looked at a gray man's bone token walked home and cut his own family's throats in their sleep and didn't remember the walk. The clearing went quiet. Even little Kay stopped crying. Underscore a man who's watched others die without flinching doesn't whisper. Underscore Lin Wei thought, unless the thing he is naming frightens him more than the blade at his face. When the killers were afraid of the men paying them were the war. He looked at little Kay, 11 years old, weeping in the dirt with a gray feather still clutched in one small fist, her village taken 3 nights ago by men who had no use for children. He had been that child, not taken by gray men, but left behind all the same, starved on purpose by a cousin who thought him beneath even a clean death. He knew the grief behind her tears, and it was not only fear. It was the grief of a child who has learned too young that the world holds people who look at her and see nothing worth saving. He had carried that out of a grave. He meant to spend a long life making the people who handed it out regret the handing. Ding! The cult of the demonic sovereign. Their bone tokens bind the mind of any who reads the mark. The vessel cannot protect a mind that chooses to look. Mission: reach the herb rock before the gray men. Hong Lian stood, left the kneeling man his leg because she had said she would, and turned and looked at Lin Wei for the first time, her eyes going to the walk, the cuts, the ring, the bleeding princess. A merchant's daughter who fights at layer 3. A guard who makes a layer 6 give ground with a cooking pot. And a ring the forest doesn't like. She tilted her head. You're not herb gatherers. No, he said. There was no use lying to a woman who had read the whole party off a single look from 40 feet up a tree. Good. Herb gatherers bore me. The gray men took little Kay's village 3 nights ago, took the old ones and the strong ones, and left the children to starve, because children are no use to the tokens. I've been killing their bandits 3 nights and getting nowhere because killing the bandits doesn't reach the gray men. You go to the rock face. So am I. You won't argue, because the princess needs that arm bound, and you're bleeding on my clearing. Cool me. The light's going, and the gray men move at night. Chapter 21. What the forest is not like they made a cold camp in a fold of rock a mile off the track. No fire. And Hong Lian bound the princess's arm by the last of the light. And Mu Qingyao led her, and did not faint and did not thank her. And the two of them reached an understanding, and the not thanking firmer than thanks would have been. Lin Wei sat against the rock with the walk across his knees and let the vessel close the 2 cuts at a visible pace. Hong Lian watched the closing without pretending not to. That ring, she said quietly, so the child would not wake. I've hunted this forest since I was younger than Quebec. The trees don't like it. Not the hate they keep for the gray men's tokens. Different. The trees go quiet around your ring. The hush of a house when its eldest comes home. What is it? A thing my mother put on my finger the morning she died, he said. It was true. And it was the least of the truth, and it was all he gave. She accepted it. Wild things did not press. My mother died too, she said after a while to the dark. The gray men aren't new. They've been at the edge of this forest my whole life, taking a village every few years, quiet, so the herd doesn't run. I learned to hunt because there was no one to hunt them but me. You didn't flinch at the name, the bandit whispered. The princess did. A man doesn't fail to flinch at the demonic sovereign unless he's already met something the sovereign should be afraid of. He did not answer that. He cultivated instead, and the old forest gave its energy thick and willing, and the layers came. Ding! Foundation Establishment Layer 5. Roots refining under the closed door. Ding! Layer 6. The gap to a black iron captain is closed. The gap to the next thing on this road is not. He held at Layer 6 in the dark and looked at them. The princess, sleeping with her bound arm held against her chest, even in sleep, the discipline running deeper than her waking pride. The huntress who had killed a masked Layer 6 from 40 feet, without a sect to teach her how. The child left to starve because a bone token had no use for her. 2 days ago, he had ridden the rear of a party of one princess who thought he was furniture. Tonight, it was a princess revising that, a huntress with a long ledger against the gray men, and a child who was the whole reason any of it was worth doing. He had set out to free by yueying and gather a cover herb, and the road had handed him a war with a dead god's cult instead. The road did that. He was learning to take what it handed him and put it to use. 8 days now to a capital 6 days away. He held the count behind his ribs with the cold thing, and the cold thing did not forget it, and did not let it move his feet faster than his head, because hurrying was how a Layer 3 princess took a knife in the sword arm. Near the turn of the night, Hong Lian sat up without a sound, her hand on the bow. The forest just went quiet, she said. The wrong quiet. The hell breath quiet. For a long moment no one moved. The horses had stopped their quiet shifting. The night insects, loud of breath before, had gone silent all at once across the whole fold of rock. Little Kay woke with the gray feather still in her fist and did not cry, because some part of child who had survived the gray men knew the difference between a danger you wept at and a danger you held your breath for. The princess came awake with her good hand already on the saber. And Lin Wei stood with the wok in his hand and felt the closed-door quiet of the ring meet the hell-breath quiet of the thing on the track. Two silences taking each other's measure across a mile of dark forest. A gray man had come onto the herb track. Chapter 22. The hell-breath they moved before dawn, fast and low. The child carried on Lin Wei's back because she could not run on a crooked leg, and no one suggested leaving her. Hong Lian read the forest a half-step ahead of what happened and led them off the track and along a deer trail that climbed toward the rock face from the north, away from the hell-breath, quiet moving up the track from the south. The rock face was a gray wall 100 feet high where the forest broke against bare stone, and on a ledge 2/3 up it, in a crack where water seeped, grew the last cloud-heart lotus on the salt road, pale and faintly luminous in the last of the dark, exactly where the cover paper said it would be. And on the ground below the wall, between the party and the climb, stood a single man in gray. He wore undyed gray, the color of ash and old bone, and carried no blade. A token hung at his chest on a cord, carved of something pale, a mark cut into its face. He stood very still and smiled, and the smile did not reach any part of his face that was alive. "Don't look at the token," Lin Wei said low to all of them. "The vessel can't protect a mind that chooses to look. Eyes on his hands, his feet, the ground. Not the token, not his face. And if it takes one of us anyway," Hong Lian said, the bow already up, "then the rest put that one down before it reaches the child, and we don't blame the one it took. The token doesn't ask the eyes. It asks the man behind them. The moment one of us goes still and calm in the middle of this, the token has them, and the calm is the only warning you'll get." The princess shifted little Kay behind her without being told. They had known one another a single night, and they arranged themselves around a child in a blind spot like a party that had fought together for years, because the gray man made strangers into allies. Only something that old and that hungry could force it on them. Hong Lian loosed. The gray man lifted one hand, not fast, not slow, and the arrow stopped a finger's width from his palm and dropped to the forest floor. "Air," he said, looking at Lin Wei, or at the ring. It was impossible to tell, and it did not matter. The sovereign felt the door open in the trench. He has been patient 11,000 years. He could be patient 11 more days. Give him the ring, and the bound senior at your sect goes free tonight, with no ride to the capital and no war. One ring. One life you have known 3 days, for one you have known 3 years. Underscore there it is. The same table, underscore Lin Wei thought. Master He had set it in an iron room with a scroll. The patriarch had set it with a family blade. The gray man set it with a bone token, and the offer underneath was always the one they had made his father 2 years ago. Give us the thing your blood was born holding. His father had said no and lost his head. Lin Wei had been saying no since the trench, and it came easier each time. He had heard versions of this offer his whole short life, even before the trench. The seniors who had stopped the beatings for his ration, the cousin who offered friendship for the small dignities a starving boy had left. He had learned, hungry, that the people who offered such bargains never honored them, and that the only winning move was to keep the thing that was yours and outlast the wanting. He had outlasted a great deal of wanting. He could outlast the gods. Your father said no, too, the gray man said. Every heir is the same no, in the same blood, and the sovereign has eaten every one of them when the no stopped mattering. You're only the newest. Underscore 11,000 years of heirs, every one eaten, and the god still comes to the newest with an offer, underscore Lin Wei thought. A thing that could take would not bargain. It emptied 3 provinces of a flower, it asked. Underneath all his patience, the sovereign was hungry and old and asking a starved outer disciple for permission. His father had not lived to understand that. He meant to. No, he said. The gray man stopped smiling. The held breath of the forest let go all at once, and the thing the token fed came up into his eyes like black water, filling a well. Then the senior dies, he said, in a voice that was no longer one voice, and you watch. He closed his hand, and the dropped arrow rose, and turned, and pointed itself at the child on Lin Wei's back. Hong Lian was faster. She took the arrow out of the air with her bare hand a hand's width from little Kay's eye, and it tore her palm to the bone, and she did not make sound. Ding! The gray man channels a fragment of the demonic sovereign through the token. A foundation strike cannot kill him. The token can be broken. It hangs at his chest. Strike it blind. Mortality risk high. And Lin Wei, the child on his back, the wok in his hand, his eyes locked on the gray man's chest and not his face, stepped under the held breath as he had under the riptide. Chapter 23. The closed door, he could not look at the token. That was the whole problem of the fight, and the gray man knew it, and kept turning the token's face toward him, because one glance at the mark in the bone would have his mind, as it had taken the village's old ones. So Lin Wei fought blind to the one thing he most needed to see. He fixed his eyes on the sternum, the cord, the bare gray hands that turned aside 12 pounds of cast iron like a man brushing off rain, and let the token live at the edge of his sight as a pale smear he refused to resolve. And the refusing was harder than the fighting, because the cold thing behind his ribs wanted to look, even knowing one look would end him. The gray man did not move like a cultivator at all. He moved like deep water, without hurry, and the fragment in him turned aside the walk's first strike and the second, the cast iron passing through a gray sleeve and finding nothing, the body not quite where the body should be. Boom! The walk went through where his head had been, and the head was a hand's width left of it. A foundation strike could not kill the thing the token fed. Lin Wei was not trying to kill it. He was trying to reach the token, and the token was the one thing the gray man would never let him look at, which meant it was the one thing he had to strike without his eyes. So he stopped trying to see it. He closed the door. He had a closed door. The huntress had named it last night by the cold camp, the quiet that came into the forest around the ring, the quiet of a house gone still when the eldest comes home. He had carried it 3 days without knowing what it was for. He knew now. He stopped reaching for the token with his eyes and reached for it with the closed door quiet of the ring, by knowing where it must be. The vessel warmed. The ring went cold as it had during the triple drain, and the closed door in him swung shut over the whole clearing. And for one held breath, the gray man's token was not a thing he had to see, because it was a thing he already knew the place of. He brought the walk down blind. Crack! The keened edge of a dead cook's wok came down on a bone token carved for a dead god, and the token broke. The sound it made was not the sound of bone. It was the sound a held breath makes when it is finally let go, across a whole forest all at once. The black water went out of the gray man's eyes and left them ordinary and astonished and human. An old man's eyes, a herb gatherer's eyes, the eyes of whoever the gray had been before the token took him. And the old man looked at Lin Wei with one moment of returned mind and was grateful and died, the body collapsing straight down lifeless the instant the thing holding it upright was broken. The forest exhaled. The birds, silent since the night, began again all at once. And little Kay, against the huntress's hip, started to cry again, properly, the crying of a child finally allowed to stop holding her breath. Ding! Token broken blind. A fragment of the demonic sovereign severed from a world. The sovereign felt it. He knows your name now, and the name of the closed door. Reward, vessel stage 3 of 9, spiritual root refinement. The refinement came up through him like the triple drain in reverse. Not draining, but filling the spirit roots he had carried since the trench refined, now one grade past anything a sect basin could give. His meridians widened, and the layers that had climbed all night and held at 6 let go their ceiling at once. Ding! Layer 7. Layer 8. Layer 9. Realm ceiling reached. The core formation gate is visible. It was the lotus the cult had stripped 3 provinces to deny him, paid out backwards. The breaking of a dead god's token doing to his roots what a flower's flesh was meant to do. The sovereign had emptied the salt road of every cloud heart lotus to keep his roots dull and his blood findable, and the sovereign's own gray servant had, in dying, handed him the refinement instead. The starvation that had lived in this body's bones since long before he woke in it was simply gone, burned out, replaced by a depth he could feel like a held breath he no longer had to hold. His skin glowed, faintly 3 breaths, and stopped. He stood under the rock face at Foundation Establishment Layer 9, the same ceiling the Patriarch had ground at for 11 years, reached in 3 days with a child on his back. Underscore 3 days, underscore he thought, and felt the cold thing take the measure of it and want more. The Patriarch had stood at this ceiling 11 years and killed 2 brothers to feel important at it. He had reached it in 3 with a borrowed walk and felt nothing about the number except that it was not high enough yet. There's always a higher ceiling and a worse thing under it, and the only answer the world respected was to climb. Hong Lian stood with her torn hand wrapped in a strip of her own greens and little Kay safe against her hip and looked at the dead old man in gray and at the boy who had broken 3 layers in the time a token took to shatter. A closed door, she said quietly. I've hunted a long time. I've never seen a man kill a sovereign's gray thing blind. It was not a question. Herb gatherers definitely bore me. The princess looked up the rock face, 2/3 of the way, to the ledge where the pale lotus grew. Guard, climb, take the lotus. We've paid for it 3 times over, and you're the one whose roots it refines. A pause that cost her, and when we reach the eastern capital, and the 4th seal is in our hands, and senior sister buys free, House Mu will want a word with the holder of the closed door. Not the guard, the holder. Climb. Chapter 24. The empty ledge to climb was nothing to a Foundation Establishment Layer 9 body with refined roots. He went up the gray wall, fingers in the seeps, feet on the courses, and reached the ledge where the water wept out of the crack. The ledge was empty. The crack was still wet. The pale roots of the lotus were still there, torn, fresh, the break not an hour old. The lotus itself was gone. Someone had reached the ledge before him, in the dark, while the gray man held the party at the foot of the wall with an offer and a token, and taken the one thing on the salt road the whole hour had been spent reaching. He crouched and put 2 fingers to the torn roots. Warm. Not an hour. Less. He looked down. The princess and the huntress and the child looked up, waiting for the pale light of a lotus held overhead. And there was no pale light because there was no lotus. He looked up. The wall went on another 30 feet to the canopy line, and at the top of it, against the first gray of dawn, a figure stood looking down at him. Not gray, not a bandit. A woman, or something shaped like one, in robes the color of the rock so that she had been part of the wall until she chose not to be, and in her hand, held loosely, faintly luminous, was the last cloud-heart lotus on the salt road. The air over her head was not masked. It was simply blank, a layer the vessel had no number for. Warning, underscore the cold voice said, and for the first time it did not sound entirely certain. Underscore the cultivator above you is beyond the vessel's reading. Not black iron, not the cult. A third hand. She held the lotus through the whole of this fight, and let you break the gray man's token before she took it, because she wanted to see whether you could. You have been measured. The woman lifted the pale lotus, and looked at it, and looked down at Lin Wei on the empty ledge, and for one moment, across 30 feet of gray stone and the first light of dawn, she inclined her head to him. It was not a bow. It was the nod of a buyer who has seen what she came to see, and is satisfied, and is leaving. Then she stepped back over the canopy line, and was gone into the old forest with the last cloud-heart lotus on the salt road. Master Hay in his iron room, the gray man under the rock, and now a third hand. Lin Wei pressed 2 fingers to the warm torn roots. She had let him do the hard and bloody work of breaking a dead god's token, then lifted the prize off the ledge while his back was turned, and thanked him for it with a nod. 3 offers on 3 roads, and a 4th player who had not bothered to offer at all, because she simply took. He had thought the war was with the Black Iron Hall than the cult. He was beginning to understand the road was longer and more crowded than either, and everyone on it had known about the ring before he did. He was the last to arrive at his own war. He meant to stop being late. Below, the princess called up the wall. Guard, the lotus. He stood on the empty ledge, 8 days now to a capital 6 days away. A bound senior whose freedom hung on a seal at the road's end. A child with no village left. A huntress with a torn hand. A cult that knew his name and a god that knew the closed door. And a 4th hand, robed in the color of stone, walking away into the forest with the one herb that could have refined his roots and stabilized his blood against the thing that wanted it. It's gone, he called down. Someone reached it first. The princess went very still, the stillness of a strategist redrawing a map she had thought was finished. Han Lian's good hand tightened on the bow. And little Kay only looked up at him with the wet face of a child who had been promised that the climbing and the bleeding and the broken gray man would all be for something. And he found he could not look at her face for long, because he had been that child once, promised the hunger would be for something, and the promise had taken 3 years and a grave to come true. The ring on his right hand was warm. Far to the east, where the salt road ran on toward a capital he had 8 days to reach, the dawn came up gray, the same gray it had come up over the verdant cloud sect with an iron seal turning in the sky. The gray of a world that had stopped being a place a starved outer disciple could hide in. And above the canopy line, where the woman in rock-colored robes had stood, a single pale petal of cloud-heart lotus drifted down on the dawn air, turning, and landed on the empty ledge beside his hand. Underscore a single petal, where she could have left nothing, underscore he thought. A buyer who took the whole flower and left 1 petal on the ledge was not a buyer who was finished with the smith. She had measured him, taken what she came for, and left a mark on the empty crack. A hunter's notch on a tree she meant to come back to. He closed his hand around the petal. It was warm and faintly luminous, and it weighed nothing, and it was the only piece of the last cloud-heart lotus on the salt road that anyone would carry to the eastern capital. She had left it on purpose. Chapter 25. The empty ledge the petal came down through the cold air, turning in no hurry, and Lin Wei caught it before he had decided to. It was the last of the cloud-heart lotus. 1 petal, the color of milk held up against a candle, cold in his palm as a chip of river ice, and a ledge above him where the whole flower had grown for 300 years, a chip of river ice, and a ledge above him where the whole flower had grown for 300 years was bare stone, swept clean. Not torn. Torn would have meant a beast. Swept clean meant a hand. The wind came off the high rock and pulled at his sleeves and carried no scent at all. No pollen, no green, the smell of the place scrubbed out along with the flower. His legs still burned from the climb, 6 days of switchbacks in them, and the thin air left a cold ache behind his eyes. He turned the petal over once between 2 fingers. The vessel on his right hand was quiet, and that was the part he did not like. 6 days I climbed for this, and someone took the flower hole and left me one petal. Underscore he thought. Underscore not dropped. Left. You don't sweep a ledge by accident. He did not have to wonder who. There had been a woman on the upper trail 2 nights ago, robed in a gray that took the color of whatever stone she stood against, and when the vessel had tried to weigh her, had returned nothing at all. A weight past the last mark on the beam. The fourth player. She had looked at him, a clerk's glance at a number she hadn't decided whether to write down. Now, she had the flower, and he had her courtesy, and he trusted the second about as far as he could throw the mountain. It's gone. Princess Mu Qingyao came up the path behind him, one arm bound across her chest where a bandit's blade had opened it 2 days back, her face pale and even. She read the swept stone as fast as he had. House Mu did not raise fools. We crossed a province and lost a war on a herb-gathering cover, and the herb walked off before we arrived. The cover was never the point. He closed his hand, and the vessel took the petal with that small, cold tug as the inventory pocket opened and shut. The capital is the point. The fourth seal is the point. The flower was a thing the cult wants, and now someone else has it, which makes it someone else's problem. He turned from the ledge. Small mercies. I'll take them where the mountain hands them out. A cold voice spoke inside his skull, calm as a clerk reading a ledger. Ding. Cloud Heart Lotus lost. The cult's scent trail to the vessel goes cold with it. Primary mission stands. Reach the eastern capital, Yinhai, and take the fourth hidden sword seal before the binding takes by Yueying. Days remaining, 7. 7. He let the number sit behind his ribs with the other counts. 7 days, to a capital 6 days out, with a layer 3 princess who could not lift her sword arm and a road behind them that belonged, every mile, to people who wanted him dead. He looked east without meaning to. A low star sat on the rim of the morning sky, one the province had never carried, and it had not moved in 3 nights. Underscore the omen keeps lining up with the road I'm already on, underscore he thought. The burning seal, the cult, a sovereign who had learned his name in a trench. One impossible thing at time, except they had started arriving a line. There was a second voice under the first, the one the vessel used when it was about to ask for something expensive. Ding. Foundation Establishment Layer 9 reached. The foundation is full. The eastern gate of Yinhai turns back any spiritual weapon cultivator below, core formation not sworn to a great house. Mission: form a core before the gate, or be turned back. Of course the gate had a height mark, and he stood a thumb's width under it. The vessel never said him a thing he could already do. Form a golden core on a forest road in 6 days. The work that took other men 6 years in a sealed cave. It did not believe in fair. It believed in the man who would not admit a thing could not be done, then made him pay for it. Hong Lian came down off the high rocks without a sound, a horn bow over one shoulder and Xiao Kei's small hand in her torn one. She looked at the bare ledge, then at the ring on his hand, and her nose wrinkled. The forest had told her something the rest of them couldn't hear. The thing that took your flower isn't on this mountain anymore. The birds came back an hour ago. They don't come back while she's near. Whatever she is, the forest likes her even less than that ring of yours. She shifted Xiao Kei behind her hip, and there's gray on the salt road south. Hidden sword gray, a banner, and a bar across the road where it meets the capital high road. They're not collecting tolls. They're turning people back. Lin Wei looked south, where the forest fell toward the long pale scar of the high road. Turning them back from what? From the gate you need. Her mouth was flat. Hidden sword closed the road to Yinhai. Yesterday, to everyone wearing a verdant cloud thread. He looked at his own cuff, the faded green stitch of the sect that had buried him alive and then crowned him. 3 weeks ago, that thread had meant everything. He had bled for the right to wear it. Now was a target painted on his sleeve, and he weighed cutting it off and could not quite yet. The sect he needed a favor from had decided overnight that his was the enemy. Only one hand was patient enough to arrange that, and clever enough, and it was not on the mountain. It was in an iron room, smiling. Master Hey, he said aloud, and the wind took the name. Chapter 26. The frame they camped that night in a dry fold of rock above the high road. No fire. The horses hobbled close. The cold came up out of the stone and into the bones, and the dark was full of small sounds. A horse shifting its weight, the tick of cooling rock, Xiao Kei's even breathing where she slept against Hong Lian's side, and Mu Qingyao told him the shape of it in a low voice. You understand what the binding on your senior really is, she said. It wasn't a question, but she answered it anyway, because she learned on the salt road that he listened. It isn't a punishment. It's a fuse. When it's traced, it traces to a hidden sword senior court seal used on verdant cloud soil. A great sect seal on a rival's disciple, without leave. That isn't an insult. That's a casus belli. He's starting a war between the two sects that hold the last trade route he doesn't. The cold logic of it had a clean beauty he could almost admire. Black Iron has 3 of the 4 routes. Hidden Sword has the 4th. If the two of them bleed each other over a binding nobody can explain, the fourth route comes loose, and there's only one haul close enough to catch it. And the seal that frees by is a hidden sword senior court seal, she said quietly. Held by their sect master, in Yanhai. To save her, you walk into the sect master He has spent a month teaching to hate yours, wearing your colors, and ask for the very kind of seal being used as proof you attack them. She lets sit. I know the inside of a great house. They will not give it to you. They will arrest you at the gate. Underscore, there's the arithmetic that never closes. Underscore, he thought. He had known the road was 6 days and the clock 7. He had not known the door at the end was locked from the inside. The one key to it the same shape as the lock. He was quiet a while. The pedal was a small cold weight in the vessel, and the low eastern star burned where it had no right to, and he made himself not look at it. One impossible thing at a time. The only one of the vessel's lessons that had ever felt like kindness. Then I don't go as verdant cloud, he said. She turned her head. The frame works because I arrive wearing the green thread, asking for a seal, proving his story for him. So I cut the thread off at the gate. I arrive as something the sect master can't afford to turn away, carrying a thing he wants more than he wants Master Hayes' tidy little war. And what is that exactly? He looked at the ring, dull in the starlight. A door 11,000 years old. A pedal the cult would burn a province for. A legend already running the road ahead of him. And in 6 days, if the vessel kept its ugly promises, a golden core in a body that had been scrubbing a kitchen floor 3 weeks ago. A strange hand, but not a beggar's. I don't know yet. I'll know it when I'm standing in front of him. I usually do. He lay back against the cold rock. Sleep. We ride at the gray. There's a bar across the road with hidden sword gray behind it, and we go through it because the clock doesn't care that the door is locked. Hong Lian spoke from the dark without turning her head. Through it how? There's a senior on that bar. I smelled the cold off him from the ridge. A real one. Through it the only way the roads ever let me through anything, he said, and closed his eyes. By being underestimated until it's too late to take it back. He did not sleep at first. He lay with the cold rock against his spine and ran the arithmetic again. 7 days, 6 of road, a locked door, a princess who could not fight a child, a clock, and the numbers came out the same ugly way they always did, and somewhere in the running of them he stopped being afraid of the answer and started looking for the crack in it. There was always a crack. The vessel did not deal in fair, but it dealt, always, in survivable, if a man was willing to pay. In the dark the vessel was warm, and counting. A woman who'd once pretended not to see the ring when seeing it could have killed her sat in a tower 6 days east. He owed her the walk, and he did not carry debts long, in either direction. He slept lightly, one hand near the walk. Chapter 27. The bar on the high road. The bar was a felled pine laid across the high road where it climbed out of the forest onto the capital plain, 11 men in hidden sword gray behind it, and on the bar itself a man who did not need to stand to be the most dangerous thing for a mile. Lean and still, a long straight sword across his knees in a plain gray scabbard. Where the Salt Road toll captain had worn the smile of a man never made to give anything back, this one wore no smile. His cultivation sat on him like cold off a river. The horses felt it before the men did and would not walk straight. The vessel weighed him without being asked. Ding. Xiao Lin, senior envoy of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Core formation layer 2. He can kill everyone on this road before you clear your blade, and knows it, which is why he's sitting down. Underscore a whole realm above me, underscore Lin Wei thought, keeping the face of a hired guard. The gap between foundation and core was not a layer, it was a wall. The man had a core that made power out of the air. Lin Wei had a full cup and no jug behind it. Good thing I stopped measuring honestly around the time that you shoveled dirt on my face. Mu Qingyao rode at the front in herb merchant brown, arm bound, chin level. Hong Lian had melted off the road a quarter-mile back with Xiao Ke. One bough in the trees was worth more than one on the bar. Lin Wei walked his horse up to 3 paces from the felled pine, eyes down, the walk a dull dead weight under his hand. He read the 11 without seeming to look at them. The kitchen taught that, reading a room of men while keeping your eyes on the floor. Bored, most of them leaning on spears, this the 100th merchant party they turned this week. 2 were not bored. 2 had their weight forward. Those 2 had been told who might be coming up the road, and the rest had not, which told him the envoy held his cards close even from his own man. Xiao Lin looked at the princess for as long as it took to dismiss her, then looked at Lin Wei and did not dismiss him, and that was the first thing that had gone wrong. The herb road is closed, the envoy said, his quiet voice carrying like a struck bell. By order of the pavilion, no green thread passes to Yunhai while the matter of the binding is open. His eyes moved over the faded stitch on the cuff. There's a story on the Salt Road, just now. A guard with a wok who broke a black iron toll post and left the captain alive to tell it. The Black Ironfield commander is offering good silver. The story says he wears a Vern Cloud cuff. The 11 went still, the stillness of men waiting for an order. Underscore, and there's the cover gone, burned by my own legend, underscore he thought. The captain he had spared had carried his story straight to the one man who would know what to do with it. Mercy had a tail. He kept forgetting that until it was around his throat. You're well informed, Lin Wei said. Being informed is the work. Xiao Lin rose off the bar, the gray sword coming into his hand. A verdant cloud man comes east toward my master with a black iron bounty on his head and a house moo princess for cover. I don't need to know which knot is true. I need only send all of it back. The cold rolled off him in a wave, and the horses shied and stamped, and a bird went up out of the pines. Your foundation establishment layer 9. Clever. A province ahead of where a kitchen junior should be. But I am core formation layer 2, and that distance is not crossed by being clever. Kneel, set down the pot, and be questioned. Or be a body the bounty pays out on either way. There was the boast. They always told you the gap before they fell into it. He was not wrong about a single number. He was only wrong about the one thing none of them could read off a body. That Lin Wei had never once been allowed to fight at the tier he was standing at. Lin Wei swung down. He did not reach for the family blade. He lifted the wok off the saddle instead, the dead cook's iron, the handle worn smooth by another man's hand, and the 11 men laughed, and Xiao Lin did not, because he was the only one on that road paying attention. Last courtesy, the envoy said softly. Don't. Lower the bar, Lin Wei said. Xiao Lin moved. Chapter 28. The core, there's a kind of speed foundation eyes cannot follow, and Lin Wei had spent 3 weeks on the wrong end of it. Xiao Lin crossed the 3 paces in the time it takes to blink, the gray sword already inside his guard, already at his throat, a core formation cultivator correcting a problem with the economy of a man swatting a fly. The wok met the flat of the sword a hair from his neck. Crack! The shock ran up his arm into his teeth. He had stopped the stroke, not the man. Xiao Lin's free hand was already open against his chest, the golden core emptying in one push, and a wall of force went through Lin Wei's ribs and threw him off the road into a pine, and the pine broke, and so did something inside him. He came down in the needles. The taste flooded his mouth, hot copper, and he coughed a mouthful of blood onto the cold ground and felt 3 ribs grind where they should have held. The needles were sharp under his cheek and smelled of resin and cold earth, and the morning light came down green and thin through the broken branches. The world went narrow with the pain, then very clear and very wide at the edges, the cold clarity that came over him now whenever his body began to fail. That was the wall, what a formed core did and a full cup could not answer. One push, and he had a breath before the man ended it. Then a princess who could not lift her arm, a child in the trees, behind a tower. The vessel did not set missions it knew he could finish. It set the ones only finished by a man who would not accept they could not. The vessel had gone past warm. It was hot on his hand, as it had been in the grave, and the cold voice came, and it was not calm now. It was something nearer to hunger. Ding. Body at 20%. The dantian is a cup poured past its rim. The pressure killing you is the pressure that forms the core. Do not hold the cup level. Let shatter. 3 weeks ago, he would have called that madness. Shatter the foundation, he had bled 6 layers in a night to lay. Xiao Lin walked toward him, unhurried, a man finishing a chore. But the vessel never told him to survive the honest way. And the honest way here was to die well in the needles. So, he stopped holding the cup level. He took the broken ribs and the copper and the force still tearing through his meridians. The whole flood meant to kill him. And instead of bracing, he opened the dantian wide and poured it in. The full cup cracked. It cracked as the grave dirt had over his face, as the toll post blade had under the wok, and through the crack the spiritual sea that had nowhere to go found the one place it could. It turned. Boom. Not a sound on the road. A sound inside him, a low single note like a struck temple bell heard through deep water, and the loose sea of a full foundation began, all at once and far too fast to spin, to gather, to condense around a point that had not existed a breath before, a hard small turning weight, hot as a swallowed coal, dense as the bottom of a river. A golden core, a torrent of power he had never owned poured up his spine, and his hair stood on end with it. The pine needles around him lifted off the ground and hung there. The blood in his mouth went hot. The 3 ground ribs knit in a fast, bright crackle of sound, click after click after click, and the pain drew off him like a tide off a beach, and Lin Wei stood up out of the broken pine with a coal in his belly and the whole forest holding its breath. The new weight behind his navel was the strangest thing he had ever carried. Not heavy exactly, but dense, a fixed center. The rest of him now turned around, and the cold morning air came into him and came out warmer, the core drinking it without being asked. The hunger had gone out of the cold voice. It was calm again and almost, he would have said later, almost satisfied. Ding. Foundation broken, core formed. Cultivation, core formation layer 1. The eastern gate will open to you now. Reward, the golden core, and everything a man can build on one. Xiao Lin had stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the road with his gray sword loose and his face, for the first time, the color of clay. He had felled it. A core formation cultivator could not fail to feel another core forming 40 paces away, the bell note of it, the world rearranging around a new fixed point. That's not possible, the envoy said, his voice gone small. You were foundation. Nobody forms a core in the dirt off a man's killing strike. You said the distance couldn't be crossed by being clever. Lin Wei stepped out of the broken pine, the walk loose in one hand, the new weight turning slow and hot behind his navel. You were right. I crossed it by being hit. He rolled his neck, and 3 healed ribs settled into place. You should have taken the last courtesy, envoy. You offered it to me. I'm not going to offer you one. He moved. This time the road could not follow it either. Chapter 29. What the envoy knew, he did not kill Xiao Lin. A dead hidden sword senior envoy was the war master He, was building, gift-wrapped and tied. A living one was a witness, and Lin Wei had learned the value of a witness on a salt road bridge. It took 4 exchanges. The first the envoy met clean. The second he caught on the edge of his guard and felt the new weight behind it and went pale to the lips. The third put the gray sword spinning into the pines, point down in the needles. The fourth took Xiao Lin across the back of both knees with the flat of a dead cook's walk, the same stroke that had dropped a black iron captain. In the core formation layer 2 envoy went down onto the high road in front of his 11 men with a sound that was not a word. The 11 did not move. They had watched their cold, certain senior throw a kitchen guard into a tree, then watched the guard form a golden core out of the dirt and put him on his knees in 4 breaths. There's a point past which men paid to hold a road simply stopped being paid enough. They always worked it out the same way, the moment the certain thing stopped being certain. He watched their blades drift down a finger's width at a time. Xiao Lin had told them he could not cross the wall, and he had crossed it standing on the man's mistake. Now the arithmetic said go home. He crouched by Xiao Lin, who knelt with ruined knees and an ash-gray face and the fury of a proud man humiliated before the men he commanded. The 4th seal, Lin Wei said quietly, so only the envoy heard. Your master holds it in high. Tell me there's a man at the end of this road who'll hear me out. Xiao Lin laughed, an ugly sound with blood in it. I closed this road because my master ordered it. 3 days ago, a man laid the binding trace on our senior court's table and showed them a hidden sword seal burning on verdant cloud soil with his own conjuring. Master He walked in my master's house and was thanked for the warning. His lip curled off red teeth. Core or no core, you cannot outtalk a thing my master has seen with his own eyes. You'll reach the gate. You may reach the inner hall, and then you'll hang for a warrior sect didn't start. Underscore, and there's the real wall. Not the gate, not this man, underscore, he thought. The verdict already written, proven, with the only witness who could unmake it smiling in an iron room a province away. Master He had not sent a story ahead of him. He had sent the truth, bent. You could not argue with that kind. You could only out-arrive it, and hope the bend had left a mark. Then I'll bring him something he hasn't seen, Lin Wei said, and stood. He did not yet know what. The knowing came when he was in the room. It always had. Ding. Witness secured. Xiao Lin lives to carry the truth of the Western road back to the pavilion. Mission. Reach the senior court and break the frame before it hardens into a verdict. Days to the capital, too. The fight had cost him more than it showed. Now that the core had stopped roaring and settled to its slow turn, he could feel the price of it. The deep ache where the ribs had knit too fast, the tremor that wanted into his hands and was not allowed. Forming a core was supposed to take a season of stillness in a warded cave. He had done in the time it takes a man to fall against a tree, and the body had opinions about that it would voice later on the road in the dark. He looked down the long pale road to where it ran onto the plain, and there, low and east and impossibly large in the morning haze, was a wall that went from one edge of the world to the other, a gate in it like a notch cut in a mountain, and beyond it the gray shapes of towers past counting. He had never seen a thing built so large. It did not look made. It looked like weather, like a range of hills someone had squared off and put a road through. Yanhai, the eastern capital, 6 days, walked in 5 by a man in a hurry. And inside it, behind a wall that read the body of everyone who passed under it, a sect master who already knew Lin Wei was guilty. He set the pedal-cold weight of his new core to turning, swung up onto his horse, and rode for the gate that would, now, finally open. Behind him, Xiao Lin knelt on the road and watched him go, and the 11 gray men were already melting back into the trees, and the Salt Road's legend had grown a second head. Chapter 30. The eastern gate up, close to the wall of Yanhai, was not a wall, so much as a cliff man had agreed to call a wall. Gray stone 40 men high, and the eastern gate was a throat of shadow under an arch carved with 10,000 swords, all pointing down at whoever passed beneath. about as honest as a sect had ever been with its visitors. The press at the gate was a river. Merchant trains, sect juniors in a dozen colors, sworn house guards in good silk, beggars, a caravan of caged spirit beasts that screamed without stopping. The whole stink and noise and grinding scale of the place that ate provinces for breakfast and did not notice the taste. The noise came at him in a wall. Hawkers, hooves on stone, the spirit beasts, a temple bell somewhere deep in the city, tolling under all of it. After 6 days of forest road, it was almost a physical blow, and the new core turned at the center of him, steady, unbothered, the one quiet thing in Aurora. At the throat of it, the ward. A plane of pale light laid flat across the road that each traveler stepped through, dimming or brightening as it read the body, the tear, the weapons, the oaths. Foundation cultivators with spiritual weapons and no great house oath were turned aside into a holding pen of gray-clad clerks, exactly as the vessel had warned. Lin Wei walked his horse into the ward with a family blade on his back and the walk on his saddle and a golden core turning slow behind his navel. The pale plane brightened as he stepped through it. Not dimmed, brightened and held, as it did for the great house guards, because a formed core read as core formation, and core formation passed. Oath or no oath. The clerk glanced up at the brightening, saw a travel-stained man on a tired horse, frowned at the mismatch, and waved him through, because the ward did not lie. Ding! Eastern Gate ward cleared as core formation. The merchant pen, the weapon stripping, the holding cells were built for the man you were 3 weeks ago. You're not him now. 3 weeks ago, he would have been herded into that pen and stripped of his father's blade by a clerk who had never drawn one. He walked under the 10,000 downward swords into the roar and reek of the capital. Now a light turned bright, and a bored man waved him past as one of his betters. The vessel had not been speaking in riddles. A formed core was the key to that gate, and the ward had just turned it. Mu Qingyao came through behind him, the ward brightening for House Mu blood, whatever cloth it wore. And then a problem. A knot of hidden sword inner disciples stood at the inner edge of the gate, 6 in good gray with silver sword tokens, the sort posted to be seen rather than to work. The one at their front was young and golden and bored in the specific way of a man never once told no. He watched the herb merchant's daughter ride through on a tired horse with one bound arm, and step into the road in front of her with a smile he plainly believed was a gift. The merchant pen is to the left, little flower. Yinhai doesn't let provincial herb girls ride through the eastern gate like sworn house. Down off the horse. He reached, unhurried, entitled, for the gray horse's bridle. Unless the guard you spent your savings on wants to make it interesting. Underscore, and there's the second one. The realm always sends one at the gate. Underscore, he thought, with something almost like gratitude. A golden, bored boy with a senior's token and no idea what had just walked in under it. He had added the bound arm and the brown cloth up to nothing. That was the entire reason the cover worked. He brought his horse around between the boy and the princess, gently, a guard doing guard's work, and looked at the silver token, and let the new weight in his belly turn once slow, so it brushed the edge of the boy's senses like a cold draft coming under a shut door. The young disciple felt it. His hand stopped on the bridle. The bored eyes changed. Chapter 31. The bored boy, take your hand off the horse, Lin Wei said. He did not raise his voice. You only raise your voice when you're not sure the quiet will be enough, and he was sure. The boy was the nephew of a hidden sword inner elder, posted at the gate to be admired and to admire himself, certain his whole short life that the token at his hip made him the largest thing in any road he stood in. He had felt a core turned 40 paces inside the gate, and his body had understood it before his pride would let his face catch up. Now his hand was off the bridle. His 5 friends had gone quiet, and he was doing the thing proud boys do when the body has surrendered and the mouth has not yet been told. You don't speak to me, he said, his voice climbing. Do you know whose nephew I am? Do you know what this token is? I'll have you flog at the merchant pen. I'll have your provincial blade melted down. You're at Foundation Establishment Layer 6, Lin Wei said, and the boy stopped because he'd said it flat and certain. A good clan behind you, a token that opens doors he didn't build. A fine thing to be. I was a great deal less than that 3 weeks ago. He stepped the horse forward 1 pace, and let the weight in his belly off the leash by a hair. Let the boy's whole body feel what stood in front of it. I'm Core Formation Layer 1. I formed the core 2 mornings ago on the killing strike of a hidden sword envoy named Xiao Lin, who I left kneeling on the Western High Road in front of his 11 men. Send a fast horse and ask him. He'll tell you to take your hand off the bridle too. The name landed. Xiao Lin was real to these boys, a name they'd grown up under like a roof. And here was a travel-stained guard saying it, and the ward had brightened for the core not 100 paces back. Their own bodies were telling them it was real. The blood drained out of the boy's face. The 5 behind him had already taken the half-step back men take when they privately decided this is not their fight and would like the record to show it. Underscore, there's the whole loop in one breath. Underscore, he thought. The boy boasted. The power landed. His friends watched him shrink. And the next one up the chain heard his name nailed to Lin Wei's. The realm ran the same engine the toll post had. Only the tokens were shinier and the men sure of themselves, right up until they were not. Here's what you'll do. You'll escort the lady and her guard to the senior court. Not a pen. The senior court. You let the next part land last. Because a man who put Xiao Lin on his knees has asked you politely. And because the alternative is explaining to your elder uncle why you laid hands on the bridal of a House Mu princess at the open gate again high, in front of the morning crowd. He watched it land, and watched Mu Qingyao, behind him, let her chin lift the last half-inch into the bearing the brown cloth had hidden the whole road. House. The boy looked at the bound arm, the bearing now impossible to miss. She's not. She's exactly that. And you've spent 4 breaths telling her to lead her own horse from the pen. I'd start walking. The senior court. Now. The young disciple started walking, and his 5 fell in around him stiff as posts, and a morning crowd that had paused to watch a guard humiliated went back to its business without ever understanding it had watched the opposite. A House Mu princess, a corps formed on a road, an envoy's name carried in like a calling card. He fell in behind the boy with the walk on his saddle and the pedal cold in the vessel. It was not a key. The door was still locked, still poisoned, still waiting to hang him. But it was a hand that got him into the room where the lie was on the table. They went up 3 and high, streets that did not end, towers leaning together overhead until the sky was a gray ribbon, lantern smoke and frying oil and incense thick in the air. And the closer they came to the inner pavilion, the quieter the boy walked, and the colder the back of Lin Wei's neck became. Somewhere in this gray, enormous city, a man held the seal that freed Bai Yuing, certain his sect had been wronged. And somewhere else, he could feel it now, faint and steady under the noise, like a single off note held under a temple bell. Something the cult had left behind, waiting, and it was a great deal nearer than a man with the seal. Chapter 32. The senior court of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, was a hall of pale stone and pale light. Swords hung point down along every wall in their thousands, and at the far end, on a low dais, an old man sat alone with a closed wooden box on the table before him. The Hidden Sword sect master was not what Lin Wei had built in the dark of the road. He was small and very old, and his cultivation sat on the hall like the weight of deep water on a diver's chest, so far above core formation that the vessel weighed him and returned a single cold line. Underscore above your scale. Do not provoke. Underscore his eyes, when they lifted to the travel-stained man walking up his hall, were tired and clever and already certain. The walk up the hall was long, and every step of it the swords on the walls watched, point down, 10,000 of them. And Lin Wei kept his pace even and his hands loose and let the new core turn slow so it gave nothing away. A man learns, in 3 years of crossing rooms that wanted him dead, that the walk to the dais is half the argument. You arrive having already told them what you are by how you came. They told me a verdant cloud guard formed a corps on my western road and put Xiao Lin on his knees. I did not believe the corps. I believe it now. His hand rested on the closed box. You come a long way and arrived very cleverly, young man, to be hanged for a thing your sect did. The binding trace is on this table. A hidden sword seal, used on a verdant cloud disciple, on verdant cloud soil. I have seen it with my own eyes. So before my court takes your head for the insolence of carrying that green thread into my hall, I'll grant you the one courtesy your envoy says you didn't grant him. Tell me why I shouldn't. The hall was silent. Mu Qingyao stood very still at his shoulder. The bored boy and his 5 had stopped at the door, white-faced. Under the pale light, the single off note rang and rang, where only Lin Wei could hear it. Nearer now, patient. A master above his scale, the truth bent on the table, a seal in a box that would free Bai, and a sentence already written under it. Master He had given the old man proof, and proof was the one thing you could not out-argue. But proof was a thing that was made, and anything made carried a maker's mark, for a man who had spent 3 years learning to read the small tells off the people who held his life. The skill did not leave a man when his cultivation arrived. It only found better uses. You've seen the seal burn on verdant cloud soil. You haven't seen who carried it there. May I? He stepped toward the table, slow, hands open, and the old man's tired eyes followed him and did not stop him. A Black Iron Hall envoy walked into your senior court and was thanked for the warning. That should have been the first off note. The hall holds 3 of your 4 trade routes. The only thing between Black Iron and the 4th is you and my sect, at peace. In 3 days before he needs a war, a Black Iron Man arrives with a perfect, terrible proof that we struck first. He reached the table. Open the box, Sect Master. Look at the seal itself, not the trace it left. Every senior court seal is cut by the same hand and carries the cutter's flaw. If the seal in this box is your 4th seal, whole and here, it never left your hull. and the one burning on verdant cloud soil is a forgery. And a forgery is not a war. It's a confession. His. The old man looked at him a long moment, the tired, clever eyes weighing him. Then, slowly, with one finger, he opened the box. It was empty. The pale light caught the bare velvet where the fourth seal of the hidden sword pavilion should have lain, and had lain that morning, and did not lie now. The old man's eyes went wide, and across the silent hall the single off note that only Lin Wei could hear stopped being faint and became a voice. A woman stepped out from behind the dais where no one had seen her standing, robed in a gray that took the color of the pale stone so completely she had been part of the wall the whole time, weighed by the vessel and returned as nothing because she was past the last mark on the beam. In one hand, she held a seal of dark jade. On the other palm, milk white against the gray, lay a single petal of the cloud heart lotus. The cold offer reached him across the whole hall, dry and old and patient, and the swords in their racks did not so much as hum. The room had gone quiet around her, and he understood with a flat certainty that everyone else in the hall, the sect master above his scale, the whole armed pavilion, had just become furniture. The fourth player smiled at Lin Wei, a clerk smile at a number she had finally decided to write down. "Heir," she said, "I did wonder how long the gate would take you. You're quicker than your ancestor. He took 100 years to grow a spine. You've managed it in 3 weeks." She closed her white hand over the petal. "Now, let's discuss what your ancestor stole from me 11,000 years ago, and what it will cost you to keep breathing while I take it back." Chapter 33. The Gray Woman's Price. "Take it back," Lin Wei said. "What did my ancestor take from you that's worth 11,000 years of waiting?" The gray woman turned the dark jade seal over in her fingers, idly. The petal lay on her other palm and did not wilt, white as the inside of a shell against the rock color of her skin. In the whole pale hall of the Hidden Sword Senior Court, she was the only thing the vessel could not weigh, and she stood 3 paces from him with the seal that freed by weighing in one hand and the answer to everything in her face, and she was smiling. The cold coming off her was the part his skin marked first. Not killing intent. He knew that cold had bled in rooms thick with it. This was older and drier, a cellar cold shut away for an age, and it lay over the pale stone, the hung swords, the back of his neck all at once, and the swords in their racks did not so much as hum. The dangerous ones never radiate heat, underscore he thought. Underscore, they're the ones the room goes quiet around. She had walked past a sect master above his scale and lifted the fourth seal from a warded box, unseen. The vessel could not even weigh her. Lin Wei kept his hands open, so he would not move. He would talk, watch her hands, find the price. Everyone had one, even a thing that had waited 11,000 years to name it. He measured it anyway, because that was the habit 3 years of being the lowest thing in every room had burned into him. 3 paces. The seal in her left hand, the petal in her right, the line from his blade to her throat. Then he put the sum down again, untouched, because a man who cannot weigh a thing cannot read how fast it moves. And lunging at what you cannot weigh was how the buried boy would have died if the buried boy had not learned in the dirt to wait. "What he took," the gray woman said, "is on your finger." Her eyes went to the ring, and for the first time something moved behind the stone-colored calm, something old and patient and hungry in a way that had nothing to do with food. He did not steal the vessel. The vessel is only the door. He stole what was kept behind it, and then he shut the door on his own blood so I could not follow, and he died, and his sons died, and his sons' sons, and the door stayed shut for 11,000 years, until a boy was buried alive at a place called Verdant Cloud, and the door cracked open just wide enough for me to feel the air move through it. She closed her hand over the petal. "I took your flower so the cult could not. I took this seal so you would walk into this room. I have no quarrel with the pavilion, and no interest in a binding on some senior at some province sect. I have interest in exactly one thing, air, and you have been wearing it since your mother put on your hand and died." Something turned over behind his ribs at that. His mother's face half remembered, the ring cold on a small hand, her voice already going thin. He put it down where he put everything that could be used against him. Underscore, she knows what I was before the dirt, underscore he thought. A thing that had watched his whole bloodline did not bluff about the small details. It collected them. At the dais, Sect Master Yin had risen. He was small and very old, and the weight of him filled the hall to the brim. And even he was looking at the gray woman with the careful stillness of a man, not certain he is the strongest thing in his own court. And a sect master is always the strongest thing in his own court. That stillness told Lin Wei more about her than every word she had spoken. Underscore, and there it is, underscore, he thought. The room had reordered itself around the ring again. He was not a person to them. He was the ring, and they all either wanted to use it for themselves or were afraid of who else might. "Say it plainly," he told her. "What's the price? You didn't cross 11,000 years to admire the cut of my robe." She opened her mouth to answer, and the smile was still on it. She never got the answer out, and he never got to hear it. The wards again high screamed. Not a sound a man hears with his ears. A sound the new core in his belly heard. A high tearing note as something forced the city's outer ward from the wrong side. All at once, in a dozen places out at the edge of the world, and under the scream came the off note he had carried since the gate. The single patient wrongness he had felt threading the streets. And it was not patient anymore. It was here. It was answering something in this hall. Ding. Yunhai's wards are breached. The cult is in the city, in force for the ring and the flower. Threat extreme. Keep the door shut. Keep the people behind you alive. The gray woman's smile went out like a snuffed lamp. They followed the flower after all, she said softly. Or they followed you. It hardly matters which now. She looked at Lin Wei, and for one breath the contempt was gone, and something almost like warning took its place. The sovereign's hands have come for the door. I have waited 11,000 years for it. I will not stand and watch them kick it in tonight. Keep it shut. Then she was part of the wall again, gray on gray, gone. And the seal and the petal went with her, and the doors of the senior court blew off their hinges and came skating across the floor in a wash of splinters. Chapter 34. The bone tokens they came through the broken doors in gray, and the gray was not hidden sword gray or black iron gray, but the dead flat gray of ash. And every one of them held a token of yellow bone up at the height of his mouth. And they were chanting through the tokens in a language that had no business in a human throat, a language that made the 10,000 hung swords on the walls hum in their racks like struck wire. Lin Wei had the family blade out before the first of them cleared the threshold. Mu Qingyao came up at his shoulder with her good hand on her sword, and her bound arm strapped useless across her chest, and her face gone the color of the pale stone behind her. Underscore gray men with bone tokens, underscore he thought. The same ones that had killed Hong Lian's whole village in night. 40 of them had walked through a great sex wards like a knife through wet paper. So the tokens did something, and he was about to learn what at close range. He learned it fast. The chant rolled out across the hall, and the bone tokens caught it and threw it back doubled. And the nearest rank of hidden sword disciples, sworn swordsmen of a great pavilion, men who an hour ago would have cut him down for the green thread on his cuff, stopped. Just stopped, blades half drawn, eyes going flat and wet and far away. The smiling, serene absence of a man whose own will has been lifted clean out of him like a yolk tipped from a shell. The tokens chanted. A swordsman's eyes emptied, and then he turned, slow and gentle and dreadful, and put his blade through the spine of the disciple beside him, who had been his brother in the sect since they were boys. The sound it made was wet and final, and the turned man's face never left its serene, terrible smile. Two more went the same way down the rank, brother opening brother, the chant threading through all of them like one hand working a row of puppets. Underscore this is what took Hong Lian's valley, underscore Lin Wei thought, and the cold in him went past fear into something flat and working. Not swords. The worst weapon was the one that made your own people the blade. A cold voice cut through the chant inside his skull. Fast now. No ledger calm left in it. Ding. Bone token resonance turns any will that hears it. You are deaf to it. The closed door has nothing to sing to. Mission. Their leader is core formation layer 9. You're layer 1. Reach layer 2 before he reaches the princess. Of course, underscore Lin Wei thought. Underscore the one fight where everyone stronger than me is being turned into a puppet is the one fight where the ring's ugliest gift, the silence that makes me no one, is the only thing left standing. The vessel never gives me strength. It gives me the one crack the moment needs that makes me pay in blood. He stepped in front of Mu Qingyao, into the chant, into the gray, and the bone token swung toward him and sang their stolen song. And the song found nothing in him to take hold of. A closed door, an empty room, no to lift, no yoke to draw out. The gray men's flat, wet eyes widened, and the resonance that had unspooled a hall of sworn swordsmen slid off the one travel-stained man in the room and found nothing to hold. And for the first time, the cult of the demonic sovereign looked directly at Lin Wei and did not know what it was looking at. And then, from the high gallery above the broken doors, an arrow took the nearest gray man clean through the eye, and a second punched through the throat of the one beside him before the first had finished folding to the floor. Hong Lian stood at the gallery rail with her horn bout bent to her ear and Xiao Ke pressed flat to the cold stone behind her boots, small hands over her own ears against the chant. She had come into Yunhai, over a wall and through a high window, no clerk and no ward the wiser, and she had run toward the screaming when the rest of the city ran from it. She loosed again and again and did not waste a shaft on the front of the press where Lin Wei stood. She picked the turned swordsmen off the edges, the ones drifting wide toward the doors and the stairs. Her face was the carved flat fury of a woman who had smelled this exact ash once before, hanging over the bodies of every soul she had ever known. An arrow does not turn. That was the thing he understood, watching her work. The resonance took a man's will, and a loose shaft had none left in it to take. Hong Lian had found the one weapon in the Hall de Song could not eat, and she was feeding it gray men two at a time. Good, underscore he thought. Underscore the gallery is hers, the floor is mine, and the child is behind the only other person here the dark can't sing to. The child stays behind me, she called down, flat and hard, already knocking the next arrow. Everything else in that gray is mine to take. Then a voice came from the broken doorway, dry as the ash itself, and the chant fell silent all around it like a tide pulling back off a stone. The deaf won, the voice said. So the door truly did crack. The master will want to hear of this from my own mouth. Chapter 35. The hand of the sovereign he came up the hall through his own silenced men, and where they were ash gray, he was bone white, robed in it from his throat to his heels, and the token he carried was not yellow bone but black, and old, and the size of a man's two hands laid flat together. The vessel weighed him without being asked, and for once Lin Wei wished it had kept the number behind its teeth. Ding. Sha Wuji. A hand of the demonic sovereign. Core formation layer 9. You are core formation layer 1. 8 layers and 9 eaten sex above you. Air. Sha Wuji said the word as the gray woman had, but where she had made it sound like a debt-long ode, he made it sound like a meal long delayed. 11,000 years the master has waited for the ancestor's door to open, and a province brat cracks its scrubbing pots. He will be amused. He is so rarely amused. The black token rose toward his mouth. Give me the hand that wears the ring. You may keep the rest of yourself, or none of it. The master asked only for the door, and the door sits on a single finger. Underscore there's the boast, underscore Lin Wei thought. They always told you the gap before they fell into it. The envoy had, the boy at the gate had. A man counting the distance out loud was a man not yet swinging. So let him count, while Lin Wei washed his hands. Come and take it, Lin Wei said quietly. Sha Wuji blew the black token, and the hall changed. The yellow tokens had turned a man's will. The black one turned the air itself. The pale light buckled like heat haze off a summer road. The 10,000 hung swords howled all at once in their racks, and a torrent of pressure came rolling off the white-robed hand and down the length of the hall. Pressure that drove Mu Qingyao to one knee with a cry bitten off in her teeth, that put Sec Master Yan's own honor guard flat on their faces, that made the floor itself groan. It reached Lin Wei, a wave against a piling driven deep. He felt it in his teeth and the roots of his hair and the old healed bones of his hands before it ever reached the door in his blood. Every man around him folded. The floor sang. Dust walked off the stone in long lines. For one heartbeat, the whole hall leaned toward the white-robed thing like grass laid flat under wind. And under all of it, the quiet, the one place the wind had never once reached. And it broke around him. Crack. The pressure split on the closed door in his blood and went roaring past him to either side, and in the half-breath of Sha Wuji's surprise, the affronted, almost childlike surprise of thing that had not been refused anything in 9 devoured sex, Lin Wei was already moving. Family Blade, core formation layer 1, 3 weeks of the vessel's brutal and loveless schooling poured into one line. He crossed the dead space and opened a long seam of red across the white robe, shoulder to hip, before the hand's sorcery caught up with the insult, and a fist of unseen force took him square in the chest and threw him the length of the hall into a standing rack of swords. He came down in an avalanche of falling steel, blades ringing and skidding around him, and the taste flooding his mouth was hot copper, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood across the pale floor and felt a rib give with a sound he heard from the inside. Across the hall, Sha Wuji touched 2 fingers to the red seam down his own chest, lifted them, and looked at the blood like a word in a language he'd been told all his life he already knew. The copper would not leave Lin Wei's mouth, and his whole side was one hot line where the rib had gone. He spat red onto the pale floor and got a knee under him, swords scattered around him like dropped reeds. A scratch, and it had cost him a rib and the length of the hall. At this rate, he had 2 more exchanges in him. Make them the ones that counted. You bleed me, the hand said. At layer 1, for the first time, the contempt cracked clean through, and what lay under it was colder than contempt. What are you? Chapter 36. The closed door, the honest answer was, not enough. Not yet. A line of red on a peak core formation cultivator was a chalk scratch on a fortress wall, and the wall had felt it, and walls that feel the scratch come down on the hand that made it. Lin Wei pushed himself up out of the fallen sword with his cracked rib grinding against the next one, and the new core in his belly spinning hot, and nowhere near hot enough, and across the hall Sha Wuji had stopped being amused, which meant the next thing the hand did would not be a lesson in the gap. It would be the closing of it, for good. 8 layers of stolen souls were done playing with the deaf one. Underscore so, this is the wall again, underscore Lin Wei thought, with the cold clarity that came whenever he was a breath from dying. The silence was the only reason he was still his own, but it only hid, it did not hit. He could be deaf to the man and still die deaf. He needed the quiet to reach across this hall and empty him too. The cold voice came, and it was the hunger again, the low private tone it had used in the trench with the grave dirt packing his mouth. The tone it had used on the forest road when it told him to stop holding the cup level and let it shatter in his hands. Ding. Mission recall. Reach core formation layer 2. The pressure that is killing you is the pressure that climbs you. You know that part. But the climb is only the cost this time. The closed door is the gift. You have used it as a wall. Open it outward. A door swings both ways. Sha Wuji raised the black token to his mouth with a breath that would unmake him. Lin Wei stopped hiding inside the quiet and pushed it outward. Boom. It was the temple bell note from the forest road again, but turned wholly inside out. A silence standing where the sound should ring, and it went out of him across the broken hall in a single widening circle. The core in his belly cracked its first layer and seized its second in the same heartbeat, hot as a swallowed coal that doubles its heat, and a torrent of fresh power tore up through his meridians like wire dragged through the eye of a needle. Core formation layer 2 bought the only way the vessel had ever sold a man a tear at the precise edge of dying. The new layer settled in behind his navel, cold and slow and far larger than the first, and the broken rib ground once and then went quiet under it. But the climb was not the thing. The thing was the silence. Off its leash at last, a closed door swung outward instead of pulled in, and it slammed shut over Sha Wuji a half-breath before the black token sounded in his mouth. The hand blew the token. Nothing came out of it. No resonance. No pressure. No buckling light. No howling swords. No torrent. In the ring of the closed door, the black token was a piece of dead bone between a man's lips and nothing more, and Sha Wuji of the demonic sovereign, core formation layer 9, eater of 9 sects, stood in the center of the senior court, suddenly and wholly silenced. His vast stolen power sealed behind a door he could not hear, could not feel, could not find the handle of, as a buried boy had once been sealed under the grave dirt with no breath and no chi and nothing in the whole black world. But a ring on one finger. The silence pressed out from him in a slow ring, and the hall fell into it. No howl from the swords. No hum from the tokens. Even the screaming of the turned men dropped away, as though the room had been wrapped in heavy cloth and lowered under deep water. So that's what it sounds like from the outside, underscore he thought. Underscore like the inside of a grave. He's standing in mine now. Underscore now you know what it was like, underscore Lin Wei thought, walking toward him with the blade low. The trench. The dark. No power. No air. No one coming. The gray man had done that to 9 sections. Let him wear it for 30 seconds. Sha Wuji's bone-white face went the color of the ash his own men wore, and he reached for the power that was there, that was vast, that was 8 layers and 9 sects deep in him, and could not get through the closed door to a single drop of it. Chapter 37. The empty box Answer the Hand was still strong. That was the part that cheap stories left out. A peak core formation body does not stop being one because its sorcery has gone deaf. Sha Wuji came off the dais step with the black token reversed in his fist like a bludgeon and the raw animal speed of 8 layers above Lin Wei. And for 3 exchanges it was everything Lin Wei had, and a little more than he had, only to keep the family blade between that speed and his own throat. The fist clipped his shoulder and spun him. The token grazed his temple, and the world went white at its edges and rang. He gave ground across the blood-slick floor, and gave it again, his cracked rib screaming with every turn. Each block jarred down his arm into the broken bone and out through his back teeth. The hand was faster than thought and harder than stone, and the only thing keeping the family blade between them was 3 years of a body learning, under a worse teacher than this, how to lose ground without dying of it. Underscore he spent 9 sects learning to win, underscore Lin Wei thought. He himself had spent 3 years learning to not lose for one more breath. Tonight, that was the only skill that paid. But the silence held, and inside the silence the hand was only a strong man with a club. And Lin Wei had spent 3 years as the weakest thing in every room, learning exactly how the weak thing beats the strong one when it cannot afford to lose even once. You let the big stroke commit all the way. You step inside the arc of it, into the dead ground close to the body where strength has nowhere left to go. And you put the point where the man keeps his next breath. On the 4th exchange, he let Sha Wuji's bludgeon stroke pass a finger's width from his ear, close enough that the wind of it stirred his hair, stepped inside the long white arm into the dead ground the hand's speed could not save him from, and ran the family blade through the meat of the hand's sword shoulder and out clean through the back. Sha Wuji's hand opened against his will. The black token rang once on the pale floor, like a dropped bowl, and lay still. Insect Master Yin, free to the resonance the instant Lin Wei's silence had drowned it across the hall, moved at last. The old man crossed the court without hurry, and with nothing in the world able to stop him, and set 2 fingers, almost gently, against the brow of the wounded and silenced hand. Sha Wuji of the demonic sovereign came apart, into ash-gray light, a dead black token, and a thin far-off scream that fled somewhere none of them could follow, back along whatever long cord had fed him the stolen wills of 9 sex, all the way home to the thing that had first spun the cord. The pressure went out of the air all at once, and the hall seemed to breathe. Lin Wei's ears rang in the sudden, ordinary quiet. His legs informed him, distantly, that they would very much like to stop holding him up. He locked the knees and stayed standing. A man who went down in a hall full of the newly freed and the newly dead did not always get up the same man, and he meant to leave this one on his own feet. 2 breaths ago that had been a peak of the realm, and the old man had unmade him with 2 fingers like pinching out a wick. He kept forgetting how far the ceiling ran above his head. The hall was still, and 40-turned swordsmen blinked the wet flatness slowly out of their eyes and stood swaying, staring at the red on their own blades, not yet understanding whose it was. Secmaster Yin looked down at the dead bone on his floor, then at the empty box still standing open on his table, then at Lin Wei, and the tired, clever eyes had finished at long last their weighing. A black iron envoy brought me a war and a proof 3 days ago, the old man said, and called it a friendly warning. And on the same road, in the same week, the cult of the demonic sovereign rode through my city wards for a ring that envoy never once thought to mention. He lifted the black token off the floor with a fold of his sleeve, careful not to let it touch his skin. Master He knew the cult was hunting you, heir. He pointed them down the salt road at your back and dressed it as a border quarrel between 2 rival sects, so that whichever of us swallowed you. He came away with a 4th trade route off the bones, and clean hands, and our gratitude besides. His face turned grim, the deep lines setting hard as cooling iron, and the seal that burned on verdant cloud soil is a forgery. I have known the cut of my own senior court seals for 60 years. The true 4th seal that woman lifted from my box this morning has never once left this city. The frame is broken here in my hand. There is no war between the pavilion and verdant cloud. Only a black iron clerk's arithmetic, worked out in other men's blood. Underscore, and there's the empty box, answered, underscore Lin Wei thought, and felt the first loosening in his chest since the ledge. An hour ago that box had been his gallows. Now it was the confession, and the cult had made the case for him just by arriving. Master He had forgotten the one rule of a perfect frame. It only holds if the framed man is not the man everyone else is hunting too. Valuable men are hard to hang quietly. Then there's a binding, Lin Wei said, made with one of your seals. On a senior of verdant cloud, a woman named by Yueying. 2 days left before it takes her mind for good and leaves her smiling in a tower. It's what it did to her cousin. He held the old man's gaze. You hold the senior court that issued the seal. You don't need to send a rider 6 days to undo it. Invert it. From here. Now. Sect Master Yin looked at him a long, level moment, an old power taking the measure of a debt and of the man it would be owed to. Then he sat and drew from his own sleeve a living seal of dark jade. The true 4th seal returned to his hand the instant the gray woman's interest in the room walked out of it on her own feet, and there in the wreck and the ringing silence of his broken court, stroke by patient stroke, he began to unmake what Master He had made. Chapter 38. What 11,000 years once she was waiting in the colonnade outside, where the morning came down gray through the smoke still rising off the breached wards, leaning against a pillar the exact rock color of her robe with a white petal turning slow between her fingers, and she watched Lin Wei come out of the hall as she had on the mountain trail above the empty ledge, measuring him, writing the number down somewhere he would never read it. You open it outward, the gray woman said. The door. 3 weeks you used it as a wall to hide one buried boy from a cult, a sovereign, a sect that wanted him dead. And tonight, with a hand of the sovereign a breath from your neck, you used it as a blade. Something almost like approval crossed the stone calm and was gone before it fully arrived. Your ancestor never learned that. In 11,000 years, he only ever knew how to shut things in, to close and close and close. It is precisely why, in the end, I will have what is kept behind that door, and you will not stop me, because you will keep learning to use it. And everything a man learns to use, he learns to open. One day you will open it too wide, air, reaching for one more breath of strength to live through one more impossible night, and I will be on the far side of it, where I have been standing the whole time. He believed her, and that was the cold part. Nothing in the stone-colored calm was trying to frighten him. She was only telling him the shape of the years. Underscore, most enemies want you weak. Underscore, he thought, the shape of the years. Underscore, most enemies want you weak. Underscore, he thought. This one wanted him strong and patient and climbing. He could not decide if that was mercy or the most frightening thing anyone had ever said to him. Then why warn me at all? He said. Why not let the hand take the door tonight and spare yourself the wait? Because the cult would not open the door. They would tear it off its hinges and let the sovereign through, and the sovereign and I are very old enemies. Your ancestors and mine from the same age. She pushed off the pillar. So, keep it shut against them. Climb. Grow strong enough that when I come for what is mine, it is worth my while to take it cleanly from a man, instead of tearing the door off its frame with a half-grown boy still clinging to the wood. She smiled, and the smile did not travel anywhere near the old patient hunger behind her eyes. Consider it the only kindness a thing like me still remembers how to offer. I have invested 11,000 years in that door. I would grieve to lose it to a brat who got himself killed too early to be worth the waiting. Then the colonnade was only pillars and gray, drifting smoke, and she was gone between one blink and the next, and the pedal with her, and the vessel on his hand sat warm and weighed nothing at all where she had stood, as though the air there had never held a thing. Ding! The fourth player withdraws. Her demand stands. What the ancestor seal behind the vessel, she means to take. Not cult, not ally. New long mission, no clock. Survive and climb, long enough to disappoint her. Chapter 39. The wire 2 days east and a 6-day ride away. In a room at the Verdant Cloud sect that was not her bound room. By Yueying came back in her own eyes. Lin Wei did not see it happen. He felt it through the ring. A hell breath let go in a room 2 walls over. A binding that had been tightening at the edge of his awareness since the salt road. A thin, cold wire wound behind his ribs, simply easing. Unknotting. Going slack and then gone. He stood in the wrecked colonnade with his cracked rib grinding and the family blade still wet in his hand, and the cold ledger voice came. And for once in 5 long hours there was nothing expensive at the end of it. Ding. Primary mission complete. The seal has inverted the binding. By Yueying is free. The knot crawls back up its maker's arm. Master Haze. Reward. The debt is paid. The clock is stopped. A day and a half to spare. He held that a moment, turning it over. 6 days into a city that meant to hang him at its gate. A golden core formed on the road in, under an envoy's killing strike. A hand of the sovereign broken in a great sect's hall. The truth laid open on a sect master's table. All to stop one number from reaching 0. And the number had stopped with a day and a half to spare, and a province away a woman was sitting up in a room, frowning at the guards, asking in that flat, dry voice what all the fuss had been about. Underscore she'll be furious that I came. Underscore he thought, and the corner of his mouth moved, which his face was out of practice at. She would call it the worst trade she ever saw. A cracked foundation and a cult on a capital to undo a thing she chose. She would be right, and wrong that he would have made another. He did not carry debts long, in either direction. On the gallery stair, Hong Lian came down with Xiaoke's small hand folded inside her own and her bow unstrung over her shoulder, and she walked the length of the hall past the ash-gray dead without once dropping her eyes to them, and stopped in front of Lin Wei, and stood looking at the scorched place where the black token had fallen. That gray, on those ones, she said, low, under the child's hearing. That is the gray that came to my valley. The same ash, the same singing through bone. Her jaw worked once hard. 2 years, I hunted the smell of it with no name to hang on it and no door it crawled out of. Tonight you gave it a name. And you put one of its hands face down on a stone floor. She did not thank him. The huntress did not own the shape of the words for it. She only shifted Xiaoke a half step nearer to him, which from Hong Lian was the whole of an oath. Wherever the rest of that smell goes, I go. Try to leave me behind a tree again and see what it costs you. Xiaoke looked up at him from the shelter of the huntress's hip, 11 years old and out of a burned village, and did not flinch from the blood drying on him. That was its own small, terrible thing, that a child had already learned not to flinch. Underscore another one the gray took something from. Underscore he thought. The list was getting long. Good. Long lists were how a man remembered why he climbed. Mu Qingyao came to stand at his other side in the gray morning light, her bound arm held against her, her face still drawn pale from the resonance that had put her on one knee, and she looked out at the smoke over Yunhai and the lead-line box the sect master's people were carrying the dead bone away in. House Mu sent a merchant's daughter east for a rare herb, she said. House Mu will receive, instead, a report that its merchant's daughter stood in the senior court of the Hidden Sword Pavilion, while a hired kitchen guard killed a hand of the demonic sovereign and made the pavilion an ally of the province in one afternoon. She turned and looked at him, and the cool dismissal that had ridden 10 paces ahead of him to the whole salt road was finally, entirely gone from her face. My father's going on to meet you, Lin Wei. I'll warn you now, while there's still road between here and him. When a great house wants to meet a man, it has never once been only a meeting. Chapter 40. The door left open, they left Yunhai by the eastern gate 3 mornings later, when Lin Wei's rib had knit clean and Sect Master Yin had said the few weighed things a Sect Master says when he has decided a man is owed a debt of his own, and the great ward brightened without complaint for a core formation layer 2 cultivator. a house moo princess no longer pretending otherwise, and a wild huntress with a sleeping child across her saddlebow. And the clerk on the ward did not even look up from his ledger. The Salt Road's legend had 3 heads now, and they rode east to decide whether he wished it or not. The guard who broke a black iron toll post with a cooking pot and left the captain his life. The man who put a hidden sword envoy on his knees before his own 11. And the one who killed a hand of the sovereign in the heart of the capital and rode out with a great sect at his back. Lin Wei found, testing each like a sore tooth, that he could not make himself care for any of them. Legends were doors other people built and other people opened. He had learned this hour exactly how little of himself the man inside the legend ever got to keep. The morning road smelled of dust and horse and the cold green of the eastern hills, and his knit rib pulled when he breathed too deep, a small honest ache he was almost glad of. Behind them, Yunhai's towers shrank into the haze. Ahead the road ran flat and pale toward a province he had never seen. 3 weeks ago his whole world had been a kitchen and a grave. Now it was a road with no end he could see. He was not sure that was better. He was only sure it was his. What he kept was smaller than any of it, and it was this. Bai Yueying was free and furious and alive behind her own eyes. The frame was ash in a lead line box. The pavilion would not march on his sect. And a thing 11,000 years old had told him, almost kindly, that every step he climbed carried her one step nearer the prize she had outweighted in age for, that the strength the vessel sold him at the edge of dying was the same road, walked from the far end, that would one day set her hand on the door. Underscore so the vessel and the gray woman want the same thing. Underscore he thought, riding east into a morning with a low star the province sky had never owned. They both wanted him to climb, the vessel because it was the only thing it was for, she because the top of the stairs was where she waited. 2 ancient things pushing him up the same flight from opposite ends, and the cult at the bottom of it. The arithmetic did not close. It never had, not once in 3 weeks. He had stopped expecting it to. He just climbed the stairs, one impossible night at a time, because the only thing worse than not knowing what waited at the top was turning around and looking at everything already behind him. The cold ledger voice came one last time as the eastern gate fell away, calm, almost gentle, as it had gone gentle in the pine needles after the core first formed. Ding. Core formation layer 2. Vessel, stage Fort 9. The closed door is a blade now, not only a wall. New mission when you're ready. Learn who built the ring, before the woman who wants what's sealed inside it tires of waiting and teaches you herself. Far to the east, the low star he'd been refusing to look at since the empty ledge burned a shade brighter on the rim of the sky, and he felt it through the ring's new sense, under the skin and behind the eyes, something very old and very patient, past the province, past the smoke still hanging over Yunhai, turning its full attention at last onto the road he rode. Not a star. He kept his eyes on the road, and rode toward it anyway, because the only direction the stairs had ever run was up, and toward. Chapter 41. The house that bought a province, they came down out of the eastern hills on the 4th morning, and House Mu was not a sect and not a city, but something Lin Wei had no word for until he stopped trying to find one. It was a valley a great family had bought, walled end to end. Inside the wall, every roof wore the same green tile, and every gate the same lotus, so that a man riding and understood at once that he had passed out of a country of many names into a country of one. Terrace Field stepped down to a river bent on purpose to run through a private garden. Lacquer holes caught the morning and threw it back gold. And over all of it hung a faint shimmer where the bloodline array breathed. A working so large and so old that the vessel waited as it weighed the deep sky and returned no number. The road in was paved. That was the first wrong note his body marked. He had not set foot on a paved road since the eastern market of another life, and 3 years of dirt tracks and grave soil had taught his feet to distrust anything a man had not had a fight to walk on. There were people everywhere, and none of them idle. Gardeners on the terraces, grooms at the long stables, a column of house guards drilling in green on a far field, a steward with a ledger pacing a granary line, a whole province of labor bent to one family's comfort. Every face calm, every hand busy, no one hungry. For 3 years at the Verncloud sect, Lin Wei had eaten half a bowl of rice at every meal, his stomach a knot that never came undone. He looked at these calm, well-fed faces, gardeners, grooms, guards, not one of them hungry a day in their lives, and the old envy rose in him before he could stop it. He counted them and could not stop. Hong Lian rode with her bow unstrung and her eyes moving, and did not like any of it. A forest tells you what it is, she said low. This place tells you what it wants you to think it is. Every blade of grass in that valley grows where a moo decided it should. Xiao Kei, on the saddle before her, stared at the green roofs with the flat wonder of a child who had only ever seen a village burn, and her small hand had closed, without her noticing, in the huntress's sleeve. Underscore Hong Lian doesn't miss much, underscore Lin Wei thought. And she just called the whole valley a swept floor. A swept floor showed every footprint. He would mind where he put his. Mu Qingyao changed at the gate. He watched it happen. The Salt Road Traveler in Traveler's Brown. The woman who had bound her own arm and not thanked the huntress. Folded away inside 3 breaths. And a princess of House Mu rode through her own front wall with her chin level in her arm. Healed now. The sling gone. Easy on the rein. From here you are a guest of the house and nothing else, she said low, not looking at him. Not my guard. Not the guard with the walk. A guest. Guest House Mu can dismiss. Guard's House Mu must explain. Be the easier thing to be rid of, until we know which way the house has decided to jump. Underscore 4 days ago, she gave me 2 paces of a gray horse where no one watched, underscore he thought. Today she gave him the same warning out loud, where everyone could hear it. The array passed over his skin as he crossed the inner line. A cool, dry comb of attention reading him root to crown, and the ring on his hand went briefly colder, the closed door pulling itself shut against the touch. He let it. He let it read a core formation cultivator, and nothing more. Somewhere above, he felt the working note him, weigh him, and file him. And he marked, in turn, the 3 places along the wall where the shimmer thinned, the gaps he could slip out through if he ever had to. A steward peeled the party apart at the second courtyard with the bland efficiency of a house that did this to every arrival. The huntress and the child to the guest wing on the river, the ladies' companions, the steward called them, which was the house deciding their rank for them. The horses to the long stables. The walk, the steward's eyes said and his mouth did not, anywhere out of sight. Lin Wei let it all happen, and kept the walk, and noted which servant carried word of the keeping back up the hill, because in a house this size the servants saw everything the array did. A young man waited at the inner gate in House Mu Green, beautiful and bored, a jade tablet at his belt, and a sword too clean to have been drawn in anger. He bowed to the princess at the depth blood owes blood, and looked at Lin Wei and plainly found mud tracked across a swept floor. Cousin, father has told you've returned with a provincial. His eyes went to the walk on the saddle, and the corner of his mouth moved. And his cooking pot. The whole house is very curious. Underscore there it is, before I've cleared the gate, underscore Lin Wei thought. The first word out of the first young master was the walk. Men who opened with contempt told you where to put the lever. Mu Chun, the princess said, even. He is a guest under the patriarch's own summons. You'll address him as one. Of course. Mu Chun smiled and did not. The patriarch will see the guest at the hour of the snake. The house has prepared the eastern garden court. He turned his horse. The house does so want to see what a provincial is worth. He rode ahead, and the green roofs swallowed him, and the array shimmered overhead like heat off a road that did not end. Ding! You have entered the seat of House Mu. The summons is not hospitality. A great house does not call a man 4 provinces to look at him. It calls him to price him. Mission. Learn what the house means to buy before you learn what it means to pay. Chapter 42. Never only a meeting the patriarch of House Mu received him in a garden, which was its own kind of message. Not a hall, not a high seat, not a court with the layer numbers hanging in the air to be read. A garden, a pavilion over still water, a single low table, tea already poured, and an old man in plain gray silk who looked, at first glance, like someone's grandfather feeding the carp. The glance was the trap. The vessel weighed him and returned the number it gave, deep water. Under nascent soul, layer 5. Above your scale. Do not mistake the silk for the man. Underscore the water under the pavilion was clear to the gravel, and the carp moved through it slow and fat and gold, and a single white petal turned on the surface where no flower grew. Everything in the garden had been placed. Lin Wei understood that the placement was the point. That a man who could make a wild valley look accidental could make a kindness look like one too. Even the petal, he thought. Especially the petal. Sit, said Mu Tianheng. You walked my daughter across a province the Black Iron Hall had closed, formed a golden core on a forest road, and killed a hand of the demonic sovereign in the Hidden Sword Senior Court. You also, I am told, carry a cooking pot. He poured a second cup. I have wanted to meet the cooking pot. Lin Wei sat. He did not touch the tea. The steam came off it straight and unhurried in the still garden air, and he watched it for the thing it might be hiding, and found, this once, that it was only steam. You think the tea is the test, the old man said amused. It isn't. A man clever enough to reach my garden is clever enough not to drink first, and a house that poisoned its summoned guest would not be a house worth your caution. Drink or don't. The test is the next thing I say. He set the pot down. House Mu will shelter you. Our wall, our array, our name, our healers, our archives. The Black Iron Hall cannot reach you here. The cult will think twice. You will climb faster under this roof in 1 year than on that road in 10. A pause, weighed to the breath. In exchange, House Mu asks one thing. That what is on your finger answers to this house before anyone else. not the ring, the use of it. You become ours, sworn, recorded, married into the blood, so the record cannot be undone by anything short of death. The old man watched him while he said it, and Lin Wei understood he was being read as carefully as he was reading, that a nascent soul who had run a great house 40 years could weigh his silence to the gram. So he gave the silence nothing. He had spent 3 years being studied by people deciding whether he was worth the rice. He knew how to be a closed account. Underscore, and there's the table again. Underscore, Lin Wei thought, and almost laughed. A god had said it through a bone token. Now the kindest hand in the province said it over tea, with a marriage where the others put a blade. The wrapping kept improving. What was inside it never did. He thought of his father, 2 years and a whole world dead, who had been offered a version of this same table and said no and lost his head for the saying. His father had said it carefully, with the manual already hidden. Careful was a handle too. Lin Wei had learned that on a longer road than his father got. You're offering a wall and asking for the door on my hand to pay for it, he said. Every power I've met this month has reached for that door. You're the first to offer something instead of grabbing. I'll answer you honestly for it, not carefully. He met the old eyes. No, Mu Tianheng did not frown. If anything, the grandfatherly calm grew more interested. He had felt something move under the calm and wanted to see what. My daughter said you would say exactly that, in those words, on your own terms. He turned his cup a quarter turn. Then we do it the older way. House mood is not by a man it has not seen tested. There's a trial court, and a first young master who has spent 4 days telling the house a provincial with a pot is beneath its notice. Satisfy the house that the ring is worth its risk, and the offer changes shape from a collar into a contract you could sign. Refuse, and you leave at dawn with our thanks and nothing else. The smile almost reached kindness. Mu Chun, at the hour of the dog. The whole house will watch. It always does. Ding. House Mu's offer is a leash dressed as a marriage. Refused. A trial set in its place. Mission. Beat the first young master before the full house, and turn a collar into a contract you write. Chapter 43. The first young master of the trial court of House Mu was a ring of raked white sand under 9 old pines, galleries on 3 sides, and by the hour of the dog, every gallery was full of green silk and jade, because a great house at leisure will cross a valley to watch a provincial humbled. Lin Wei walked to the sand through a corridor of cool eyes. The evening smelled of pine resin, and the sweet oil the house burned in its lamps, and under it, faint, the ironing cold of the array breathing along the walls. He had stood in a courtyard like this once, a province and a lifetime ago, the lowest thing in it, drawing the rigged lot for the 12th time while the galleries laughed. Underscore, the eyes are the same. Underscore, he thought. Only the silk was finer. He had stopped needing them to be kind a long time ago. On the high gallery, behind a screen half drawn, Mu Qingyao sat among her own blood and did not lean forward and did not look away. He understood her position without being told it. She had brought him here. If he won, the house would say she had brought a wolf inside its wall. If he lost, that she had spent its name on a provincial who could not hold a ring. Either way, the cost landed on her, and she sat through it with the same level face she had worn over a poison bowl and gave the galleries nothing to read. He marked it and put it where he put everything he could not yet pay back. Mu Chun waited in the ring, dressed for it. Pale battle silk, a good sword, the jade tablet of the first young master at his hip. Core formation layer 4. 2 full layers above Lin Wei, and he stood like a man who had never once been the weaker thing in a ring, because he never had. Ding. Mu Chun, first young master of House Mu. Core formation layer 4. 2 layers above you, in a house that has never watched him lose. Guest, he said, pitch for the galleries. I asked father for this. A provincial kitchen hand crosses 4 provinces on my cousin's name, and the house is told to call him worthy. So, show the house the worth. He drew, the blade singing clean. Or set down the pot, and admit you carried it, because it's the only thing you were ever fit to hold. The galleries laughed, soft and silk soft, the laugh of people who had decided the ending before the start. Underscore, there's the boast, and a good one, underscore Lin Wei thought. A great house behind him, 1,000 eyes, already his. He was right about every number, and wrong about the one thing none of them ever get. He thought the ring was what made Lin Wei dangerous. Lin Wei did not draw the family blade. He lifted the wok off his back. The laugh came again, louder, and a few of the younger cousins on the near gallery did not trouble to hide it. Mu Chen's beautiful face curdled, because a man braced to be honored by his enemy's best is insulted by his enemy's pot. You'll die holding a kitchen tool, the young master said and came. He was fast, layer 4 fast, a House Mu sword form bought with the childhood of the best master silver could hire, clean and bright and certain. The sand hissed under his feet. The pines threw long evening shadows across the ring, and the lamplight caught the blade in stripes as it came. The first 3 cuts were genuinely good. They would have killed a Foundation man and embarrassed most of core formation. Lin Wei felt the wind of the second one stir the hair at his temple and did not let it reach his face. He had been cut by better on a forest road, by a hand of a dead god, and lived. Crack! The wok caught the third cut on its belly, and the bright form stuttered for the first time in Mu Chen's life. Across the young master's face went the thing Lin Wei had been waiting for, the first crack of doubt in a man who had never been given a reason to doubt. It is a particular look. Lin Wei had worn it himself for 100 mornings in a colder yard than this, and knew exactly how little time it left a man before the body started believing it too. Chapter 44. The closed door. Again, Mu Chen recovered fast, which was to his credit, and drove the house Mu form harder, the galleries leaning over the rail. He was layer 4. He had power Lin Wei did not, and reach, and the deep, easy well of a body that had never gone a day hungry. What he did not have was 3 years of learning to win from underneath. Lin Wei gave ground across the white sand, reading him as he had read every man stronger than himself since the trench. The tail in the shoulder before the heavy cut. The half-beat the form rested after its third strike. The seams the bot masters had drilled smooth and never once stress-tested against a man trying to kill him. He let Mu Chen spend himself on someone who was never quite where the cut landed. The young master's breath went ragged. A line of sweat cut the powder at his temple. The galleries had stopped laughing without noticing they had stopped. He's never had to make a tired body keep a promise. Lin Wei thought, slipping the sixth cut by a finger. That was the whole gap, and it was not a gap of layers. It was the gap between a man who fought to win and a man who had only ever learned to fight to look like winning. On the 8th exchange, where the form rested its half-beat, he closed the door. The silence went out of him in a small, tight ring. Aimed, not the hall-filling wave he had loosed on a hand of the sovereign, only a breath of it. And for half a heartbeat, Mu Chen's bot, brilliant, array-fed power, stopped answering his hand. No chi to the blade. No flow to the feet. The well gone quiet. Half a heartbeat was all the wok needed. Boom. It took Mu Chen across the ribs at a speed his layer 4 eyes could not follow, lifted him off his feet, and set him down on the white sand on his back, the sword spinning away, the breath driven out of him in one open-mouthed wheeze before the entire house. The galleries made no sound at all. Somewhere a teacup was set down too hard against a rail. The silence after held a different weight than the silence before. On the upper gallery 2 elders leaned together, and a third did not, and the temperature of the whole court changed by a degree Lin Wei could feel on his skin. The precise cooling of a room full of powerful people revising, all at once and against their will, a number they had been certain of an hour ago. House Mu had come to watch a provincial humbled. It was instead doing arithmetic. There's the loop closed. He thought, standing over Mu Chen with the wok loose. He had boasted to 1,000 of his own blood. The power had landed, and they had watched him go down to a man with a pot. And every elder up there had just felt the tears stop being the answer. He did not strike again. A young master humiliated was a House Mu problem. A young master killed was a House Mu war, and he had learned the difference on a bridge a long road ago. He offered Mu Chen his hand. The young master looked at it. The provincial's open hand, in the sand, before the whole house. And the offer was a worse defeat than the blow, and both of them knew it, and that was rather the point. Get up, Lin Wei said, quiet, so only he heard. A house watches how man wins. Let watch how you stand. Mu Chen took the hand. It cost him everything, and he did it, and some flicker of a man worth more than his boast moved behind his eyes for the first time. He rose, set his feet, and bowed. To Lin Wei, shallow, exact, the bow one fighter owes another. And the gallery saw it, and the house revised the young master upward by precisely as much as it revised the provincial. On a high balcony, an old woman in a chair that had not held anyone a breath ago lifted a single finger, and an attendant began to come down the steps. Ding! First young master beaten before the full house. No kill. The collar is off the table. The contract is yours to write. Reward, the freedom of House Mu, the archive, and the Grand Dowager, who asked for you the moment the ring crossed her wall. Chapter 45. The Dowager, the Grand Dowager Mu, received him in a room with no array on it at all, which in a house built of arrays was the loudest room in the valley. To reach it, he was led down, under the hill, past doors of black wood, and a corridor where the house kept its oldest things, shelves of jade slips and bone scroll cases and ledgers and scripts the dynasty had forgotten, the memory of a family that had outlived 3 dynasties by never once writing down the wrong thing. The archive breathed dust and age and a faint dry sweetness, and the attendant walked it with his eyes down. The careful step of a man who knows his family's oldest dead are, in a sense, shelved here. The room at the end was small and plain and cellar cold, and the only light was a single blue burning lamp that did not flicker in any draught. She sat in a chair made for her body 60 years ago that fitted still. She was older than anyone Lin Wei had stood near. Not the patriarch's deep-water weight, something thinner and farther. A candle burned so long the flame had gone quiet and blue. Spirits severing, the vessel said, and added, unasked, underscore the oldest living blood of this house. And she is looking at the ring. Not at you. Underscore sit air. The word landed in the cold room like a stone down a well, because no one in House Mu had used it, and she had used it before he crossed the sill. Yes, I know the word. I am the only thing left in this valley old enough to know it. Give an old woman her one excitement of the decade, and let me see it. He held up his right hand. The black jade ring sat dull on his finger. In the blue lamplight, it drank the light rather than caught it. A small flat dark where the room's one flame should have shone. The dowager looked at it a long time, and something crossed her thin old face he had not expected. Not greed. Grief. The ancestral vessel, she said. I saw it once before, 80 years ago, on a hand that is dust now. I was a girl. My grandfather called it the door that should have stayed shut, and would not say more, and died not saying it. Her blue eyes lifted. What has it told you of the man who made it? Missions and prices, he said. That an enemy 11,000 years old knows my name. A gray woman told me my ancestor stole something from her and shut a door on his own blood so she couldn't follow. She wants what's behind it. So who does the sovereign? They're old enemies, and both want me climb. That's the part that frightens me. The dowager was quiet a moment, the blue flame steady between them. And she gave him a piece of it, one stair at a time of a staircase with no bottom. Your ancestor was no hero, heir. The records of this house keeps name him a thief. He walked into a war 11,000 years gone, between two powers that should never have been woken, and stole from one of them the thing the other wanted. Rather than give it to either, he sealed it in his own blood and slammed the door. So neither could have it while a single drop of his line still walked. Her hand, light as paper, touched the back of his. The sovereign is the one he stole from. The gray woman is the one he stole it for, and was meant to hand it to, and betrayed. Underscore, so I'm not the heir or wronged man. Underscore, he thought, and the cold thing behind his ribs turned it over without flinching. He was the heir of a thief who had crossed two gods and locked the loot in his grandchildren. No one of the road was crowded. He was not a man to any of them. He was the only thing keeping what was sealed in this ring out of their hands, and the day he died, it was theirs. Then why does she want me strong? He said. A locked door doesn't get safer the better the lock gets. Because she does not want it broken. She wants it opened. A broken door spills what's inside. An open one hands it over whole. The blue eyes did not blink. She is teaching you to be a key, heir, patiently, kindly. And the day you are a good enough key, she will turn you in the lock she has waited an age for, and you will not feel it as betrayal. You will feel it as the last thing you learned. He sat with that. It was, he thought, the most honest account of his own life anyone had given him since the cold voice first spoke in a grave. Everyone on the road wanted him to grow. None of them, it turned out, wanted it for his sake. The vessel drove him up the stairs because the climb was all it was for. The gray woman waited at the top, and the old woman in front of him, alone of all of them, had said it to his face and called it grief. A bell rang once, somewhere in the valley, wrong. Not the hour, not a summons. One hard clang choked off before it finished, the array's alarm strangled in its own throat. The dowager's blue eyes sharpened to something 80 years younger. Someone has opened my house from the inside, she said. Air, the thing that's been crawling up the black Iron Man's arm has reached his heart. He's come for the door before it finishes him. Go. An old woman is no use in a garden anymore. Go. Chapter 46. The crawling not master, hay, came into the inner valley through the one soft place in it that should have held. Elder Mukong had carried a black iron debt 9 years and a black iron seal under his floor for 3, and when Master Hay's man pressed that seal to the elder's palm, the great array opened a guest gate for a friend of the house, and the friend of the house walked through it dying. By the time Lin Wei understood the alarm had been a true one, the house was already a hive kicked open. Servants running the wrong way, guards running the right way, and not fast enough, a steward shouting names that no longer answered. A great house was built to keep an army out. It had never once planned for a single dying man let in by one of its own. Lin Wei reached the eastern garden court a half step behind the screaming. Mu Qingyao was already there, sword drawn, her healed arm steady. Hong Lian on the roofline with the child tucked behind a gable and an arrow on the string. And across the still water stood the thing that had been Master Hay. Half of him was still the gray, patient envoy of an iron room. The other half was the forged binding, come home to roost. It had crawled up his arm in 3 weeks of black knotted lines, past the elbow, past the shoulder, into the side of his neck and the corner of his mouth. And where it had reached, the man was gone, and only the law of the seal remained, eating him outward from the lie he had made. The garden felt it before the people did. The still water had gone gray and dead, the gold carp floating belly up at the surface. The placed petal had blackened on the dead water. The lamps along the walk guttered low and blue. The cold off him was not the cellar cold of the dowager or the ledge cold of the gray woman. It was the cold of a debt come due. The vessel weighed him and hesitated. Underscore ding. Master Hay. Spirits severing, clouded and crippled. The reversed binding has eaten more than half his core. What's left is still a realm above you. But it is dying, and a dying spirit severing in a hurry is a different sum than a patient one. Underscore. His voice came double now, the man and the law speaking the same word through the same ruined mouth. 2 generations my hall reached for that ring. I will not be eaten for a war I built perfectly. Give it to me, and the binding takes you instead, and you die a kitchen junior after all, on schedule, only 3 weeks late. Underscore there's the table one last time, and the man can barely hold the chair. Underscore Lin Wei thought. The thing killing him was the one knot he had tied himself. He did not have to beat him cleanly. He had to keep him talking until his own forgery finished the sentence. Mu Qingyao did not wait to be told her part. She put herself between the gray thing and the gable where the child hid, sword level, a foundation establishment princess squaring up to a spirit-severing corpse, because the line had to be held by someone, and she was the someone standing on it. Hong Lian's first arrow was already in the air. It was a brave, useless thing, and Lin Wei loved the house a little for the two of them doing it anyway. But a crippled spirit severing in a hurry does not give a man time to be clever. Master Hay moved, and the clouding came off him in a wave that cracked the dead pond dry to its stones, drove Mu Qingyao to one knee, and threw Hong Lian's arrow wide into the eaves. It reached Lin Wei like a mountain leaning over a fence. He closed the door. The silence met the clouding, and for the first time it was not enough. The wave broke around him, but only most of it. Spirit severing was not a bone token, not a hand at the peak of core formation. Enough of the clouding spilled around the edges of the closed door to take him off his feet and throw him the length of the cord into the pavilion post. And the post broke, and 3 ribs he had only just stopped feeling lit up white. He coughed a mouthful of blood onto the dry stones. The taste was copper, the cold was everywhere, and across the court Master Hay came on, the black knot climbing the last of his throat, reaching, dying, and in a hurry, and still a realm above him. Chapter 47. Core formation layer 3, this was the wall, and he knew the shape of it cold. The silence held most of a spirit severing's power, and not all was enough to kill him. The closed door was a wall and a blade, and still too small. Because he was too small, core formation layer 2, with 3 broken ribs against a thing a realm above him, even half-eaten. Underscore, so the door needs to be bigger, underscore he thought, with a wide cold clarity that came when he was a breath from dying. Not stronger, bigger. He had held at the size of himself this whole road, the size of a buried boy, because that was the size the grave had left him. The gray woman had said it. Everything a man learns to use, he opens. So he would open it wider than he was. The cold voice came, and it wore the hunger, the trench tone, the let the cup shatter tone. Ding. Mission. Reach core formation layer 3. You have held the door at the size of one man. The 3rd layer is the size of a court, a house, a valley. Stop being the buried boy. Be the door the whole garden stands inside. Master Hay's reaching hand was a pace from his throat, the gray fingers spread, the black knot at the wrist. Lin Wei stopped holding the door at the size of himself, and let it open to the size of the court. Boom. The temple bell silence went out of him not in a ring this time, but in a dome, and it swallowed the eastern garden court hole. The dry pond, the broken pavilion, the kneeling princess, the huntress on the roof, the dying man, and his crawling knot. Inside the dome, the core in his belly cracked its 2nd layer and seized its 3rd, hot as a doubled coal, a torrent of new depth tearing up through meridians that screamed and held. Core formation layer 3, bought at the edge again, the only price the vessel had ever named. The dome was the strangest thing he had ever made. From the inside, it was not silence at all, but a held breath the size of a garden, and he could feel everything within it. The princess's pulse, the child's, the huntress's drawn string, the dead gray water, and at the center of it the dying man whose power had simply ceased to be a fact. For inside the dome, Master Hay's clouding went out like a snuffed lamp. All of it this time, not most. The whole crippled remnant of a spirit-severing core, the clouding 2 generations had feared, sealed behind a door the size of a great house's court. And the thing that had been Master Hay stood with his reaching hand a pace from a throat he could no longer touch, in a silence where his power was a rumor, only a dying man with a black knot at his lips and a forged law eating the last of him. Underscore now you know what my father knew, underscore Lin Wei thought, and stood up off the broken post into the dome of his own quiet. No power, no air, no one coming. You sold him that. Wear it. He did not draw the family blade. He stepped inside the dying man's reach, as 3 years had taught him, and set the heel of his hand against the black knot at Master Hay's chest where the binding had eaten deepest. Not chi. There was no chi in the dome, only a man's hand and a man's weight, and pushed. The forged binding, with no clouding left to fight it, finished its long crawl home in a single rush. Master Hay of the Black Iron Hall opened his mouth to name something, and the law he had written took the name, and the rest of him, and he collapsed straight down lifeless onto the dry stones of a house he had opened with a bought seal, reaching, to the last, for a ring 2 generations of his hall had died for and never once touched. The dome let go. Sound fell back into the valley all at once. The strangled alarm, shouts, running feet, the child crying somewhere safe. Lin Wei stood in the wreck of the garden with 3 knit ribs and a 3rd layer, turning slow and cold and wide behind his navel. The dead gray water at his feet and the blackened petal turning on it. The new layer sat in him heavier than the last. Not the burning coal of the first core, but a deep cold wheel, slower, larger, a thing that would take getting used to. Across the pond, Mu Qingyao rose, looked at the body on the stones, and then at him, and said nothing because some things a House Mu princess does not keep words ready for either. Chapter 48. The star that was not they burned what was left of Master Hay in the gray hour before dawn, in a lead-lined pit, as the hidden sword pavilion had carried away its hand, because a thing eaten by a forged binding is not safe to bury whole. Elder Mu Kong was taken before the patriarch and did not come out. House Mu did not air such things. It only corrected them, quietly, as it handled everything else. By morning the eastern garden was already under scaffolding, the dead water drained, a dozen gardeners replanting the placed beauty of it, the night unhappened by breakfast, the house closing over the night until no trace of it showed. Lin Wei watched them work and understood it for what it was, not denial but power. A house that could unhappen a thing this size by breakfast with a wall worth the having, and a wall worth the fearing, and he filed both halves of that. Mu Tianheng found him at the rail of the eastern court at first light, looking east, where a low star sat on the rim of the sky that the valley's people did not remember from any other year. The patriarch stood at the rail a while, without speaking, an old man watching a thing in the sky he did not like, and for a moment the deep water weight of him was only that, an old man, tired at a rail. A guest at my house killed a spirit-severing cultivator in my own garden last night, he said at last. Crippled, dying, opened in by my own elder. I grant all of it. And still, there is not another man in 3 provinces who can say that sentence about himself this morning, and the one who is standing at my rail with a cooking pot. He set his hands on the wood. The collar is gone. I meant that. But the contract, heir, it was the first time he had used the word, and he used it deliberately, as the dowager had. House Mu would write you a contract that costs you nothing you've refused, and gives you a wall against the thing that's coming. Because something is coming. You feel it. I felt it 3 nights, low in the east, where no star belongs. Underscore he's not wrong, and that's the trouble, underscore Lin Wei thought. The wall was real, the offer honest now. And every instinct 3 years in a grave had given him said the moment he stood inside a wall that was not his, he was theirs to spend. I'll write you a contract, he said. Ally to ally. Not blood, not sworn, not owned. Your wall when I'm behind it. My closed door over House Mu when the thing in the east arrives. Equals, or nothing. He looked at the old man. He called me heir to see if I'd flinch at the size of it. I didn't flinch at a grave. I won't flinch at a contract. Mu Tianheng studied him a long moment, and then, to the quiet astonishment of attendants who had served him 40 years, the patriarch of House Mu inclined his head. Not the Bao blood owes blood, but the smaller, rarer thing. The nod of power gives an equal it had not expected to find. Equals, he said. House Mu has not signed such a thing in 200 years. We'll draw it before you leave. He turned to go and stopped. My daughter rode a province with you and came home changed. I have not decided what I think of that. Neither, I think, has she. That contract the house does not write. Mind how you carry it. He left. Mu Qingyao came to the rail in his place, not as the princess of the trial court now, but as the woman from the salt road, and stood beside him looking at the wrong star, and neither of them said the thing the patriarch had not written. There was a road still to walk and a war setting in the east, and whatever was between them could wait for a morning the sky was not warning them about. She gave him, instead, the smallest tilt of her head, 2 paces of a gray horse, where everyone could see this time, and he marked it, and let it be enough. And the Grand Dowager's attendant came down the steps a second time, carrying 4 words with great care. She says, the door is humming. The cold voice came then, with no hunger and no calm. Something Lin Wei had not heard it where before, something near to warning. Ding. The vessel, stage 4 of 9. The door now holds a court. The thing in the east is the sovereign, awake and done sending hands. New mission. Learn what your ancestor sealed inside you, before the one he stole it from comes to take it out himself. Far to the east, the low star that was not a star did not twinkle at all. It held, and it brightened, and Lin Wei felt it through the ring's new sense. Not a hand this time, not a gray servant, not a bone token, but the full and patient attention of the thing all of them had only ever been the fingers of, turning at last all the way toward a valley in the eastern hills, and the one man alive keeping what was sealed in the ring away from it, standing at its rail. He did not look away from it. He had stopped looking away from things on a forest road a long time ago. He set the new third layer turning, cold and wide, the size of a quart now, and one day the size of more, and watched the star that was not a star, and waited for it to make the first move of a war 11,000 years in the setting. It did not move tonight, but it was awake, and it had seen him, and the road did not run anywhere now but toward it. Chapter 49. The low star, the star of the east, was wrong, and by the second night House Mu had stopped pretending it was not. It hung a hand's breadth above the mountains where no star had ever sat, low and steady and the color of old iron, and it did not twinkle. Stars twinkled. This one held still and watched, and the watching had a weight to it, a pressure on the back of the neck that did not ease whether a man faced it or turned away. Lin Wei stood on the high gallery of the guest tower with the family blade cold against his back and looked at it, and felt it look back. He was at the third layer of core formation. 2 days ago, he had signed an equals contract with a patriarch for whole realms above him, beaten the first young master of House Mu in its own trial court, and walked out of all of it alive. None of that counted to the thing in the east. To the thing in the east, he was not a swordsman or an elder or an heir. He was a door, and the door had begun, very faintly, to hum. Below him, the great house had gone quiet the wrong way. Not the hush of sleep. The hush of a household that has understood, all at once, that the disaster has a name and a face and is sleeping under its own roof. Lamps burned in the elder's wing that should have been dark. Servants crossed the courtyards fast, heads down, and did not call to one another. A house of 10,000 rooms holding its breath. The cold came up his arm without warning. Not the ring's old warmth, cold, a deep cellar cold that started in the black jade and spread to the wrist, and he caught his mind reaching after the feeling, trying to make a picture of it, and put the picture down. The gray woman had drilled that out of him on the salt road. The cold was cold. It meant the thing in the east had noticed him noticing it, and nothing more poetic than that. A voice spoke inside his skull, calm but firm. Ding. Hostile attention confirmed. Source, beyond the vessel scale. The door is being measured from the outside. Underscore measured. Not opened, underscore he thought, and found one mercy in it. A thing that measures a lock has not yet decided it can break it. A step behind him, soft on the stone. He did not turn. He had learned the weight of that step over 6 days on the road. You should not stand where it can see you, Mu Qingyao said. It can see me through a mountain. He did not look away from the star. A wall won't change that. She came to the rail anyway and stood beside him, and he noticed her sword arm hung easier than it had a week ago. The cult's poison finally burned out of it, the hand that had not been able to lift a blade, now resting loose and ready at her hip. She had the look of a woman who had decided something on the walk up the stairs and was not going to be talked out of it. My house is frightened, she said. I won't dress it up for you. By morning, the loudest of the elders will say aloud what half the wing is already whispering, that the heir we pledged our wall to has dragged a sovereign onto our gate, and that a wall is no use against a god, and that the cheapest answer in the world is to put the heir back outside it, where the god was already looking. He's not wrong about the cheapest answer, Lin Wei said. He's wrong that my father will take it. Are you sure? She was quiet a moment, and the honesty of the quiet was worth more than any quick yes. No, she said at last. And I hate not being sure, which is why I came up here instead of sleeping. The ring's cold sharpened, a single clean pulse, and far in the east the iron star answered it. Brightening, slow and deliberate, a bank coal breathed on by something patient. The pressure on the back of Lin Wei's neck doubled, and in the valley below the gallery, every dog in every farmstead began at once to scream, a ragged chorus of animal terror rolling up the dark slopes toward the house. Lin Wei had heard dogs cry to corpse before. He had never heard them cry to sky. Mu Qingyao's hand went to her sword. That's never happened before. It's counting the locks, Lin Wei said quietly. I need your grandmother. Tonight, before your third elder gets his counsel. I've been carrying a thing since the trench and never once been told what it is. I think she finally knows. Chapter 50. What the dowager knew, the grand dowager of House Mu received them in a room with no lamps, because she did not need them, and because the iron star threw enough cold light through the eastern window to read a face by. She sat very small in a chair built for someone larger, spirit severing folded down into the shape of an old woman, hands like dry paper folded in her lap. When Lin Wei came in, she did not look at his face. She looked at his hand. It's cold, she said. Good. While it's cold, he is only looking. The night it runs hot is the night you should be afraid. Sit here. You've come to ask what the door holds, and tonight you're finally frightened enough to hear the answer instead of arguing with it. Lin Wei sat. He was not going to pretend otherwise. You told me my ancestor was a thief, that he stole something from the sovereign and sealed it in his own blood, and that the gray woman is the one he stole it for and then betrayed. Nobody has ever told me what the thing actually is, because nobody living knew. Her eyes rose at last, and they were tired and clear and not unkind. I know it now. The star told me. The thing it tries to grab back. She let that settle. 11,000 years ago, the one you call the demonic sovereign was neither demon nor sovereign. He was a man on the same ladder you are climbing, and he climbed it higher than anyone before him, all the long way to the last rung. And at the top, to make the final crossing, he cut something out of himself. Men do, at the highest tiers. Mu Qingyao said softly from the wall. My father has spoken of it. They shed the part that can still be wounded. His mercy, the dowager said. Call it what you like. The soft thing. The part that says no. The part that still remembers being small and cold and hungry. He cut it out so it could not slow his climb, and he sealed it away, and what walked the rest of the road was the thing in the east. And your ancestor, Air, who was his sworn brother and his thief both, stole that sealed-off softness out from under him on the very night of the crossing. Her thin hands tightened. He stole the sovereign's heart, and he hid it where a god could not simply reach in and take it back, inside a living bloodline. Passed it down, hungry generation to hungry generation, hiding a heart in the one vault that breathes and bleeds and runs, until it came to a starving boy in a trench with a black ring on his finger and no idea what he carried. The room was very quiet. Outside, the dogs had stopped. Lin Wei found that he liked the dogs better. He had spent 11 years believing the ring was the one plain thing his dying mother had left him, a black keepsake worn smooth, worth nothing to anyone. Instead, he had carried a god's amputated heart to every beating in the practice yard, through every half bowl of rice, down into the grave and back out of it again. The thought did not frighten him so much as settle something cold and level behind his ribs. Underscore a god's heart, underscore he thought, underscore the soft thing a monster cut out of himself to stop being able to be hurt, and I've worn out my hand for 11 years, underscore it had revived him in a grave once. Now its owner had come back down the length of the world to collect. Why does the gray woman want it, he asked. Because the ancestor stole it for her and gave it to his own blood instead. The dowager almost smiled, and there was no warmth in it. She is older than the sovereign and patient as the root of a mountain. She does not want the heart torn out of you by a god in a hurry. A torn heart is a ruined heart. She wants the door opened cleanly by a key she has spent 3 weeks teaching to turn. The single petal of cloud heart lotus she left you on a ledge in the mountains. Do you still carry it? It's in the vessel, Lin Wei said. Cold. I never understood why she left just the one. Tonight you will. Her voice dropped, and for the first time it held something that was afraid for him rather than of him. The sovereign cannot cross the world, yet to take the heart with his hand. But he can do to you what he did to your ancestors' whole generation. He can press his regard through that star and pry the door of your blood open a crack from the outside. Only to look, only to scent what is behind it, and a body that has not been steady for the prying dies the instant he does it. Your ancestors' brothers all died that way, screaming 11,000 years ago on a night much like this one. Her eyes held his. The cloud heart lotus steadies a body through the sniffing right. One petal, one night. She left it so that when he came at last, you would live to be her key and not become his meal in the dark. Below them, a bell rang. Not watch bell. The deep bronze summoning bell of the house council. 3 slow strokes. The call that hauled every elder of House Mu out of bed and down to the great hall. Mu Qingyao went to the window. Her face, lit iron by the star, had gone hard and white. That's third Elder Mu Kong, she said. He isn't waiting for morning. He means to put you out tonight. Chapter 51. The coward's math, the council hall of House Mu could seat 200, and at the deep hour of the night, it held 40. Every elder of the house, robed in haste, ranged down both long sides of a floor of black stone. On the dais at the head of them sat Mu Tianheng, patriarch, nascent soul 5th layer, his face shut like a vault door and his eyes, for now, closed. Lin Wei walked in at the 3rd layer of core formation, for full realms beneath the weakest elder in the room, and let all 40 of them look at him. He had spent 3 years being looked at by people who held his life in their hands. He had stopped flinching at it around the time 2 hired men shoveled dirt onto his face. At the back of the hall, where the house's silk thinned into shadow, Hong Lian stood with her unstrung bow across her shoulders and her torn hand wrapped in clean linen. A wild thing in a tame house. Reading the 40 elders with the same care, she gave a tree lean, watching for the branch that would move first. No one had invited her. No one had quite dared tell her to leave. Third Elder Mukong was waiting for him at the foot of the dais. Core formation, 7th layer, high in the realm. A man others in this house stepped aside from the corridors, 60 years of weight behind his gray robes. He did not address Lin Wei. He turned to the patriarch, folded his hands, and made his face into the face of a reasonable man with the misfortune of being the only honest one in the room. Patriarch, I will speak plainly, because the hour is plain. His voice carried, trained on decades of counsels. 2 nights passed. We signed our wall to a boy who is not our blood. Tonight, there's an eye in the heavens on our gate that was not there 3 days ago. The valley dogs have screamed themselves hoarse. The wards on the east wall sweat and smoke. I have served this house 60 years, and never once have I seen the sky look down at us as a butcher looks at a hog. He spread his hands, slow, reasonable. The boy is a guest. The thing hunting him is older than our charter and stronger than our patriarch. I move that we return him to the road at dawn, with supplies, with an escort to the prefecture line, with our sincere regrets, and let the star follow the thing it truly wants, away from 10,000 of our own. A house does not burn its own hall to keep one guest warm. A murmur ran the length of the room, low and agreeing, elder to elder. Lin Wei stood in the center of the black floor and counted the heads that nodded. 19. He had counted rooms exactly like this one, with his face in the dirt of a practice yard for 3 years. He knew the arithmetic of a frightened crowd to the breath. There it is, underscore, he thought. Underscore the coward's math, said aloud. 60 years of dignity thrown over it like a clean cloth over stain. Third elder counts well, Lin Wei said, and 40 heads turned because he had answered Mukong directly, and in 60 years it seemed no junior had dared. One flaw in the sum. You believe the star wants me. It doesn't. It wants what I carry, and the thing I carry does not leave the world the moment you put me through your gate. It only leaves the one place where you can see it. You're not proposing to send the danger away, elder. You are proposing to blindfold this house and call the blindfold safety. You presume, Mukong began to instruct, and you should think one step past the gate. Lin Wei's voice stayed mild, almost scholarly, and that mildness made the hall lean in. The day the sovereign takes me, he is whole again, and a whole sovereign, 11,000 years patient, remembers down to the brick which great houses shut their gate on his thief's heir to save themselves a hard night, and which did not. You think you are buying safety at the price of one guest. You are buying a place near the top of his list, and paying for it with the only wall that might have kept your name off it. Silence. Then from somewhere in the ranks of elders, a single short bark of laughter startled out of someone bitten off at once. Mukong heard it. His face went from gray to a dark, mottled red. The red of a proud man laughed at in the one room where his pride was the whole of his strength. Patriarch, he said, and his voice had cracked down the middle. I invoke elder's challenge. The boy mocks the judgment of a 60-year servant before the full house. Let him answer on the floor with a blade, not with a clever tongue. First blood. Here. Now. On the dais, Mu Tianheng opened his eyes. Confirmed, he said, in a voice like a slab settling into place. And then, so low that only the dais and the floor caught it. Mind how you carry it, heir. Chapter 52. First blood, the 40 elders of House Mu drew back to the long walls, and the black council floor became a dueling ring. Mukong drew. The blade came out of its sheath long and gray and singing, and the air above his head thickened until it bent the lamplight. The pressure of the 7th layer of core formation, a real formed core 60 years deep, dragging spirit power out of the very stone of the hall to feed itself. Lin Wei felt it press flat against his skin from 10 paces off, a hand on the chest pushing him toward the door. The gap between the 3rd layer of core formation and the 7th was not 4 rungs on a ladder. It was a wall, and Mukong stood at the top of it looking down. Lin Wei did not draw the family blade. He reached over his shoulder and drew the walk. The hall made a sound, not laughter. They had heard by now, all of them, what the boy with the iron pot had done in their own trial court on the Salt Road, in the senior hall of the Hidden Sword Pavilion at the Eastern Capital. It was the small, indrawn sound of 40 cultivators, each privately deciding they did not want to be the next thing that pot came down on. A cooking pot, Mukong breathed, and his fury cracked open into pure contempt, which was exactly the door Lin Wei had wanted left ajar. In the council hall of House Mu. You insolent gutter, he struck. 7 layers of core formation behind a gray blade that crossed 10 paces between one heartbeat and the next. Lin Wei did not meet it. He stepped under it, low and inside. And as he stepped, he let the quiet open. The closed door silence the gray woman had drilled into him on the road. The soundless place that no cultivator's chi could find a song in, that had blinded a hand of the sovereign and unmade a spirit severing binding both. For half a breath, the council hall went utterly deaf around the two of them. Mu Kang's hungry core reached for the power in the stone and the air and found nothing there to pull. His blade, aimed at the throat of a third-layer junior, hissed through the empty space where the junior was no longer standing. And the vessel gave Lin Wei one short pull of borrowed strength. Not a layer, never a layer, only a surge, the kind that floods and fades in the same breath. And for that one breath, his ruined and rebuilt body moved like a thing 2 whole realms higher than it was. The cold rim of the wok caught Mu Kang across the wrist. Crack! The gray blade rang off the black floor and skidded. Mu Kang's hand hung at a wrong angle. Fingers splayed and dead, and the borrowed strength was already draining out of Lin Wei's arm like water from a cracked cup, but it had lasted exactly 1 beat longer than it needed to. He turned the pot in his grip, set its cold iron rim to the third elder's throat, and drew it a finger's width sideways. A thin red line opened 3 inches long. First blood. The pressure went out of the hall like a held breath let go. You said the heavens look at this house as a butcher looks at a hog, Lin Wei said, quietly, into the dead silence, loud enough only for the floor. They do. That was never the question on this floor. The question was whether House Mu would be afraid of it kneeling or standing. He lowered the pot and stepped back. 60 years, elder. Don't spend the last of your dignity teaching a god that this house unbolts its gate the first night it's frightened. Mu Kang knelt on the floor of his own council, one hand ruined, a line of red sliding down his throat into the gray of his collar, and could not lift his face from the black stone. Around the walls, the 40 elders looked at the kneeling man, and then at the junior with the cooking pot, and Lin Wei watched the arithmetic of the room change in front of him. Not into love, into fear. Fear lasted longer and paid better. He had learned that in trench. Along the wall, a younger elder who had nodded at the third elder's motion an hour past now studied the floor and would not lift his eyes. Beside him, an old woman in House Mu Gray touched 2 fingers to her brow in the sign the house kept for its champions and did not seem to notice she had done it. Ding! Elders challenge 1. Witness, the full house council. House Mu's faith in the air reweighed in his favor. Reward, the standing to be heard the next time the bell rings. Then the iron star in the east opened all the way, a furnace lid lifting off a white fire, and along the east wall of House Mu every ward stone screamed at once, a sound like 10,000 wet fingers on glass, and went dark. And the ring on Lin Wei's hand went so cold it burned to the bone of his finger. The rite had begun. Chapter 53. The sniffing rite came down through the dead wards like a hand lowered slowly into still water. Lin Wei felt it find his blood. There was no pain at the start, and that was the true horror of it. Only a vast, cold, unhurried attention turning him over from the inside, the touch of a thing 11,000 years old reading him front to back to decide whether he was worth opening. Underscore, he's deciding whether I'm worth the trouble of breaking. Underscore, he thought, far down at the bottom of the well of himself. The council hall, the kneeling elder, the 40 faces ranged along the walls, all of it thinned and drew away to a great distance. He might have been looking up at the room from the bottom of a deep well. Then the door of his blood began to pull, and the cold began to widen the crack, and the pain arrived. It arrived exactly as the Dowager had promised, the pain that had taken 11,000 years of his ancestors' brothers, screaming on nights like this one. Something was prizing the door open from the outside, a hair at first, then a finger, and through the gap the cold poured in to take the measure of what lay behind it. His knees struck the black stone without his deciding to kneel. His pulse went loud in his own ears, and then wrong, stuttering, as the cold reached past the meat of him and laid one finger on the thing that beat underneath. Frost crept across the backs of his hands. His breath smoked white in a hall that had been warm a moment before, and a skin of ice spread across the black floor under his palms in the shape of an old enemy reaching, without any haste at all, for a thing it had owned before there were houses or sex or names to lose. From very far off, he heard Mu Qingyao shout his name. Heard and felt a nascent soul pressure crash down off the dais as Mu Tianheng threw the entire weight of his cultivation around the boy on the floor and felt it accomplished nothing at all because the thing reaching into Lin Wei was not in the hall. It was in the east, and it was a god, and a patriarch's whole power broke against its attention and did nothing at all. The petal. Now, words nothing. He reached into the inventory pocket of the vessel with a hand he could no longer feel, found the single cold thing waiting there, and broke the petal of the cloud heart lotus. It opened in his blood like cold, clean water poured over a burn. The prizing did not stop, but his body stopped dying of it. The cult had bought every cloud heart lotus in 3 provinces for 2 years to keep this one defense out of the world, and one petal of it now held his blood steady under a god's cold hand. Steady enough to breathe. Steady enough to think. Steady enough to feel, with a sinking and absolute certainty, precisely how the door was being forced. and to know that holding it shut was not going to be enough. A voice spoke inside his skull, and for the first time since the trench it did not sound entirely certain. Ding! Bloodline, right in progress. Cloud heart, lotus expended. Host stabilized. Warning. The door is held from within by a third layer core and forced from without by a power past, all scale. At present capacity, the door fails before dawn. Then I make the door bigger, Lin Wei said aloud. Through his teeth, blood on his lips, and beside him a voice he had not heard in 3 weeks answered, gray and close and calm. Now you're listening. The gray woman stood in the council hall of House Mu in her rock-colored robes, a single cloud heart blossom turning slowly between 2 fingers, and 40 elders and a nascent soul patriarch looked straight at her. I did not move, because not one of them could feel that she was there at all. To the whole power of House Mu, the most dangerous thing in the room simply did not exist. Hold, and he takes it tonight, she told Lin Wei, and him alone. You were never built to hold a door. You were built to be one, and a door's whole strength is in how wide it opens. So open. Climb the last rung your little core has left in it, boy, and climb it now, while my petal is still keeping your blood in your body. Chapter 54. Layer 4. He had stood at the 3rd layer of core formation for 2 days. He had no cave, no master, no pills, no quiet decade in a sealed room. He had a god's hand in his blood, a gray woman at his shoulder, a spent petal keeping his heart beating, and a core with exactly 1 rung left before its sealing. So he climbed it. Lin Wei stopped bracing the door shut. In a soundless place in the cold, he turned, and instead of throwing his whole weight against the prying, he gathered everything the petal had steadied in him and drove it at the one wall left standing inside his own body, the thin, bright membrane between the 3rd layer and the 4th. Not stronger, bigger. The gray woman had told him so in this very house. Everything a man learns to use, he learns by opening it wider than himself. So he opened the core, and the door of his blood along with it, wider and wider, past the reach the god's cold hand had been built for, until the hand was no longer prizing at a crack in a wall, but standing at the lip of something vast, and dark, and deep beyond reading, that hummed, and the hand flinched. The core cracked, and flooded, and reformed 1 full rung higher, and held. His skin glowed faint gold for the count of 3 breaths. The last of the borrowed petal warmth poured up his spine. His meridians scraped raw on every climb since the trench, opened 1 more rung and drank deep, and for 1 impossible moment he felt the whole shape of the new layer, wider, colder, deeper, settle into him and hold. Then it steadied and locked, and the thing in his chest rang like a struck bell. Ding! Core formation, 4th layer. Realm threshold crossed on screen, under a god's own hand. Vessel, stage 4, 76%. The door is now too wide to force and too deep to send. Far off, at the bottom of the world, something vast drew a breath it had not needed to draw in 11,000 years. The cold attention recoiled out of his blood. Not beaten, no boy beats a god by crossing 1 layer, but denied, a hand snatched back from the mouth of a well that turns out to have no bottom and no floor and no echo. For 1 ringing instant, Lin Wei stood at the 4th layer of core formation with the entire regard of the demonic sovereign pressed flat against him, and did not break, and did not open. Then the cold withdrew all at once, eastward, and the petal's steadiness went with it, wholly spent. Lin Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the black stone of the hall and stayed, swaying, on his feet. The iron star did not go out, but it dimmed, grudging, fractional, a furnace banked down behind a shut door, and along the east wall the screaming of the ward stopped, and 40 elders of House Mu discovered they could move again, and did not, because they were staring at the junior on the floor who had just held a shut door against the sky. The gray woman looked at him with something that was almost approval and entirely without heat. Stage 4, 76, she murmured, a creditor reading a ledger and finding the figures acceptable. You'll serve. You held a door against a god and climbed a rung while you did it. Your ancestor could not have done that at your tier, and he was the cleverest thief I ever ruined. She closed her hand around her blossom, and her gray eyes went past him to the kneeling 3rd elder at the foot of the dais. He's been denied the front of you now, so he comes at the back. Mind the proud one's air. He always reaches into a house through the part of it that already wants the air gone. Lin Wei turned, slow, blood on his mouth, the new 4th layer core ringing in him. At the foot of a dais, 3rd elder Mukong was climbing back to his feet, and his eyes had gone the color of old iron, lit from somewhere far behind them, and they were not his eyes any longer. Chapter 55. The sovereign's hand air, said the thing wearing 3rd elder Mukong, and its voice was 60 years of House Mu laid thin over something 11,000 years deep, and the whole council hall went cold to the floor. Lin Wei wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his walk hand. The gray woman had called this before the words were out of the puppet's throat. Underscore, he couldn't open the door. So he put on the man who already wanted me gone. Underscore, he thought. The sovereign had reached for Mu Kong kneeling and humiliated and full of fresh hate, and found there all the doorway a god needed. Sovereign, Lin Wei said. The thing smiled with Mu Kang's mouth. The ruined hand straightened with a wet crackle, the broken wrist setting itself with no regard all for what a borrowed seventh-layer body could survive, and the gray blade leapt off the black floor back into a grip that no longer feared anything. The pressure that rolled off, it was wrong, deeply wrong. Core formation flesh ridden by a will with no bottom to it. The cult's gray mind-binding tokens made into a single living hand and given a god to wear. 40 elders of House Mu drew their blades as one and then stood locked, every one of them, nailed to the walls by the sovereign's regard. Only Mu Tianheng on the dais still fought it. A nascent soul patriarch straining against a god's attention like a man's shoulder against a door already swinging shut, and he bought, with everything he had and the sound of pain torn out of him, exactly one sentence. Qingyao. The child, behind him now. And Mu Qingyao moved. Foundation establishment third layer. One arm only half healed, for realms below the thing in the hall. She crossed the dead black floor through the press of a god's attention by sheer refusal, and put herself in the small, shaking Xiao Ke at Lin Wei's back. Into the closed door quiet. The one patch of the hall the sovereign's cold could not reach and could not sing to. Stay in the quiet, Lin Wei told her low. Whatever you see, don't step out of it. Then don't make me watch you die out there, she said, fierce and white-faced, both arms around the child. He almost smiled. Then he stepped out of the quiet to meet the god. The possessed elder came at him in a killing art no hand of House Mu had ever owned. A gray riptide of pressure, 7 layers of formed core thrown without a flicker of self-preservation. A body spent like a coin by something that had thrown away its own heart and felt nothing about spending another's. A week ago, at the third layer, it would have ended Lin Wei between one breath and the next. But he stood at the 4th layer of core formation now, climbed under the god's own hand not 100 breath past, and he had spent 3 years in a starving yard learning the only skill that had ever paid him. Not how to win, but how to not lose for one more breath, and one more after that. He stepped under the riptide. He took the first cut across the shoulder. First blood, the sovereign's, a thin thread of red flicking onto the black stone, and let the quiet close over the gray blade until the borrowed god could not hear where the boy would be standing. The vessel gave him one last short surge, the very bottom of the cup, 2 realms of borrowed speed for a single breath, and Lin Wei spent that breath perfectly on the single blow that would land, the last coin of a man whom 3 years of hunger had trained to make it count. He put the cold iron of the wok through the puppet's guard and buried it in the hollow beneath its ribs. Boom! Mu Kang's body folded around the blow and dropped straight down, and the iron light guttered out of its eyes, but the thing that had been riding it did not die, because it had never truly been in the body to begin with. It tore loose and hung for one moment in the dead air of the hall, vast and ancient, and pressed for the first time into a shape small enough for 40 mortals to half perceive a cold absence in the lamplight. And it looked at Lin Wei with no eyes at all. Air. It spoke through no mouth, straight into the bone. You held the door tonight. You will not hold it the night it opens. And open it will, because the woman standing at your shoulder will turn the key with her own hand if I do not reach it first, and she has waited longer than I have lived. The cold began to draw back toward the east, unhurried, a tide going out. Climb, we'll vault. Grow my heart fat and ready for me. I am done spending hands. The next time I reach for you, I will come carrying the whole of myself. And I will be standing in front of you in a body when I do. The iron star in the east winked out, and in the sudden, total dark of the broken hall, the gray woman's voice said, gently, to Lin Wei and no one else. He's right, you know. About the key. A pause, almost amused. He's only wrong about whose hand is on it. Chapter 56. The clock dawn came up over House Mu the color of cold ash. Third Elder Mu Kong was alive, barely. A 7th layer core cracked clean to its root, never to climb another rung. A 60-year cultivation ended in a single night. The man who had moved to put Lin Wei outside the gate was carried out of the council hall on a litter by the very house he had tried to spare, and he would live out the rest of his long years knowing the god had reached for the air through him, because he was the part of House Mu that already wanted the door opened. No elder of the house would meet his eyes again. It was a worse sentence than dying, and Lin Wei had not handed it down. The man had written every word of it himself. The council that had gathered in the dark to cast the air out reconvened at dawn and did the opposite. They had felt in their own hall a god turned back from the breadth of the world by a boy at the 4th layer of core formation. 40 elders of House Mu, who the night before had been doing quiet sums on the price of one guest, bowed to the air low and held the bow, and Lin Wei accepted it without a flicker, because he had learned in a trench that fear lasts longer than gratitude and asks for less. Mu Qianheng found him on the high gallery where the star had hung, where now there was only an ordinary, empty eastern sky going pale gold at its edge. You crossed a layer under his hand, the patriarch said. It was not quite a question. The fourth, Lin Wei said. One rung. I don't skip them. I climbed every layer on the way up from the trench, and I'll climb every one on the way to him. He looked east. He told me what I carry. His heart, the soft part he cut out of himself to become what he is. My ancestors stole it on the night of his crossing and hid it in our blood, generation to hungry generation, all the way down to a boy in a grave. That's the door. That's the thing every hand on this road has been reaching for since the night they buried me. He said it plainly, because the patriarch had bled on the dais and urn plane. The day it opens, the sovereign is whole again, and he has promised to come in person, in a body, to open it himself. And the woman in the rock robes, Mu Qianheng said, whom not one cultivator in my hall could feel, wants the same door open, by her hand, not his. She spent 3 weeks teaching me to be the key she means to turn. Lin Wei was quiet a moment, watching the light come up. Two of the oldest things in the world both want the lock I've been carved into, and they want it from opposite sides. And the only move either of them respects is the one I've made every night since the trench. So I climb faster than both of them, and I learn what's behind the door before either gets a hand on it. Mu Qianheng studied him a long moment, then inclined his head. Patriarch to heir, equal to equal, the contract between them suddenly worth more than its ink. House Mu's wall stands behind you, he said. It will not unbolt its gate again. You have made certain of that, downstairs, with a cooking pot. And he left the boy to the dawn. Mu Qingyao came up the stair as her father went down, and stood at the rail beside Lin Wei, where she had said she would the night before, when it had only been a wrong star and not yet a god. She did not say anything clever. Neither did he. She laid the arm that had been poisoned a week ago lightly along the cold stone of the rail, beside his, and left it there. You stayed in the quiet, he said, with the child. You didn't have to cross that floor to do it. I told you, she said. The best way to mind a thing is to stand next to it. The corner of her mouth moved, and his, out of 3 years' hard practice at stillness, very nearly answered it. Hong Lian found them on the gallery a while later. Xiaoke asleep at last against her hip with one small fist knotted in the huntress's sleeve. She looked at the empty eastern sky, and at the scorched stone where the wards had burned out along the wall, and at Lin Wei. The forest felt that for 100 miles, she said. Every quiet thing in it went still at once. Whatever you are, heir, the old ones know your name now. She did not make it sound like comfort, and Lin Wei did not take it as any. Below them, the great house woke into its ashen morning, 10,000 rooms breathing again. And in the inventory pocket of the vessel, where a single cloud heart lotus petal had sat cold for 3 weeks, there was now nothing whatsoever. It had burned itself out holding a god's hand off his blood for one night, and the gray woman had left him only the one. There would not be another. A voice spoke inside his skull, quiet, with no ding before it. The vault is fuller than it was. He will come to count it in a body. She will come to turn it with a key. Climb, air, and be higher than both of them when they arrive. Far to the east, where the iron star had burned, the morning sky was empty. It did not feel empty. Chapter 57. What holding costs 3 days after a god had been turned back from the gate of House Mu. The smoke came up the western road. Lin Wei saw it from the same high gallery in the gray before dawn. A brown smudge standing over the foothills where a market town had been the evening before. He was at the 4th layer of core formation. The new rung still rang in him when he breathed deep, clean and cold, a bell that had not been there a week ago. It was not enough, and he had known it would not be enough since the moment the sovereign's voice went out of the council hall promising to come back in a body. He had spent 3 days holding. 3 nights he had felt the measuring I come down with the dark and go over him hair by hair, patient as a clerk counting coin, and 3 mornings he had woken with his nose bled onto the pillow and the ring cold as a dropped key. He had held the door shut every one of those nights, and held the house's nerve together every one of those days by standing in its courtyards where the elders could see him unafraid. The holding had worn a groove in him he could feel. A wall did not grow stronger for being leaned on. It only learned exactly where it would one day crack. Mu Qingyao had sat the last watch with him each of the 3 nights, not speaking much, a sword across her knees that would have been no use at all against the thing in the east, and that she kept there anyway. On the 2nd night, she had said, into the dark, that her father had not slept either, that a nascent soul patriarch lay awake in his own house listening for a god, and that she had never once in her life seen him afraid until a boy with a cooking pot signed his name to their wall. Lin Wei had not known what to say to that. He had carried other people's fear before, in a practice yard, as a thing they spent on him. He was still learning the weight of carrying it for them instead. The Grand Dowager found him there, small and slow on the stone, her spirit severing folded down to the shape of a tired old woman leaning on a cane she did not need. You've understood it then, she said. It was not a question. Holding is a wall, and a wall only decides how long you lose by. He is 11,000 years patient. He will come a night the wall is thinnest, and not one night sooner. You cannot outwall a thing that has nowhere else it would rather be. Then I have to use it, Lin Wei said. Whatever's behind the door. Now just keep it shut. He looked at the smoke. I don't know how. Holding I learned in a trench. Opening killed every brother my ancestor had. Opening it all at once killed them. The old woman's eyes were on the smoke too. A crack, on purpose, with a steady hand. That is the lesson no one on this road has dared teach you. Because every soul who wants the door also wants you clumsy at opening it yourself. She let that settle. That smoke is the cult. They felt what the sovereign felt 3 nights past. The petal is spent, and you are a lock without its guard, and they mean to carry you east before you grow into anything more dangerous than a wall. Opening killed his brothers, Lin Wei said again, quietly. You keep saying a crack on purpose. Nobody has told me what it costs. Everything in this world teaches by costing, the old woman said. You will learn the price the same hour you learn the trick. It is the only honest way anything is ever taught. Her thin hand closed on a sleeve, dry and surprisingly strong. So learn it faster than they can ride. Mind the priest's mouth, heir. He will offer you reason. The cult always wraps the knife in reason. It is how they sleep at night. Lin Wei looked at the smoke a moment longer. Reason was the one weapon he had never been able to answer in 3 years of the practice yard. The elders who explained, calmly, why the half bowl of rice was fair, why the beatings built character, why the manual belonged to the cousin who had not bled for it. He had learned, in the end, that a man who wraps a knife in reason is not to be argued with. He is to be disarmed. A voice spoke inside his skull, calm but firm. Ding. New mission. Survive the cult's reach and learn to open the door by a hand's width without dying of it. Reward. The first use of what you carry. Underscore the first use, underscore Lin Wei thought, and felt the cold thing behind his ribs lean toward the words. 3 days of nothing but holding, and the system had finally set him a mission that pointed the other way. Below, on the western road, a column of gray came out of the smoke and turned toward House Mu. It did not march like soldiers. It walked like sleepers, hundreds of them, eyes the color of old iron, moving in a silence no army had ever kept. Chapter 58. The ashen prior they came to the foot of House Mu's wall by full light, and the whole house stood the rampart to watch them come, and the watching was worse than any war cry could have been. It was a town, a whole market town, 2,000 souls, walking gray-eyed and silent in a column half a mile long. Farmers and weavers and children and old women. The people who had cooked and haggled in the foothills the morning before, every one of them now staring out of iron-colored eyes at nothing at all. Lin Wei found, in the third rank, a face he had passed on the road into House Mu a week ago, a dumpling seller who had shouted her prices at his horse and laughed when he proved to have no coin. Her eyes were iron now. Her hands swung empty at her sides. Beside her walked a boy too small to be anything but her son, gray-eyed, in step, in silence. Lin Wei had spent 3 years being the hungriest thing in a practice yard, and he had thought he knew the whole catalog of what people did to people for advantage. The catalog had a page he had never read. The cult did not kill a town. It wore one. He had read, in the forememory that came up out of the ring, what the cult was and was not. It did not hate the towns it took. Hatred would have been a kind of attention, and the cult paid its hostages none. It used them, for reach, for leverage, for one morning's errand, and set them down again empty when the errand was done, if it remembered to set them down at all. The dumpling seller's son could not have been more than 9. His gray eyes tracked nothing. His small face had been smoothed of everything that had ever made it his. At the head of the column, one man rode a pale horse, robed in ash, a string of small bone tokens clicking at his belt. Ashen Prior Guyen, murmured Mu, Tianheng beside him, and even the patriarch's voice had gone careful. High priest of the cult's western reach. Core formation, 9th layer. He does not fight, heir. He has never needed to. He binds. Guyen drew rein 100 paces out and looked up at the wall, and found Lin Wei in the line as easily as a man finds the one lit window in a dark street. When he smiled, it was gentle, almost fond. Heir of the thief, he called, and his voice carried without effort. I have come a long way for you, and I have brought your neighbors, so that we might be reasonable men together. You are a lock, I know the kind. 3 nights ago you held a door shut against the god himself, and it cost you the last petal of the only flower that could keep your blood in your skin while he looked. The fond smile widened. You have no defense now, but a wall. And a wall, air can be walked around. So come down. Walk east with me of your own feet. Or I send these 2,000 sleepers over House Mu's rampart, and your great allies cut down a town of bound innocents to keep one guest, and live the rest of their long lives with it. And then I carry you east anyway, over their grief. He spread his ashen hands. I'm not cruel. I'm only patient. It runs in the family I serve. Along the rampart, the 40 elders who had bowed to the air 3 nights ago stood with their hands on hilts they did not draw. Mu Tianheng's knuckles had gone white on the stone. Even a nascent soul patriarch has no clean answer to 2,000 hostages walked to his gate, and the prior had built his whole approach out of exactly that arithmetic. A great house is a wall, a blade, and name. Not one of the 3 knows what to do with a grandmother whose eyes have gone to iron. He has done this before, Mu Tianheng said, very low, for Lin Wei alone. Twice that the histories admit. 2 great houses, 2 walked towns, 2 heirs handed over at their own gates to spare the hostages. And both houses fell within the year regardless, because a house that pays a cult once has taught the cult its price. His jaw was iron. I will not pay it, but I do not yet see how I refuse it without a road full of dead farmers. If you have a third door, heir, this is the hour for it. Lin Wei watched the swaying gray column and understood the shape of the trap to the brick. He's right that the wall can be walked around, underscore he thought, cold and level. Underscore he's wrong about what it's been keeping in. Patriarch, he said quietly, hold your house. Don't let one blade touch that road. Whatever you see me do, give me a count 100. He swung down off the rampart toward the gate. I'm going to take the prior's army away from him without spilling a drop of it. Chapter 59. A hand's width he walked out of House Mu's gate alone, at the 4th layer of core formation, toward a high priest 4 full rungs above him and 2,000 bound souls. And he did not hurry, because hurry was a luxury and he had been poor too long to afford luxuries. Guyan watched him come with that fond, patient smile. Good, he said. I knew you for a reasonable lock. I'm not coming with you, Lin Wei said. I came out so your hostages would stand closer to me than to your tokens. The smile did not move, but the prior's hand drifted to the string of bone at his belt, and all down the gray column 2,000 heads turned at once toward Lin Wei, and 2,000 gray hands began to rise. It was the most frightening thing he had seen since the Iron Star opened, and he made himself stand inside the fear and not flinch from it. 2,000 hands, the hands of bakers and herb women and children, lifted toward him at the twitch of a dead man's string, and somewhere on the wall behind him, he heard House Mu's blades come a half-inch out of their sheaths and stop, held by a patriarch's word and a junior's count of 100. He had asked them to trust a plan he had not explained because he had not been sure of it himself. He had until the 100 ran out to be right. Then he closed his eyes and opened the door a hand's width. The gray woman had warned him it would hurt. She had undersold it badly. Holding the door shut had been bracing a wall with his shoulder. Opening it on purpose was reaching into his own chest, past the meat and the bone and the cold ringing core, and unlatching with his own hand the thing the whole world wanted, while a god watched him do it. The pain went white behind his eyes. His knees did not buckle only because he had decided, before he closed them, that they would not. And through the hand's width gap, the thing behind the door came out, not cold as he had braced for. Warm. Achingly, unbearably warm. The warmth of a thing that remembered being small and hungry and afraid and could not stop itself from reaching for everything else that was. It was the worst thing he had ever felt, and it was not pain. It was the opposite of the trench. In the grave, he had been the one warm thing in a world of cold dirt, hoarding the last of himself. This poured the other way, out of him, toward every cold and frightened mind in reach, with a generosity that had nothing to do with him and could not be called back once it began. For one swimming instant, he understood, all the way down, why the sovereign had cut it out. A man could not climb the ladder carrying this. It would stop at every wounded thing on the road and try to mend it. And that, he understood in the same swimming instant, was the cruelty his ancestor had bet 11,000 years on. A god who had thrown away exactly this could never again carry it himself. He could only reach for it, and hunger. And a boy who had been the hungriest thing in a practice yard for 3 years knew, better than any god, how to live with wanting a thing and not yet being allowed to have it. The sovereign wanted his heart back. Lin Wei had been wanting things back his whole short life. It was the first ground he had ever stood on that the thing in the east did not. It touched the nearest of the bound, and the man's iron eyes cleared. One farmer, 10 paces off, blinked, and was a person again, swaying, weeping free. The bone token at the prior's belt that had held him cracked down its length with a small, dry sound. Guyan stopped smiling. There it is, underscore Lin Wei thought, with blood starting from his nose and a fierce, savage joy rising under the white pain. Underscore not a wall. A key that fits every lock in the world, but the one I'm carved into. Ding. The vault answers the host's hand. One mind freed, one binding broken. Capacity at this width, one. The road holds 2,000. Wider, said a grave voice at his shoulder. The 4th player, rock-robed, unfelt by the 2,000 or the priest, a blossom turning slowly in her fingers. You freed one, and it cost you a bled nose. There are 2,000, and the prior is already reaching to sink them deeper. A hand's width frees a man. To free a town, you open the whole door, and a fourth layer core cannot hold the whole door open and keep your heart beating. Her gray eyes were patient and without pity. You know the answer, heir. You've known it since the trench. There's always a higher ceiling. Far in the east, where there should have been only morning, the iron star opened like a waking eye. Because the sovereign had felt his heart spent, a hand's width of his own lost mercy poured out into the world at last. And the thing that came down the sky was not anger. It was hunger, and it was pleased. Chapter 60. The higher ceiling, the prior's hand closed hard on his tokens, and down the gray column 2,000 bindings sank their hooks deeper, and the one freed farmer screamed as the iron began to climb back in his eyes. Lin Wei had a hand's width of a god's heart open in his chest, a core one rung too small to pour it through, 2,000 minds going back under the ash in front of him. No pedal and no time. So he climbed. He had crossed this kind of moment before, in a grave, in a basin, in the senior court at the eastern capital, under a god's own hand 3 nights past. He knew now what the others did not, that a breakthrough was not a prize the world handed a patient man, but a wall a desperate one put his whole weight through at the exact instant he could least afford to fail. There was never a good time to climb. There was only the time you had, and the thing that would kill you if you did not. He stopped trying to hold the door at hand's width. In the warmth and the white pain, he turned on the last wall left standing inside his own body, the thin, bright membrane between the 4th layer of core formation and the 5th, and he threw everything the open door was pouring into him against it. Not stronger, wider. He had learned a lesson under the sovereign's own hand 3 nights ago, and he spent it now like the last coin he would ever need. A core was not a cup to be guarded, but a gate to be widened, and he widened it past its ceiling until the membrane tore and the flood had somewhere to go. For the space of 3 breaths, he was nothing but the crossing of it. The old ceiling tearing like wet paper, the cold, ringing 4th layer core coming apart, and a 5th coming together around the torn open door, wider and colder and deeper, a hall where there had been only a room. His meridians, scraped raw on every climb since the grave, screamed and drank and held. Blood ran from his nose and from both ears, and he did not feel it. The core cracked and flooded, and reformed one full rung higher, and held. And the new room in him was wide enough, at last, to pour a god's mercy through. The 5th layer of core formation rang in him cold and enormous. A hall built in a single agonizing minute where 2 careful days should have raised it, and every raw meridian in his body protested the speed of it, and held anyway. Because they had been protesting the speed of him since the night he climbed 6 layers out of grave, and they had learned that the air did not slow down for pain. The gray woman had promised he would pay the same hour he learned the trick, and here was the bill. A layer crossed in a minute instead of a season had left every channel in him scorched and screaming, and he would feel this climb in his bones for days. He had no time at all to feel it now. He locked the new core, swallowed the blood, and turned back to the road and the 2,000 and the priest, because the lesson and the price always came together, and a man who stopped to nurse the price had no business opening doors. He coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the road of House Moo and stayed, swaying, on his feet, and did not close the door. Ding! Core formation, 5th layer. Realm threshold crossed on screen, mid-right under the open door. Vessel, stage 5, 82%. The vault has been spent on purpose for the first time, and answers to your hand now. Now, said the gray woman, and for once there was something almost like wonder in the gray. Now open it the rest of the way, key, and show the priest what his god threw away. And Lin Wei, at the 5th layer of core formation, with a town dying back into its chains in front of him and a god leaning down the sky to watch, opened the door all the way, and let the sovereign's mercy out into the world. Chapter 61. The mercy went out of him like heat out of a thrown-open furnace, and it did not burn. 2,000 gray-eyed sleepers stood in the road of House Moo, and the warm thing rolled out over them, and one by one, and then all at once their iron eyes cleared. The dumpling seller came back in her own face with her son's name already in her mouth, and snatched the gray-eyed boy against her, and his iron eyes cleared into terror, and then into her arms. An old man woke with a cleaver still in his fist, and snatched his hand back from the haft. A girl woke mid-step and fell, and the people on either side of her, free half a breath longer, caught her before she struck the stone. And all down the Ashen Prior's half-mile column, the bone tokens cracked and split and went to gray powder. 2,000 small dry pops running the length of the road like a string of festival crackers, until the whole binding of the cult's western reach lay in dust on the ground, and the town stood free and sobbing in the morning light. 2 years the cult had spent emptying those mines. It came undone in the time it took Lin Wei to breathe 30 times, and the sound of it was not triumph. It was 2,000 people remembering all at once what had been done to them. Some of them turned on the spot and looked for the pale horse and the ash robe with murder waking in their faces. and House Mu's elders, coming down off the wall, had to put themselves gently between the freed and the kneeling priest, because a town that has just got its own mind back does not always want mercy for the man who took it. Lin Wei understood the one of bone. He had stood over a kneeling cousin in a trench once with the very same heat in him. He let House Mu hold the line. The mercy he had poured out was not his to spend twice. Gu Yin, high priest of the cult's western reach, core formation 9th layer, sat his pale horse and watched 2 years of patient work undone by a boy 4 rungs beneath him whom he had ridden out to collect like a parcel left at a gate. "That is not possible," he said, and the fond patience had gone out of his voice entirely. "A lock does not open other locks. You open other locks. You are a wall. You came a long way on what I was 3 days ago," Lin Wei said, blood on his teeth, the open door warm and terrible in his chest. "You should have asked what I'd be by the time you arrived." He let the door begin to close, slow, deliberate, because he had learned this morning that the closing was as much a skill as the opening, and a sloppy hand on either would kill him. "You wanted to walk around my wall, Prior?" It never crossed your mind to wonder what the wall was keeping in. The Prior's mouth worked. He had ridden out at the head of a bound province, certain to the marrow that he was the most dangerous thing for 50 miles, and in the space of one morning a boy 4 rungs beneath him had lifted his entire army out of his hands and turned it into a crowd of witnesses to his defeat. He had built his whole life on the certainty that a mind, once bound, stayed bound. He was looking now at 2,000 proofs that it did not, and the floor was going out from under everything he had ever been. Ding! Mass binding broken. 2,000 freed. The cult's western reach, undone in a single morning. Reward, the heir's name carried to every sect from here to the eastern capital, and onto the cult's own tongue, in fear. Behind the priest, his army of sleepers was gone. In its place stood 2,000 free and furious people, between the cult's high priest and the gate he had meant to drag the heir out of. The arithmetic of the road had turned over entirely, and Gu Yin was on the wrong side of every number on it. He had come to collect a parcel and found a fire. He had brought a hostage army and watched it become an audience. And the boy he had ridden out to carry east in chains now stood loose and bleeding and entirely unhurried between the cult and the freedom of 2,000 minds. A high priest of the western reach knew, the moment he saw it whole, that there was no version of the next hour in which he carried anything east at all. Chapter 62. The wrong side of the numbers. Gu Yin did what proud men do when the ground moves under them. He stopped being patient and reached for power. The broken string of tokens at his belt flared. The last of his binding, turned now not on the freed town, but on Lin Wei himself. A 9th layer priest's hole was slamming down to lock a single mind. It found the closed door quiet waiting for it. The soundless place no chi had ever found a song in, and broke against it with nothing at all to show. "That trick is for holding," Gu Yin snarled, and drew a real weapon at last, a thin ash-gray blade, and came off the pale horse and across the road to the 9th layer of core formation, fast enough to kill a 5th layer junior twice over. Lin Wei drew the walk. The first pass nearly ended it. The ash blade came in a flat gray arc that he did not so much see as feel close over the soundless place, and he gave ground. Once, twice, the cold rim of the walk turning the edge by a finger's width each time. His new 5th layer core ringing under the weight of man 4 rungs above it. Sparks walked off iron and ash where pot met blade. He took a shallow cut along the forearm, then a boot in the chest that put him down on one knee in the dust. Boom! The Prior's heel came down where his head had been a breath before and cracked the roadstone to a white star. Lin Wei rolled up out of it, blood on his sleeve, and stopped giving ground. Because giving ground was for a man who only meant to survive a fight, and somewhere in the last exchange he had decided, coldly, to win this one instead. 2,000 freed people had gone silent on the road behind him, watching a 5th layer boy hold his ground against a 9th layer priest with a cooking pot, and the silence had a weight that was not fear. It was the held breath of people who had just remembered they were allowed to hope for something, and were watching to see whether the morning would let them keep it. He stepped under the next cut, into the soundless place, and let the door breathe open a hand's width as he moved. Not to free anyone now, but to pour that unbearable warmth into the one cold thing the Prior had carried onto the field, the binding hunger in the man himself. Gu Yin had spent 60 years making his own heart into a thing that could press the soft part out of 2,000 strangers. The mercy found that scarred-shut place in him and forced it, for one instant, open. The ashen Prior faltered. One step, one breath. His ash blade wavered in the air as a thing he had cut out of himself 60 years ago was held up to his own face by a boy with a cooking pot. It was all the breath Lin Wei needed. 60 years the ashen Prior had spent making himself a man who felt nothing for the towns he wore, and in one borrowed instant a boy with a cooking pot made him feel the whole of it. Every emptied mind, every smoothed face, every child whose name a mother had screamed at a wall, and the priest's iron certainty came apart on his face all at once. He had never, in all those years, stood on the receiving end of his own work. The vessel gave him one short surge, the bottom of the cup, and he spent it perfectly. The walk took Gu Yin across the temple. Crack. The priest went down to one knee on the road, his own hostages now ringed, the ash blade ringing away across the stone, blood sheeting down the side of his face. He was not dead. A fifth-layer junior does not kill a core formation ninth-layer priest with one blow, surge or no surge. But he knelt in the dust of his own broken tokens, in front of 2,000 people he had stolen and lost, and he could not lift his face. And that was a wound that would outlast the one on his head. The pale horse shied riderless away through the dust. Somewhere up the road, a freed man began, raggedly, to laugh. The helpless laugh of a person who had been certain he would die a tool and found himself instead alive and his own. It spread. By the time Lin Wei had wiped the blood from his eyes, the whole road of freed hostages was making a sound that was half weeping and half something with no name, and the Ashen Prior knelt in the middle of it with his face in his hands. "Tell the cult what you saw here," Lin Wei said, lowering the pot. "Tell them the air doesn't only hold the door. Tell them every binding they have ever said is mine to break, the day I choose to walk to it." He stepped back. "And tell your God I'm learning to spend his heart. He'll be glad of it. That's the part that should frighten the rest of you." Gu Yin looked up at that, and for the first time the fear in his iron-gray eyes was not of Lin Wei at all, but of something the boy had just said and did not yet fully understand himself. Chapter 63. What mercy cost the freed town did not cheer. That was the thing Lin Wei would remember longest. 2,000 people stood in the road and wept, and held one another, and looked at the boy with the pot with an expression he had no name for and did not want one for. A few of them knelt. He made himself watch all of it, because a man who freed people and then looked away had not really freed them. He had only changed who owned them. House Mu came down off its wall and did the work a great house is for. Blankets, water, healers, a column of bound strangers turned over a single afternoon into 2,000 exhausted guests. The 40 elders who had stood frozen on the rampart now moved among the freed with their sleeves rolled, and not one of them would meet the heir's eye, and all of them bowed when he passed, and held it. An old woman of the freed town caught his sleeve as he passed, and would not let go. Not to thank him, he realized, but to make certain he was real, her thin fingers working the cloth, needing to feel that it would not dissolve. An hour ago her eyes had been iron. She had cooked, perhaps, in the foothills, and haggled, and scolded grandchildren, and then for 2 days she had been a tool in an ash-robed hand, and now she stood in the road of a great house holding the sleeve of the boy who had given her back to herself, with no words, and he had none either, and that was all right. Mu Qingyao moved through it with her healing arm and her hard jaw, and when she reached Lin Wei she did not ask whether he was hurt, because the blood on his face answered that, and she was not a woman who asked questions she could already see. She pressed 2 fingers to the cut along his forearm, and the healing warmth of her art sank into it. And neither of them remarked on the fact that a House Mu princess was kneeling in a road binding the arm of a boy with a cooking pot while 2,000 freed strangers wept around them. A week ago she had called him kitchen staff in a feast hall to keep him alive. The distance from there to here was not a thing either of them meant to say aloud, and the not saying was its own kind of saying. "You held my house to 100 count while you bled out of both ears on an open road," she said at last. "My father has never in his life trusted a plan he could not see the shape of. He held anyway. Do you know what that cost a man like him?" "I know what it bought," Lin Wei said. 2,000, and not one of your blades dirty." "That isn't an answer." But the corner of her mouth moved, and this time she let it all the way. "Mind how you carry it," he told me. "I'm beginning to think the carrying is the whole of it." She looked out over the weeping town. Whatever that was out there, it wasn't a weapon. Weapons don't leave people kneeling in relief. Hong Lian stood a little apart, bowstrung now, Xiao Kei's hand in hers, and the child was staring at the freed town with the wide flat eyes of a girl whose own village the cult had burned, watching 2,000 people get back the thing her village never would. Hong Lian said nothing. She only looked at Lin Wei a long moment, and then, deliberately, looked east at the place in the morning sky where the iron star sat, and her meaning needed no words. Later, when the worst of the weeping had quieted and House Mu's healers moved among the freed with their lamps, the child let go of Hong Lian's hand and walked, on her own, to stand in front of Lin Wei. She did not thank him. She only looked up at him a long while. This girl whose own village would never wake as the town in the road had woken today. And then she reached up and, very seriously, wiped the smear of his drying blood off his jaw with her sleeve, the small careful motion of a child tidying something that mattered to her. Then she went back to Hong Lian, and Lin Wei found he had to look at the sky a moment before he could speak to anyone. The gray woman was at the edge of the field, where the morning shadow lay thickest, and she was not watching the town. She was watching Lin Wei, and her blossom had stopped turning. "You did well," she said, when he came to her, and there was no warmth in well. Better than well. You opened the whole door, poured a God's mercy across 2,000 minds, and closed it again on your own hand, at the 5th layer, with blood coming out of your ears. Your ancestor could not have done that in 100 years of trying. She let the praise sit, and then she set the hook in it, gently. And every drop you spent, the sovereign felt, and was glad. Did you not wonder why his star opened pleased? Lin Wei said nothing. The savage joy of the morning had gone cold in him, because he had wondered, and he had not liked the only answer that fit the shape of the day. A heart that is never used stays small and sealed and hard to reach, the gray woman said, pitiless and kind at once. A heart that is spent, opened, poured out, open again, grows warm and wide and easy to find. Every mercy you do, air, fattens the thing he wants and loosens the door he means to come through. You have just learned to use your one weapon. And the using of it is the very thing that walks you toward the night he promised. She smiled then, gray and old and almost gentle. Why do you imagine I taught you? Chapter 64. The trap of the open hand. Lin Wei stood in the bright morning with 2,000 freed strangers behind him and understood, at last, the exact shape of the box he was standing in. He could hold the door and lose slowly and watch towns walk gray-eyed to his gate one after another until the sovereign came for the wall at its thinnest. Or he could open it, free them, fight with it, be the one thing in all the world the cult truly feared. And every single time he did, he would fatten a god's stolen heart and loosen the latch and carry himself one night nearer to the body the sovereign had promised to wear. Mercy was his only weapon. Mercy was the enemy's own plan. They were the same act, done with the same hand. He had spent his whole second life learning that the world respected exactly one answer, and the answer was to climb. No one had told him man could climb straight into the jaws of the thing waiting for him, one rung at a time, doing good the whole way up. The cult would test it again within the week. He had no doubt of that now. They had learned this morning what he could do, and a cult does not waste a lesson. He thought of the dumpling seller's boy, 9 years old and gray-eyed in a road, and of how easily the warmth had reached him, and of how good it had felt to be the hand that woke him. That was the hook, and he could feel it set. The doing of good felt like the answer. It would always feel like the answer. And every time it did, the door he was carved into would breathe a little wider, and the thing in the east would grow a little more whole, and the night the gray woman turned her key would come a little nearer. A weapon that won the day and lost the war, swung by a man's own kindest impulse. He had never heard of finer trap. Hold and lose the world a town at a time. Open and hand them the door, underscore he thought, and the cold level thing behind his ribs turned the problem over and found no seam in it anywhere. Underscore the gray woman spent 3 weeks and 1 lotus petal teaching me to be a key. This morning I turned in her hand for the first time, in front of a weeping town, and I fit. You both want me to keep using it, he said aloud. He wants his heart grown fat. You want the door worn loose enough to open clean. And I can't stop using it because the cult will walk a bound town to this gate every week until I do. Yes, said the gray woman, pleased he had seen it whole and not flinched. That is the trap. Your ancestor never solved it either. He only ran and hid the heart in his children and bought 11,000 years with their hunger. She closed her hand around her blossom. You will not buy that long. You spend too freely. It is your best thing and your worst. The sovereign knows it now. So do I. Then I learn what's in the heart. Lin Wei said, before I've spent enough of it to open the door for either of you. That is the only move on the board neither of us has planned for. For the first time, the gray woman looked at him with something that was not calculation. I have never seen it done in 11,000 years. But then your ancestor never had your hunger, and hunger, air, is the one thing a patient god and a patient woman both forgot how to feel. She turned for the deepening shadow at the field's edge. Climb, learn it, be a thing neither of us built, and be it quickly, because the next town is already on a road somewhere, and you have just taught the whole world that you are the one hand that can set it free. She was gone. The morning shadow, simply empty where she had stood. Far in the east, the iron star did not pulse and did not dim. It only held and watched and waited, patient, fattening, certain, for a boy who now had to choose, every time the cult came, between the world and his own door. A voice spoke inside his skull, quiet, with no ding before it. You have a weapon now. Every time you swing it, the wall comes down a stone. Choose carefully, air. They are counting on you not being able to. Lin Wei looked east, into the empty morning that was not empty, and back at the free town that would not be the last one walked to his gate, and felt the cold level thing he had carried since the trench settle into the shape of a decision he had not yet let himself make. Chapter 65. Hold or spin for 2 days after he freed a town. Lin Wei did not sleep, because every time he closed his eyes he saw the same 2 roads, and neither of them went anywhere he could live. The first road was holding. Keep the door shut, as he had learned to in a trench. Let the cult walk up bound town to House Moo's gate every week until the end of the world, and turn each one away by some other means, and never spend the heart, and lose slowly, a province at a time, until the night the sovereign came for the wall at its thinnest, and there was no town left to stand in the way. The second road was spending. Open the door, pour the sovereign's mercy out, free the bound, be the one hand in all the world that could unmake the cult's chains, and lose faster because the gray woman had shown him the bottom of it. Every drop of mercy he spent fattened the heart the sovereign wanted back, and wore the door loose for the woman who meant to open it. The kinder he was, the sooner they won. His one weapon was the enemy's own plan, and they had built it that way on purpose 11,000 years ago, with patience he could not match. He stood in the gray dawn on the high gallery, the same gallery, the eastern star still low and watching, and turned the two roads over in the cold, level part of him that had kept him alive in the practice yard, and found, for the first time since the trench, no third move on the board at all. He had built his whole short life on the cold certainty that there was always a move, a drilled counter, a slow enough enemy. One more rung to climb before the politics arrived. The practice yard had taught him that a man with nothing could always find one more thing to spend if he looked hard enough. But the trapped two gods had spent 11,000 years building had no one more thing in it. It was a clean box. Hold and lose slow. Spend and lose fast. He had turned it over 100 times across 2 sleepless nights, and the box did not open, and the not opening frightened him worse than the star did. "You're looking for the door my father named," said xianxia behind him. He had heard her come. He always did now. "Your father said, if you have a third door, this is the hour for it." He was talking about the prior. Lin Wei did not turn. "I've been trying to find one ever since, and there isn't one. Hold and lose the world. Spend and lose the door. That's the whole board. My father has held the third door his entire life," she said. "It isn't a move. It's a refusal. When the only two choices are both losses, you stop accepting that those are the only two choices, and you go and make a third one that nobody built for you." She came to the rail. Her healed sword arm rested easy now, and her jaw was set in what he had learned to read as her deciding to say a hard thing. The gray woman told you what the trap was. She also told you the way out, and you've been too busy being trapped to hear it. Become a thing neither of them built. Learn what's actually in the heart, not what they tell you it is. You keep treating it as the sovereign's. What if it stopped being his? Lin Wei was quiet a long moment. The cold thing behind his ribs turned that over slowly and did not find the seam it had been looking for in it. Found, instead, the first crack of light he had seen in 2 days. "My grandmother says the heart is the sovereign's." Xianxia went on, quieter. "The gray woman says it is hers to be given. The sovereign says it is his to take back. Everyone in this story has told you whose it is. Everyone except the only person carrying it." She looked at him steadily. "You spent 3 years being told you were nothing, and a ring proved them wrong. I would think very hard, if I were you, about who gets to decide what a thing is worth, before I let two gods do it for me." A voice spoke inside his skull, calm but firm. "Ding. New mission. Cease holding. Cease spending. Reach the heart and learn what it is. Reward. Undisclosed. The vessel cannot model an outcome it has never seen." "It can't model it," Lin Wei thought, and a thin, fierce hope cut through the exhaustion. 11,000 years, and the system can't predict what happens if I make the thing mine. That means neither of them can either. Far down the eastern road, where the free town had limped home 2 days past, a new dust rose. Not a column of gray sleepers this time. A smaller thing, faster, blacker, riders hard-driven, and at the front of them a palanquin of black lacquer that no horse pulled and no man carried, drifting a foot above the road on nothing at all. "That isn't a bound town," Xianxia said, very still. "No," Lin Wei said. The eastern star had brightened to watch it come. The cult learned its lesson at the gate. You don't bring the air hostages he can free. He watched the black palanquin drift nearer, and the cold settled in him. You bring him something with no heart left to reach. Chapter 66. The hollow Saint the riders stopped a bowshot from House Moo's wall, and the black palanquin drifted on alone to the foot of it, and the man who stepped down out of it brought the temperature of the whole morning down with him. He was old and very tall and very thin, robed in black without a thread of ash, and where the ashen prior had smiled, this one did nothing at all. His face was a still pond. His eyes were not iron, like the bound, and not cold, like the sovereign's regard. They were simply empty, the eyes of a man looking at a wall, a field, a air, a sunrise, all with exactly the same nothing. "Hollow Saint Wu Ling," said the Grand Dowager, who had come to the rampart on her cane, and even her ancient voice had dropped. I had thought him a story the cult told to frighten its own novices. First among the sovereign's living servants. Core formation, 9th layer. Her dry hand found Lin Wei's sleeve. "Air, He is not called hollow for a riddle. 60 years ago, he did to himself what the sovereign did at the crossing. He cut out the soft part, the part that says no, and he burned the wound shut so it could never grow back. There is nothing in him to reach. Your door pours mercy into a man and forces the sealed part of him open. He has no sealed part. He has no part. Lin Wei had thought, on the walk up to the rampart, that he understood the cult to the brick, that he had read its whole cruelty in 2,000 gray eyes at his gate 3 days past. He had been wrong. The bound town had been the cult's reach. This was its answer. A man who had done to himself, on purpose, across 60 years, what the binding did to its victims in a night, and called it ascension. The prior had worn other people's emptiness. The saint had made his own, and kept it, and sharpened it into the one shape no mercy could touch. The cult had not sent a jailer this time. It had sent a mirror, a man showing the air what to climb, made of those who threw the soft part away to go faster. Lin Wei looked down at the empty-eyed man, and for the first time since the night the iron star opened, he felt the cold thing behind his ribs find no ground under it. He had spent 3 weeks finding the crack in every wall the world set in front of him. This was the first one he looked at and found no crack at all. Only a smooth, burned, patient emptiness, hung to a point and aimed at him. You have made a great deal of noise, heir of the thief, Wu Ling said. His voice had no more in it than his eyes. You broke a binding of 2,000. You humiliated a prior of the Western Reach. You taught a province that the cult's chains can be struck off. The cult cannot allow that lesson to spread, and so I have come, not to bind you, not to carry you east, but to end you, and to burn this house to its foundation so that no one remembers it sheltered the boy who could break a binding. He sat flat, a man reading a market list. I am told your gift is mercy. I came so that you might learn before the end that mercy is a key cut for a lock, and that I have no lock. Open your door at me, heir. Pour your God's soft heart into me. I will show you what it strikes when it strikes a man who has nothing left to feel. Along the wall, House Mu's 40 elders had drawn, and this time the patriarch did not stop them, because this was not a hostage army. Behind Wu Ling, the cult riders dismounted, 200 of them, and their eyes were not gray, not bound. They were bright and fervent and willing. The willing are the worst problem, Mu Tianhing said, low, at his shoulder. The bound you can free. These chose. They cut at their own hearts to stand near him, and they will die on our blades gladly. And everyone we kill is a grief and a recruiting story both. He has built this, so there is no clean win in it for you. He does not need to defeat you, heir. He needs only to make defeating him expensive enough that the next house thinks twice before it shelters you. The cult had learned at the gate that you do not bring the air mines he can free. So it had brought him true believers instead, men and women who had cut at their own hearts in imitation of their saint, and a master with no heart at all to lead them. There it is, underscore Lin Wei thought, cold and level, and for the first time in a while afraid. Underscore the one shape of enemy my one weapon can't touch. They didn't beat the door. They built a man it slides off of. Patriarch, he said quietly, this one's mine. Keep the house off the willing ones if you can. They chose it, but there's still people. The saint, leave to me. He drew the family blade in his right hand and the walk in his left, and walked down toward the gate, and did not feel the surety he wore on his face. I don't have the third door yet. I'm going to have to find it on the way downstairs. Chapter 67. The key that found no lock, he met Wu Ling on the open ground before House Mu's gate, at the 5th layer of core formation, against a man 4 full rungs above him, with nothing inside to reach, and he led with the only thing that had never failed him. He opened the door. Not wide. A hand's width, controlled. The lesson the gray woman had drilled into him on the salt road, and he had paid for in blood at the prior's gate. The sovereign's mercy came out of him warm and aching and vast, the thing that had cleared 2,000 iron eyes in 30 breaths, and it rolled over the hollow saint and found nothing. It was the worst thing Lin Wei had ever felt the heart do. It poured into Wu Ling and kept pouring, searching, as warm water hunts a seal jar for the smallest crack to widen. And there was no crack, no seal part, no scarred shut place to force open. 60 years ago, the man had not merely bound his soft heart down, as the prior had. He had cut it out and cauterized the wound to glass. The mercy went into him and found a smooth, hot, sealed emptiness and slid off it. Wasted, gone. A hand's width of a god's heart spent on a man who could not be moved by it any more than a stone could be moved by a song. Lin Wei had leaned on that warmth at the prior's gate and felt 2,000 minds come back into themselves. In 2 short days, he had let himself believe it was the one thing in the world that always worked. To feel it pour out of him now and find nothing. To spend a hand's width of a god's own heart and watch it run off a man like water off glass was a particular terror he had no name for. It was the terror of reaching for the rail in the dark and closing your hand on air. Wu Ling's empty face did not change. Yes, he said. There it is. The famous mercy of the thief's air poured out, and not one drop of it lands. He drew a long black blade with no sound at all. Now you've spent it for nothing, fattened your god's heart for nothing, and you are a 5th layer junior in front of a 9th layer saint with your one trick proven useless before the whole of your borrowed house. Shall we? He came. There was no riptide, no boast in the strike, no flourish. And that was the horror of it. The hollow saint fought as he spoke, with nothing extra, every motion the shortest line between his blade and Lin Wei's life. The black sword came in low, and Lin Wei turned it on the family blade with a shock that rang up his arm to the shoulder. Came again high, and he ducked under it and felt it part the hair above his ear. Came a third time, and the wok caught it, and the cold iron screamed and bent. Ferungs. The gap between the 5th layer of core formation and the 9th was a cliff, and Lin Wei had no surge left worth the name, and no trick that worked, and no room at all to think. He gave ground across the whole front of House Mu's gate, blood starting from a dozen small cuts. The closed door quiet folded around him, so the saint's chi could find no song in him. And even that, his oldest defense, only bought him breath because a man who needed no chi to swing a sword did not care that he could not be heard. Wu Ling simply walked into the silence and kept cutting. A boot caught him under the ribs and lifted him off his feet, and he came down on the flagstones hard and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The black blade was already falling to pin him to the stone through the chest. He rolled, and it struck sparks of finger from his shoulder, and he got a knee under himself with his ears ringing and the cold understanding settling in that he had perhaps 4 more exchanges before one of them was his last. He had been here before, outmatched, outranged, a smaller thing in front of a larger one with every reasonable measure, saying he should already be dead. In the trench, in the basin, under the riptide, a man who had killed 2 brothers to hold a seat. He had won all of those the same way, by refusing to accept that the larger thing got to decide when the smaller one was finished. But every one of them he had won with the door, held or spent, and the door was the one thing that did nothing at all against the man in front of him. For the first time since he clawed out of the grave, the boy with the cooking pot had run all the way out of tricks, and the hollow saint, who had no heart to read it, simply kept cutting, patient and empty and sure. Ding! Warning! The open door finds no lock in this enemy. The gift cannot reach a man with nothing sealed inside him. At present capacity, host expires within the engagement. Hold and I die in the next 100 breaths. Underscore Lin Wei thought, on one knee in the dust, the family blade up over his head against a black edge grinding down toward his skull. Underscore spend, and it does nothing. Both roads end here. And the gray woman's voice, from the edge of the field, unhurried, pitiless, then stopped standing on the 2 roads, air. You are still trying to push the heart at him. Stop pushing out. There is a third direction, and you have never once tried it. Reach in. Chapter 68. The third door reach in. He had spent his whole second life keeping the door shut, in 3 weeks learning to push it open, and in all of it he had never once turned and gone the other way, down in, toward the thing itself, the warm, vast, hidden heart at the bottom of him that everyone in the world wanted, and no one had ever told him he was allowed to simply look at. So, on one knee with a god-killing blade, grinding down toward his skull, Lin Wei stopped pushing the heart out of the man who could not feel it, and reached in. He went down through the open hands-width gap, past the warm and the ache, into the door itself. Not to spin what was there, not to wall it off, but to find it, to put his own cold, hungry hands on the thing his blood had been carrying for 11,000 years and learn, at last, what it actually was. And the heart let him in. It was not what the sovereign was. It was what the sovereign had been. Down at the bottom of the door, under the vast warmth, Lin Wei found a small thing, curled and old beyond counting. The soft part of man had cut out of himself on the night he became a god, and it had not aged a day in 11,000 years, because the thing a man amputates to stop being hurt stays exactly as young and raw as the day he cuts it. It was a boy. It was the memory of a boy, small and cold and hungry and afraid. The boy the sovereign had been before he climbed, the part that still remembered the bottom of the ladder and could not stop reaching for everything else that was cold and small and afraid. Lin Wei knew that boy. He had been that boy, in a practice yard, on a half bowl of rice for 3 years. He had been that boy in a trench with dirt in his mouth. Underscore you're me, underscore he thought, into the heart, and the heart, which had spent 11,000 years being reached for by a god who wanted it back as a possession, felt for the first time a hand that reached for it as kin, and turned, the small old curled thing, and reached back. It was the strangest thing he had ever felt, stranger than dying twice, stranger than the grave. A thing 11,000 years old lifting its head at the touch of a hand that did not want to use it or sell it or carry it home, but only, for the first time in all that age, to keep it company. The sovereign had hunted it for 11,000 years and never once reached for it as anything but a missing possession. Lin Wei reached for it as the only other starving boy in the world who knew exactly what it was to be left in the cold and called worthless. And the heart, which had no reason left to trust anything, trusted that. The black blade was a finger's width from his skull. He climbed. Lin Wei drove everything that touched heart poured up into him against the last wall in his body, the membrane between the fifth layer of core formation and the sixth, and he did not widen it to spin the heart out, and he did not brace it to hold the heart in. He opened it the third way, inward, downward, toward the heart, making the new room not a gate to the world and not a dam against a god, but a place for the heart to come and be his. The core cracked and flooded and reformed one full rung higher around a thing that had never had a home before and held. Ding! Core formation, sixth layer. Realm threshold crossed on screen. And the vault has been entered, not held and not spent. Vessel, stage 6, 88% outcome unmodeled. You are doing a thing the vessel has no record of in 11,000 years. His skin burned gold to the shoulders, and the blood ran from his nose, and the sixth layer of core formation rang in him, but did not ring cold and empty like the layers before it. It rang warm. For the first time since the grave, the new room he had torn open in himself was not a place to store power or brace against a god. It was a place where something lived. The black blade came down and met, a hair above Lin Wei's skull, a left hand that caught it on the flat, bare-palmed at the sixth layer of core formation, with a strength that did not belong to the gap between them at all, because the heart was as now a little, and a heart that is loved instead of hunted gives differently than one that is merely spent. Lin Wei looked up the length of the black blade into Wu Ling's empty eyes, and for the first time in the fight, he smiled. Chapter 69. What the heart gives you felt that, Lin Wei said, on his feet now, the black blade still caught against his bare palm. Not in your heart. You don't have one. In your hands. The mercy that slid off you a minute ago, I stopped throwing it at you. It came home instead, and it's mine, and now I hit like a man who has something to fight for, instead of a key looking for a lock. He shoved. Wu Ling, core formation ninth layer, gave a step. One step, but a step 4 rungs of cultivation forced backward by Junior's bare hand, and along the wall of house, Move 40 elders made a single sound, because not one of them had ever seen the gap between the 5th and the 9th simply refused to matter. The hollow saint recovered his empty face fast, but Lin Wei had seen the half instant before it, and it had not been nothing. It had been the closest a hollow man could come to surprise. A parlor trick, Wu Ling said. You have borrowed a god's strength into your arm. It will not last. They never do. He cut again, faster now, the empty calm gone hard at the edges. I have ended 40 cultivators above your tier. A warm feeling in your chest changes none of the arithmetic. But it had changed the arithmetic, and Wu Ling was on the wrong side of the new sum, because the thing Lin Wei carried was no longer a weapon he aimed and spent. It was a part of him now, as much as the closed door quiet was, as much as 3 years of hunger was, and a man fights differently with his own heart in his chest than a key fights looking for its lock. Lin Wei met the next cut and did not give ground. He met the one after and turned it. The family blade in his right hand and the walk in his left, the closed door quiet around him so the saint could not hear him. And under it all, for the first time, a warmth that was not borrowed and would not slide off because he had not borrowed it. He had taken it in and made it kin, and a thing made kin does not run out at the bottom of the cup. Wu Ling came at him with the cold economy of 60 years, and for the first time the economy was not enough. Lin Wei met the black blade and turned it, met it and turned it, and where a minute passed, every exchange had cost him blood and ground. Now each one cost the saint a half step and a fractional widening of those empty eyes, the dawning arithmetic of a man who has built his whole life on a sum that has stopped coming out. Along the wall, the elders of House Mu had gone silent, and the silence had teeth in it, because they were watching a thing their histories swore could not happen. A 6th-layer junior, standing toe-to-toe with a 9th-layer saint, and giving no ground at all. Mu Qianheng on the rampart had not drawn. He had seen, before any of them, that the boy did not require saving. Across the field, where the 200 willing believers had been held back, a knot of them surged forward to die for their saint, and it was Hong Lian who met them, bow abandoned, 2 short blades out, the wild huntress moving through the cults faithful with the economy of a woman who had hunted worse than men in the deep forest. She dropped them with flats and pommels where she could, because Lin Wei had asked the house to spare what it could of the willing, and Hong Lian, who owed the cult a burned valley, had chosen to honor the asking even with the grief of it loud in her. She bought the heir's fight. She did not have to. That was the whole difference between his side of the field and the other. The people on his were there by choosing, and could have chosen otherwise and stayed. You keep saying it won't last, Lin Wei said, stepping inside the black blade's arc, into the place a man's reach runs out. You'd know, wouldn't you? You cut yours out 60 years ago, and you've been running on the empty ever since, and you call it strength. He put the walk into the saint's ribs and felt them give. I've met your kind in every yard I ever starved in. The ones who burned the soft part out and called the burn a victory. You're not hollow because it made you strong, Wu Ling. You're hollow because the climb hurt and you couldn't carry the part of you that could feel it, and you threw it away and told yourself it was a choice. For the first time, something moved in the empty eyes. It was not mercy. The saint had none, but it was the memory of the place where mercy had been, and that was enough to cost him half a breath. Chapter 70. The empty man falls half a breath was all Lin Wei had ever needed. He stepped through the saint's fail guard at the 6th layer of core formation, the claimed heart warm and steady and entirely his own in his chest, and he did not reach for a surge, because he no longer needed to borrow what he now carried. The family blade took Wu Ling across the sword wrist. Crack! The black blade dropped, and before it struck the dust, the wok had come around in his other hand and caught the hollow saint across the temple with the full weight of a man who had decided 2 exchanges ago to win. Boom! Wu Ling went down to both knees in front of House Mu's gate, and a thread of blood ran from his ear, and his 200 willing believers, who had cut at their own hearts in imitation of his, watched their hollow saint fold and could not understand it, because nothing in the cult's whole long doctrine had a word for a heart that made a man stronger. Some of them looked at their fallen saint, and then down at their own chests, at the scarred places where they had cut at themselves in his image, and a few of them, Lin Wei saw it, and would remember it, began silently to weep without seeming to know why. They had spent years burning the soft part out of themselves to come closer to a god. They had just watched a boy with a cooking pot win by doing the exact opposite, and somewhere under the scar tissue the thing they had tried to kill stirred. He was not dead. A 6th-layer junior does not kill a core formation 9th-layer saint outright, claimed heart or no. But he knelt, swaying, blood at his ear, for rungs of cultivation brought to the dust by a boy with a cooking pot and a thing the cult had spent 60 years teaching him to be proud of throwing away. And he looked up at Lin Wei with empty eyes that had, just for this moment, the faintest shadow of a question in them. You came to teach me that mercy is a key with no lock, Lin Wei said, standing over him, breathing hard, bleeding from a dozen small cuts, and not minding any of them. You taught me something better. You taught me it was never meant to be a key at all. It's not for opening other people, Wu Ling. It's for keeping. I spent it for 2 days because 2 gods told me that was all it was good for. You show me what it does when a man stops spending it and starts carrying it. He lowered the pot. Go back to your cult. Tell them the air doesn't break bindings anymore. Tell them he started keeping the thing they want, and that every day he keeps it, it becomes a little less theirs and a little more his. That's the report that should empty their saints out faster than any blade. Wu Ling rose, slow, a hollow man with a crack in him that he would spend the rest of his long life pretending not to feel, and he did not pick up the black blade. He walked back to the black palanquin through the silent ranks of his own believers, and the palanquin lifted off the road, and the cult's answer to the air drifted east as it had come, beaten not by a stronger key, but by a boy who had stopped being one. Ding! The hollow saint repelled. The cult's answer to the air answered. Reward, and a warning the vessel gives unasked. The thing you carry is becoming yours, and what becomes yours can never be given back. Mind the cost upstream. Behind Lin Wei, House Mu was cheering, and the 200 willing believers were standing very still and looking at their own hands, and the gray woman stood at the edge of the field with her blossom stopped in her fingers, and she was not pleased. For the first time since the Salt Road, the 4th player looked at Lin Wei with something close to alarm. Chapter 71. The thing neither built. You were not supposed to be able to do that, the gray woman said. She had crossed the field to him through the cheering and the wounded, unfelt by any of them as always, and her gray calm had a hairline crack in it that Lin Wei had never seen before, not under a god's right, not in House Mu's council hall. You told me to, he said. Become a thing neither of you built. Reach in. I did. I told you to learn what was in the heart, she said. I did not tell you to make it love you. I have spent 11,000 years on this air. The sovereign cut his mercy out and hid it from himself. Your ancestor stole it and hid it in his blood. I have waited all that time for a key cut fine enough to open the door and hand the heart to me. Its rightful owner, the one the thief promised it to. Her gray eyes were steady and, underneath for the first time, uncertain. A key does not keep the thing it was cut to deliver, and you have just begun to keep it. Every hour it grows more yours. It grows less the sovereign's to reclaim, and less mine to be given. You are unmaking the prize, even as you carry it. Good, Lin Wei said. It is not good, she said again, and the crack in her gray calm widened. You think you have won a thing. You have started a thing. The difference is measured in how fast it kills you. She studied him with 11,000 years behind her eyes, and, for the first time, no certainty in them. I have watched 100 heirs of this blood live and die. Every one of them held the door, or tried to open it, and every one stayed a thing I could plan around. You're the first to climb down into it and call it kin. I do not have a stone for that move. And neither, I think, does he. Then for once we're even, Lin Wei said. None of us knows how it ends. I've started every fight of my second life not knowing, and I'm still here, and the ones who are sure how it would go are mostly not. The gray woman looked at him a long moment, and something passed over her ancient face that he had never seen there. Not calculation, not the patient hunger she shared with the thing in the east, but something older and more tired. The look of a player who has moved the same stones across the same board for 11,000 years and has just watched a piece she carved stand up and become a player too. Your ancestor talked like that, she said at last. At the end, before he betrayed me, he said the very same. That not knowing was the only honest ground. That certainty was a thing men kept who had never lost everything. I believed him. It is the one time in 11,000 years I let a man's words move me, and he used the moment to put the heart somewhere I could not follow. Her hand tightened on her blossom. So you will forgive me, heir, if I do not let myself hope you are different. I have paid for that hope once. I am paying still. It is not good. It is dangerous beyond anything you have done yet. For once there was no pity in her, only a cold old fear that had not moved in 11,000 years and was moving now. Think, heir. The sovereign means to come the night the door opens, and take his heart back and be whole. But a heart that has become yours cannot be taken back. It can only be cut out of you, as it was cut out of him, and a heart cut out twice does not survive the second cutting. The instant the sovereign understands what you have started, that his lost self is becoming someone else's, he stops being patient. A patient God is waiting to be made whole. A God who has just learned he can never be whole again has nothing left to wait for. She looked east, and her gray face was grim. You have not bought yourself time, heir. You have spent the only thing keeping him slow. Far in the east, the iron star did not pulse. It moved. For the first time in 9 hours of nights, the low star that had hung fixed above the eastern mountains lifted off its place in the sky, slow and vast and certain, and began, by a hand's width, to come west. Chapter 72. The star comes west. The whole of House Mu saw it, and the cheering died in 200 throats at once. The star does not move. Everyone on that wall knew it, in the old animal part that had screamed through the dogs 3 nights ago, and they watched the low iron star lift off the eastern mountains and drift, slowly, terribly, toward them, and they understood without being told that the thing that had been content to watch from the edge of the world had stopped being content. How long? Lin Wei said. He did not take his eyes off it. Days, the gray woman said. Not the months you would have had. Not the years your ancestor stole. You forced his hand the moment you began to keep the heart. And a God in a hurry is the one thing in all of this I cannot plan for. She closed her hand around her blossom, and when she spoke again, the old certainty was gone out of her entirely, and what was left was almost human. I have played this board for 11,000 years, heir, and you have just made a move I did not have a stone for. I do not know how it ends now. Neither does he. Neither does the thing in your chest. A pause. That is either the worst thing you could have done, or the only thing that was ever going to work. I have never, in all that time, not known which. Lin Wei stood at the rail of House Mu with the family blade in one hand and the wok in the other, blood drying on a dozen small cuts, a God-stolen heart warm and his own in his chest, and watched a star come west to kill him and take it back. He was at the 6th layer of core formation. The thing coming for him was 11,000 years and 7 realms above that. By every reasonable measure, he had days to live. Below in the courtyard, the freed town was being settled into House Mu's halls for the night, 2,000 of them, alive in their own, and the child Xiao stood among them at the edge of the lamplight, looking up at the moving star with the flat, fearless eyes of a girl who had already lost everything a star could take from her and had decided, somewhere, that she was done being afraid of the sky. Lin Wei watched her a moment. If a burned-out child of 11 could stand in the open and stare the thing down, a boy who had clawed his way out of a grave could manage it too. He had been dead before. He had been buried in a trench with dirt in his mouth and 2 hired men splitting silver over his corpse. And he had climbed out of it 1 layer at a time, and he had not stopped climbing since, and he did not intend to start now. The star would take days, the gray woman had said. Days were not nothing. He had remade himself from a corpse and less. In 3 weeks, he had gone from a half bowl of rice and a shallow grave to a man at the 6th layer of core formation, with a God's own heart turning warm and loyal in his chest, and the 2 oldest things in the world afraid of what he might do with it. A man could build a great deal in a handful of days, if he had spent his whole life learning to make do with far less. He would need every hour of them. He thought, briefly and without sentiment, of the small thing at the bottom of the door, the starved, frightened boy that had been a god once and was a little his now, and found that he was no longer climbing only to survive, as he had since the trench. He was climbing for it, too. It was a strange thing to climb toward, after a life spent climbing away from things. He found he did not mind. Mu Qingyao came to stand beside him at the rail, where she had said she would, and did not tell him it would be all right, because she was not a woman who said things she could not see. My father is calling the house to readiness, she said. Every elder, the wards rebuilt twice over, nascent soul and spirit severing both. He says a great house has stood against worse than a single star. He doesn't believe it. I can hear it in other words, but he is standing anyway, and so am I, and so is a town of 2,000 who would not have a mind between them if you had taken the easy road 3 days ago. She put her hand on the cold stone beside his, and looked east with him at the coming star, and stayed. You keep finding the door no one built, heir. Find one more. A voice spoke inside his skull, quiet, with no ding before it. You reached in and made the prize your own. Both of them are afraid now. Good. Frightened things make mistakes, even gods. Climb, air, and be ready, because the thing you carry is finally yours, and it is finally worth the whole of what is coming for it. Far in the east, the iron star came west and did not stop.